Hello, hello. Let's get cracking. I've already done a couple of these VODs off stream, so I thought I'd turn this one on so that you could get to watch DRX versus Gen.G. I just watched DRX play a really terrible, not terrible game of Ascent actually, but one in which they got flattened. It wasn't a good game of Ascent, but I think they matched up particularly poorly against the way that Talon like to throw out big set strats on the defense. So I'm just going to load this one up. DRX versus Gen.G Ascent, and we can get into it. All right. What are they up to then? DRX on the pistol. Hello, Dazlock. How's it going? Leffi, or Leffy, however you'd like that pronounced. 16 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, early stream because I got to fit it in before Plat Chat. I need to do some VOD review, so I thought I might as well do it on stream. It just slows me down slightly, but it's okay. I'm not exactly sure what Gen.G were planning on this pistol round if there was a B hit going on. It was somewhat interesting positioning between Karen and Munchkin. It's quite nice from Foxy. I am wondering how good Foxy's anchoring is going to be generally. I think it's one of those areas that you could say Meteor was not best in world at, even though he was an absolutely incredible Sentinel player. Like, I think his attack side impact was higher than his defense side impact, which to me is like the opposite of somebody like Benji Fishy, where his anchoring is just amazing. His attack side impact is also incredibly good, Benji, but I think... Or somebody like Flashback, right, where Flashback's anchoring was phenomenal. Hello, hello, hello. But yeah, that's a nice round from Foxy. Alright, we're probably going to skip these rounds. Although they are on the attack side, so I do want to see... Oh no, sorry, the eco team's on the attack side. Never mind, they got a couple kills. That's a bit whiffy from texture, isn't it? I remember looking at the stats and seeing the texture's stats were terrible for this game. Somebody else's were as well. Oh, I think it was Foxy. I think it was Foxy and Texture both had terrible stats at the end of this. Oh. I mean, Karen knows exactly where he is. Alright. That's a very expensive round, though. So they're basically not doing a bonus here at all, Gen.G. They're just buying up into the round. DRX were getting absolutely destroyed by Talon's, like, Leviathan spam strat. They got destroyed by, what else? Tucking a player into wine. They got rolled by a mid-fight play where one was tucked at the bench and then they were fighting like this. So, it makes more sense that DRX would be starting out these defaults a little slower after the experience of getting flattened by Talon. What's up? Hey, Kraken. Hello, everybody. Young baked boy. That's what I felt like this morning. Dehydrated, cottonmouth looking ass, but without the nice night before. just dehydrated. Probably sleeping with my mouth open or some shit. Gen.G are giving them a lot more space than Talon did. I like that one way. Some of the other teams have forgotten about that, but definitely a very, very good one way to help your like stairs player. I love the way that Gen.G play around that. I mean this one at market. It allows somebody to be playing here or like maybe even here super well. Ooh, that's a nice shot by Freeing. Yeah, Texture and Foxy9 just kind of getting battered in this round just in rifle fights, and DRX put one on the board. Okay. Gen.G giving him a bit more space and winning the duels, making a big difference compared to the Talon game. Is it just this VOD? No, no, no. There's this one, and then there's Talon against Gen.G. And I felt like there was another one as well. I mean, I want to watch BBL play against UCAM because I want to see what Yampi's IGLN looks like and just generally how that team's gonna work. But I'm not gonna tape my mouth while sleeping. I'm just not gonna do that. But yeah, you can tape your mouth to fix open mouth sleeping. B did it for a while. I'm gonna skip this round because it's an eco for Gen.G. Let's see how DRX deal with this situation, actually. Tex just burnt Dash already, and he's trying to fight into a recon. Oh. Ah! What the fuck? Okay, and your man gets 2 with the Ares? What? That is sloppy from DRX. Tex just should not have been able to get one in that situation. And 2 dying to the Ares from Dice? That's a gift for Gen.G. That is a gift. Alright, DRX have KO ult. Are they going to try to use it? It doesn't even look like Gen.G are particularly set up in an anti-KO ult setup. Did you still have their Killjoy anchoring sight, playing forwards? I guess it's because DRX are on an eco, they don't feel like it's worthwhile. And they're very rarely going to send it on an eco, I suppose. Especially DRX. Maybe if it was Talon or something, you'd be more worried. A ball gag works for you? People, you just don't, your body just breathes through their nose. I think if you tape your mouth, also it's not like, you're not taping it like you've been taken hostage. It's not like duct tape over the mouth and a rope tied in a knot smacking you in the balls every couple minutes. Like, it's just very light surgical tape over your lips to try to keep them more closed and incentivize using your nose to breathe. We're not talking torture. I have nasal polyps. Okay, well maybe for you it wouldn't be as effective then. Nice little double swing towards the end to clear up the eco. So now we're seeing a bit more of an anti-KO setup. Ethan gets very close, but then flashes himself. And they're actually in. Oh, and Foxy9 gets completely lit up. So I think Foxy in this position at the back here is expecting them to use ult like here, and so he can pop all of his util and try to hide in the corner. But they walk at him, expecting them to be playing some kind of retake setup. So DRX quite nicely playing around the ult situation. I like this post-plant ult as well from Ethan. And then Foxy peeks into the recon and just, gets flattened. Nice outplay in terms of the ult situation from DRX. Yeah, I think if you give this team space, they know what to do with it. Like, look at this again from Ethan. Looking to make a play in the post-plant. They weren't doing very much of this at all in the game against Talon. They were just constantly feeling like they had to defend. Anyone's round though. Oh. The time is so low. Can Freeing win? Yes. I mean, that's quite a nice one from DRX. That's quite a nice one. I think they played the ult game really well there.
이거는 아마 A 메인에 우리가 액션을 이렇게 세게 주면은 쟤네는 B 메인 나와서 포탑을 깰 거야라고 생각을 하고 운영을 하고 있는 DRX인 것 같거든요. 예. 자, 드론 던지면서 일단 미드 쪽에 대한 시야전을 한번 해봤었고요. 텍스처? 야, 겨우 살았어요. 자, 그래서 프링이 받아먹을 준비하죠. 근데 상대는 오딘으로 긁습니다. 자, 그러면 더 들어가기가 쉽진 않아요. 이렇게.
Okay. I have a feeling that Foxy9 is going to end up being an extremely aim-heavy Sentinel player, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Dude, Munchkin has been having some games recently. The one on Bind that we were watching, and he was just farming everyone too. Let's skip this situation. Mako's not clutching this. Meteor 2.0? Yeah, maybe. But then Meteor was only playing Sentinel, right? Which I think would be a good idea for this team. But they had him playing Gecko on Bind. And I don't think that's how you're going to get the best out of Foxy. I think you do the same thing they did with Meteor, really, and just put him on, like, Cypher on Bind. I don't think Foxy's as prone to scale aggressively on the attack side, but I think he's prone to use his rifle on the defense side rather than utility. It'd be a great bit if you put this international casting and esports overlay on your own awful footage. I'll have you know that my footage is not awful. Actually, it really is. I've got some stories on Plat Chat actually about my recent ranked games. Oh, today really was a bad day for texture. Oh, God. It actually hasn't been very bad so far from Foxy. I know the stats were terrible at the end of the game, but he just had one round that he's thrown away so far. I mean, and he's had like a couple of decent moments. That's an awkward flash that Munchkin tried to throw there. It's always rough when you get stuck in this position as the defense side team, and Yeoman's bailed them out, man. Yeoman is so fucking nice with it. Maybe the worst game texture ever had on Gen.G. Yeah. Let's look at the ACS, like, not triple-digit game. He popped his dash before he got suppressed, so he's just wasted his dash. Why is he trying to dash when he's got a knife on top of him? What's happened to texture? What happened to the man I love? Munchkin's so aggro. I mean, I expected him to win that, to be honest with you. Because he's been good for it so regularly. But alright. They still haven't broken alarm bot. Only just now made contact with the alarm bot. They're not playing A for retake, even though they have the KO ult. I feel like right now would be a good time to get off the A site, play A for retake, and reinforce mid. But what do I know? Foxy now is just going to try and fight it. Not a terrible angle to try to fight. Quite nice from freeing. It looks like a shit angle, but I guess it's a little unexpected. I mean, that's nice from texture. Texture was good before Gen.G. He just wasn't on a top level team. I mean, Hyunmin is just stuffed in a locker. The fact that they recover that round is remarkable. And I mean, Texture's swinging a rifle player to get the kill in market is massively important for them to be able to win that. Alright, so DRX have the KO ult again. But because they're on an eco round, Gen.G just don't give a fuck. They're still holding like really aggro setups against it. Oh, that's so lovely. Such great counter pressure from Munchkin, and he runs it with the shorty. Oh my god. Okay, I'm skipping the rest of this. Ethan is not clutching that. Wait, Ethan. Wait, Ethan. Wait. I'm disrespecting Ethan? Oh, Karen beefing? Surely we don't lose this, right? No, we don't. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, so again here, it's not really an anti-KO setup. Foxy9's still playing on-site, but he's playing back-site where he might not get hit by the first pulse, so he's got time to pop both of his nanos. But yeah, they're not really playing a anti-KO setup. Maybe that's because they didn't use the KO ult to engage the previous time. Foxy9's getting ready to reactively use ult. I think that's quite a nice idea.
자, 이거 쥐고 있고 저거
Okay.
꼬리라는 것도 알아요. 왜냐면은 A 메인 정보 미드
Paranoia. Foxy 9 did not use ult. No, okay, so
이거 쥐고 있고
texture pulls off the angle. Foxy 9 was waiting to use ult here. He doesn't use the ult. He also doesn't pop the nanos. He just runs towards backside because he's worried about getting overwhelmed.
A 메인 정보 미드 정보 쥐고 있고요.
I mean, he would have been getting overwhelmed. In fact, he still does get overwhelmed by Hyunmin there. But couldn't you do that whilst popping the ult down? If that was going to be your game plan anyway?
현민은 확실히 증명하는데요.
Oh my god, Hyunmin is touched by God. Yeah, I don't really understand what Foxy 9 is doing in that spot. Like, if you're in a spot that's pushed forwards because you're going to ult, and then you don't use the ult, then basically all you've done is you've stood further forward so you're more likely to die, and you're more distracted so you can't pop both the nanoswarms. So it's just got the worst of both worlds there.
자, 이거
Munchkin is the IGL.
근데 앞라인 클리어하는데 쓸 수밖에 없었고.
Has DRX attack side been any good so far? They're quite exec heavy, DRX, on their attack side of Ascent, and they, against Talon, did not have very good opening parts to their default, so they kept getting hit by set plays. But I think that'll just come over time. But no, Mako's calling doesn't really look very inspired on attack side of Ascent. They just run a lot of like preset A pops, B pops. They have like one strat that they really love running, which is they dash the jet down here and send 4 people. So they go 4-1. So you like dash down here, and then some of the like jet scales like this. Or sometimes they even do it as like a 3 this way, 2 this way, but one of them goes like this, or 2 of them maybe go like this. So like you send 2 up here, 1 across here, and then 2 in from here. They do that a lot, but to differing levels of success. To be honest, they don't look like a team that's had a ton of practice yet. He got KO ulted now? Who? Foxy 9? Yeah, that's the whole point though. He's supposed to have his ult in his hand, ready to use it as soon as he gets KO ulted. Or pop the nanoswarms as soon as he gets KO ulted. It's a reaction test. And he failed. Is someone on Plat Chat gonna do the new car crash bit today too? Yeah, actually, each of us needs to get in a car crash because it was so good for the viewership. I've hired a bus, and I'm gonna get on my bike and it's gonna crash into me. But don't worry, it's a bus made out of like fleece. Hello? You got shock darts to deal with that as well? Hello? Karen survives on site. Okay, does get traded pretty quickly by Hyunmin. That's pretty good. They are getting the kills. It's not a shocking attack side here in terms of the results from DRX. See you, Swabra. Why? Sorry, what? I don't know what you were asking me. I kept looking at the chat and I saw that you were having a conversation with other people, but I didn't see the original question. I'm pretty sure DRX's expectations for this roster will be to make like an international event. There's no way they're allowing Gen.G to win this, right? No. Okay. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Swabra. If the KJL is in a specific spot, I think 1 KO Molly can break it. Because it's within the second circle or whatever. Am I going mad, or I thought they patched that? Where the KO Molly damage doesn't go around corners or through walls anymore. Am I losing my mind? I thought that was in a patch notes like a couple months ago. Was that something else? Was that like
약간
nanos or something? Oh, is it KO Molly that can and all the others can't? That was like Viper and Brim and stuff. Gotcha.
정석적인 포지션을
I knew I'd read it about something, but I couldn't remember the details. Which region is generally considered the strongest for Val? I would say at the moment it's still Americas, but that is so up in the air right now. I wouldn't even necessarily make that claim for this upcoming season. I just think that that's the correct answer historically. But, you know, fuck knows, it could be bloody China or something in like a year or so. One of the greatest parts about this game is that the regions have been very even in terms of parity. Even in terms of parity? That's just an exercise in tautology. Even in terms of the skill and success. But yeah, I think America's has edged it slightly over Valorant's history. Especially when you consider that North America was already good and then you added Loud into that. These commentators are great. Okay, well, Gen.G certainly had their opportunities to win that pistol round. And they failed. Let's skip through this, I think. Attacking team is on the eco. Probably not going to do anything. Yeah. Alright, trying to bully Foxy 9. 140. I like the textures coming in to fill the gap. But they have properly bullied Foxy 9 there. I like that opening to the round from DRX. They have the Killjoy on the other side of the map as well. I think that's a good way of beginning a bonus round. And now they're going for a triple walk down mid, anticipating that Gen.G are retaking B main. I like this call from Mako. I don't know how deep they really want to go here, though. They did this before. They walked Ethan all the way down top mid in the game against Talon, and I didn't really get what they were doing with it. Let's see whether it gets success this time. Because what happened in the Talon game was he just peeked here and died. But he did it. Brother, this strat is cooked. I don't know why they keep calling that. Like, where's the synergy there? Now Mako's just on an island and he's got nobody. It's not like Mako is bait for anybody. There's nobody playing mid or cap. Right, he does well to get another one out of it there. He might have just salvaged that by being able to get a second. But that's... I guess that must have been working in scrims. Like, people were just not paying attention to top mid or something. Surely Munchkin's not allowed to clutch this, though. Flashback's in a really nice spot. Yeah. Okay. I think everything there in that round was good from DRX apart from the massive walk down mid by Ethan. And Mako. But Mako managed to get 2 out of it, so hard to complain. But I don't think he would most of the time. Let's skip some of these attacking eco rounds, I think. Mako, hello. Just stood there looking at the recon dart against a team full of sheriffs. So Texture and Foxy trying to make something happen in mid based off the A pressure, but doesn't really look likely. Don't see people do that one way very often. Tiles. This is the lineup that Goblin God was trying to teach me.
왜 KO까지 B로 보내가지고 A에다가 제로 포인트를 꼽았을까? 뭔가 노림수가 있구나.
Supposed to break the turret, didn't break the turret.
대기하고 있구나.
I like the fact that he's learned the lineup, but yeah, as you can see, not the most consistent thing in the world.
그러니까 지금 젠지는 머릿속에 얘네 척후대 둘 다 B에 있어. 이게 있어요, 지금.
It's quite nice when you have a nanoswarm lineup on defense to get rid of the turret, actually. Ah, Texture didn't smoke early enough. Oh, and Karen beefed his teleport as well, but he didn't get punished for it. Where on earth is Foxy9 going? What is this? The round is going to be over before he has any impact. Brother, it's a 1v5 and he's here. That's crazy. Just relax, man. Like, play a little more with your team.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's just a save round at this point, but that's... Oi, oi, oi. I don't know that Foxy9 has the lurk brain. If he'd actually been trying to contest them over towards Tree during this fight, maybe some of his players on site would have survived as well, because he would have drawn attention from Flashback and Mako. Karen's the only player in mid. What a weird strat from Gen.G. Sorry, what's going on here? They're running a 4-1 default. Where... So this is really strange. Usually when you do a disguised hit, you make it seem like everybody's coming from A main, but then you like get somebody fast up catwalk as a backstab. So it feels like it's 5A, but it's actually 4, or maybe sometimes even 3. But this is like they're putting the pressure through here. So this is supposed to be where you're looking, and then they're going to try to explode out A as a surprise? This just seems backwards to me. Karen's supposed to be making himself look big and feel like there's a lot of people here. He's had a KO flash, now he's doing an Omen flash. But at the end of the day, he just runs in and dies, and it's not like it even helped him get the A site. I don't understand that. That one needs to go back to the lab. I don't know what they were cooking with that one. That was certified burnt in the kitchen.
제가 봤을 때 DRX가 무조건 보완을 할 수 있는 부분이라고 생각이 되고요. 그러니까 더욱더 강해질 여지가 남아 있다는 거죠. 그렇죠.
I do like the DRX are putting an emphasis on pushing out B main early and trying to clear that turret. I think it's a good way of trying to start your rounds. Tech's just getting caught so much on these kind of engages. That one's, I think, a little unlucky. Couldn't really see it from Ethan's POV. Karen is trying to hard carry this round. Mako sticks it. He doesn't know where the Gen.G players are. Didn't know whether they were left, right, on top of him. Foxy9 gets away with that one. He looked like he was AFK. Oh, Hyunmin. Oh. Hyunmin has been occasionally really good and had quite a lot of those tragic moments over this tournament. I've been pressed. Not impressed, not depressed, just pressed. I've been whelmed.
You should run.
자, 봉쇄 찍고 젠지기의 선택은 일단 비었습니다.
카운터 화살.
자, 먼저 들어왔고요. 자,
Are they going to try to use KJ ult to retake here? I think that would be quite difficult for freeing.
설치하는 봉쇄가 제일
Munchkin holding flank. Nice angle. That's a really nice off angle. It's right as the... Oh, he's so fucking good at the moment.
거의 동점 확정인데요. 이러면
He's farming.
먹어야 돼요.
Yeah, that off angle is so nice because it's just as you would be readjusting your crosshair placement to properly swing into B main, and he just catches freeing like looking at the wall. Yeah, Munchkin really is frying in this event.
자, 10대 10 동점입니다. 자, 아탄이 입구 한번 막아봤고요. 연막 올리면서
Two suppressed. And then when they run away, they've inserted Karen over towards A main. I like this. So now you go and fake a little bit of mid to B pressure. Like, go and break alarm bot and then go back split A. Oh, they didn't break alarm bot because Freeing's put it deeper down mid.
이거 드론 통해서 누굴 잡아 데려가는 게 아니면은
Does that end up ruining their plans?
부족하거든요.
Nice shot.
너무 잘 잡은 거 아니야, 방금은.
On a jumping jet on a weird angle.
야, 우리 현민. 예.
다만 저렇게 잡은 게 어디로 이동하고 싶었던 건지를 모르는 게 변수입니다.
맞습니다. 자, 그 선택은 A였고요.
스위치 정리하는 파편타.
네. 자, 폭신아인이
Hyunmin dies to Foxy9 in mid. Athan hasn't been able to do anything. In fact, he hasn't even tried to spam. This is a nice round from Gen.G in terms of their macro. And Athan wasn't quite able to react and do anything against the KO ult.
DRX는 봉쇄가 있기는 한데 사냥꾼의
What we've seen from Gen.G previously is that they play A main post plants with Yeoman and Munchkin. Oh, the suppression.
오 마이 갓.
화살 집어넣어.
빨리 빼야죠.
And that completely toasts Karen, and it toasts Munchkin. One player detained. They're not clearing hell. Oh god, they're not clearing hell. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're not clearing hell. Wait, they are clearing hell! They thought about it at the end. That's a silly round. That is a silly round. But, I mean, Athan completely destroys this.
봉쇄가 있기는 한데 사냥꾼의 분노가 있어서
Ult. Sova ult. And then Athan's preemptively throwing his knife to try to tag onto the Sova. Completely catches him. What I'm a little bit confused about, though, is I've seen Munchkin and Yeoman play offsite really, really well against this post-plant spot previously, and they didn't do it this round. Munchkin was just hiding in hell. A bit strange.
자, 젠지
I mean, Munchkin nearly won it just by getting detained on site.
이게 왜 이렇게까지 안 나올까?
네.
묶인 건 하나였는데 쟤네는 안 묶여 있었어. 그럼 뭐지?
어디지?
네, 계산을 빨리 끝냈습니다, 아탄이.
등잔 밑이 어두웠습니다. 그 어두운 등잔 밑을 잡아냈었던 아탄. 11대
So is Athan pronounced like a thun? Because it's supposed to be Leviathan? So you have to pronounce it like a thun. Because if so, that's terrible.
remaining. Last players.
숫자가 줄잖아요. 그래서 앞에 언제든지 교전 합류하려고 서 있었던 건데 이게 스노볼이 크게 구르네요.
자, 11대 10. DRX 매치 포인트 바로 코앞까지 왔습니다. 자, 맞고 바로 앞쪽 벽 뒤에 사람이 있어요.
자, A 협업.
카론
카론이 끊기지만 않으면
끊겼어요.
되는데
끊겼습니다. 연막
이러면
없음.
A 사이트 줘도 돼요.
예.
근데 안 줘요.
파편탄으로 한번 막아냈고요.
현민이 해븐 지르는 거 보고 있습니다.
텍스 오랜만에.
또 에이스의 숙명이죠, 이럴 때.
예. 아차리.
아탄이 근데 조금 더 버텨줘야 되거든요.
못 버텼습니다.
That looks so strange. When you get dinked like that, your head just flies backwards, but you're still walking forwards. Are you doing the limbo towards your opponent?
오히려
Little silent jump, I think, has just cooked Munchkin, surely. Yeah, he's not expecting that.
완벽한 양각.
예.
허드끼고 싸워야죠. 요맨이
I was gonna say, oh, dude, Yeoman is so nice in the clutch.
11점을 만듭니다. 요맨.
와, 양
내가 너희 현민.
Ethan is pronounced like the goddess Athena.
현민
What?
선수가 앞전 라운드에서는 텍스처에게 졌거든요.
네. 자, 그렇지만 이번에 미드 현민에게 힘을 실어주는 올빼미 드론.
Not used to seeing texture on the Vandal. I never pay attention to whether people use Phantom or Vandal. Is that why he was sucking so much in this game?
서론이 여기 있는 거 알고
Or did he swap halfway through from Phantom to Vandal?
갑니다.
Because he wasn't feeling it on the Phantom.
오히려 현민의 위치만 들켰습니다.
현민이 카론 잡아냈습니다. 그리고 폭시라인 현민 제거 트레이드.
폭신아이는 본대 합류해야 돼요.
예. 자 4대 4의 구도에서
If you base it off the Latin pronunciation, so like Atan. Atan sounds kind of good, yeah.
법한 지금 젠지의 타이밍이고요.
자 DRX는 무력화 있습니다.
아 근데 이게 타이밍이
I mean, that's roughly what the Japanese casters are saying, right?
40 언더로 예. 이러면
Wait, am I losing my mind? Are these Korean casters?
들어서
무력화 그리고 아탄 꽉! 아!
It's Korean casting, isn't it?
자 아탄이
이러면 해븐 뛰어나오죠.
사이드 막아내고 있고요.
I never said I was a linguist.
DRX가 먼저 가나요?
DRX 살아남았습니다. 먼치킨만
구슬이라도
예.
먹자.
끝난 거 아니니까.
아, DRX가 먼저 매치 포인트.
네. 그리고 여기
I think my identification of languages would be significantly worse than the average person.
그렇죠. 이거 하나 때문에
쿵 포인트. 예.
네, 무력화 명령이 마지막 라운드.
I can't tell accents or languages.
맞습니다.
그래서 추가 킬을 안 주기 위해 DRX가 참습니다.
자 그럼 여기까지 젠지가
야, 근데 방금
그럼 여기
네.
자 그 구슬까지 먹을 거 알고 있으니까 아탄이 한번 봤고요. 요맨이 구슬 선수 이후에 뒤쪽으로 빠집니다.
사냥꾼의 분노 올렸고요.
네.
근데 상대방의 화력
DRX have been doing a lot of this, like, re-clearing or pushing out one of the extremities at the start of the round. And Gen.G don't really seem inclined to try to contest them for it. They're just getting all of this info really nicely.
미니맵 보시면
Like, DRX now know that it's not an A hit. They can start rotating a player off A, I think.
아니면은 뒤로 해서 돌릴까 이 생각하고 있거든요.
예. 어쨌든 자 젠지의 이 움직임에 따라서 DRX
Name 100 languages? I don't think I could name 100 languages, actually. I mean, I could name quite a lot of languages, but not 100.
가능한 상황입니다. 올빼미 드론에 아무것도 안 지키면은 젠지 들어갈 뭔가가 없죠.
뭐가 있어야 들어갈 거 아니에요. 정보가 없는데.
Also, it would depend what you guys counted as a language, I suppose.
이걸
Oh.
그리고 한 번 더. 오! 자 여기까지 긁은 거 잘 긁은
So now that you've forced DRX into backside, this is where I love just leaving B.
그런데
아탄이 조금
Surely that gets traded? No, you're all just running catwalk.
오퍼로 기다리나요?
Yoman is left to try to contain these players. He's a fucking freak. He thought there was only two inside though. Oh, Hyunmin! Amazing play from Hyunmin. I think he's just won them the game.
몰라요. 깍스키니 샤팅.
2 HP. What an amazing finish to this game, actually, though. That's a sick finish to the game.
DRX가 젠지를 잡아내고 2승을 신고합니다.
But yeah, I think that Gen.G weren't being proactive enough on the defense against DRX after seeing how well that worked against Talon. And then I also think that when Gen.G were on their attack side, they didn't abuse the fact that DRX fall back into defensive setups really quickly. And they just kind of allowed DRX to control the tempo by pushing out the B main and A main areas constantly. Bit of a macro failure in my opinion. But also, I mean, looking at the stats, I really didn't think it was that bad of a game from Foxy9. He had like a 0.45 rating. I mean, he didn't play well, but like, I didn't think it was atrocious. He just wasn't seeing very much. Dude, he had 21 deaths. I didn't even realize. I guess he was just losing a lot of... I guess there were some bad moments, but it didn't feel much worse than a lot of his games. It felt kind of similar, but I guess he just wasn't getting the kills he normally does. Texture, though, had plenty of whiffed moments. Like, really important ones. Alright. What are your thoughts on Yeoman so far? Upgrade compared to Lakia or no? I think he will be an upgrade compared to Lakia, yes. I think he's going to end up fragging more consistently than Lakia. If you look at Yeoman's... I mean, this is a bit of a, like, troll way of doing this, but if you look at his stats from this tournament, I would imagine they're good. Yeah, pretty good. If you have a look at... Okay, so they won this tournament, right? So let's have a look at a tournament where Lakia won. So we could have a look at maybe like Pacific or something. Let's go to Lakia's page, actually. So let's go to like Pacific Stage 2, right? They won Pacific Stage 2, so I think that's a reasonable comparison. It's not as difficult as like a Masters tournament or something. So his stats should be fairly good. And then if you look for Lakia, like normally his stats are not amazing. Like his KPR in particular, like the amount that he actually puts up regular fragging is really low. He was good in terms of like being there for them, had good clutch percentage, his assists were good, utility was always good, the way he played around the map and like his info that he was gathering was good, but in terms of like actual production, it wasn't that great. 0.6 KPR is not very good. So I would imagine that Yeoman is going to be better. He's up a little bit, more like 0.68, 0.7. I would imagine that he's going to be a bit better, Yeoman, in terms of just production, damage, output, that kind of thing. But they are quite similar, actually, in these two tournaments anyway. But yeah, my gut instinct is that Yeoman's going to be slightly better in terms of being consistent. But we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, Lakia was mega clutch, and he also just played his positions really, really well. Like, if you asked him, like, when he was playing Sky on Bind, for example, he just always was getting the right info, even post-nerf Sky. If you ask him to play a spot on a map, he's, like, getting max value out of that position and how he plays the info and stuff. But does he always have his rifle out and fragging like a lunatic? No, not really. So I think Yeoman might be able to do the like impeccable, refined initiator play that Lakia was doing, but with a little bit more fragging. That's my hope. Lakia was also doing a bit of secondary calling, I believe, Galactic Sourceman. So I'm not sure it'll be that different. I think they'll probably have Yeoman, if anything, not overcalling, if that makes sense, because you don't want two IGLs on a team. So I think they'll ask Yeoman to tone it down if he ends up calling too much. Now, I'm gassing the guy up, but I'm just looking at his ADR in this game, and it was under 100, so... something might have gone wrong in this one. Everybody else has over 200 ACS. He's on 150, so... let's have a look at this.
폭로의 등장. 장내가 술렁입니다. 피스톨 라운드 젠지가 선 공격입니다.
참 폭신아인도
Okay, so Talon, I feel like have been playing fairly well throughout this tournament. I quite like the move to put Premi onto Jet. I think it's slowed down their game a little bit, and I think that that's good because they can still speed it up when they need to, but the general pace is not as frenetic. Now for Gen.G, I can't remember watching Gen.G on Abyss. I must have done at some point, I think. But I really can't remember what they were cooking. I can't remember if this is an old comp or whether this is new. Double smokes, double duelist, and a Sova. Anyone remember? Were Gen.G running this at like champs or something? I don't think they could have run it very much because it hasn't made an imprint in my memory. Oh, their old breeze comp. Yes, wait, now you're reminding me. Yeah. Yes, because we were talking about it being Gen.G's breeze comp that they just ported over to Abyss. That was the phrase. That was like the sleeper agent phrase I needed for my memory to start reconnecting again. Okay. They both land headshots. Premi's got the better weapon. It's a fake, though. They're headed to A. So they've just tossed two players into the mulcher here to try to get a free plant and post plant. Sideshow, I mean, he was just like Sassy, no? And in my opinion, they're both good. They aren't like Leo and Array fragging initiators, but more like feeding info and positioning. The thing is, though, that's not how Sassy... Sassy's a weird comparison, though, because... Wait. Sassy's a strange comparison because when he was playing on Loud, he was a play for the clutch, etc. But he was also amazingly good at fragging and trading people out. And then when he played for Sen, he wasn't as great at that. He still had some of the clutch factor. I can't believe they won this round, 3v5. So I think Sassy was at his best when he was playing for Loud rather than playing. Maybe the game just got more difficult, but I think he individually dropped off a little bit between Loud and Sentinels. I think there was a couple of years or like year and a half where he was fucking around on smokes and the team was dysfunctional, might have killed a bit of his like confidence or feel for the game. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, hello, we got the bounce shock dart. But I would say Lakia has had. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, the problem that I have with your question, I'm trying to get to what the problem that I'm having with your question is, Slow Flow. The problem is that you're implying, though you're not saying it outright, that Lakia and Sassy are just as good as Leo and Narrate. And the thing is, saying this player isn't as good at fragging, but they're amazing in the, like, clutch and the way they play their util and stuff, like, Leo's got everything, man. Leo's literally got it all. Like, he's a fantastic fragger, but he's also amazing in the clutch, and he also plays his positions super, super, super well. And as for Narrate doesn't actually play Sova, so when I'm thinking about this, like, Sova position, that doesn't really make sense. But you're right, that Narrate is a very different player. But I think the implication that people who are slightly worse at fragging, like Lakia and, like, Sassy recently in his history with Sentinels, the implication that they can be as good as somebody who's an amazing fragger, even if both of the players play their positions really well, I just think is wrong. Like, you don't. You can also be an amazing fragger in those spots too, and people, but it takes like the absolute best in the world to be able to do it. People like Leo. Yeah, people like Leo, people like Rians, yeah. But they were about to jump, and Karen pushed them with a bullet. Why is Narrate in that convo though? I think because the chatter was trying to find very aggressive initiator players, of which Narrate definitely is, right? Narrate is probably the most aggressive top tier initiator player that we have in the game. But he doesn't play Sova, which kind of skews his style. Oh, were they looking for Munchkin's gun? Right. I thought they were just getting ready to jump because they were on an eco round. What? Oh, that was the clone falling off the map. Bro, I just saw someone fall off the map and thought that we were having an absolute clown fiesta to open this semi-final. That felt very much like one of their Breeze execs. Jet dashes in, Yoru TP's in, clone clears any kind of like trip setups. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Slow Flow, but what I'm saying is the problem that I was having with your question, the way that you phrased it originally, is that you're implying there's nothing wrong with playing like a feeding info and positioning player if they can't get frags. And I think you can actually... I think the problem is that the community at large tends to think that if you play a more passive, sat-back, feeding info, positioning role, you can't be a good fragger. And I think that's not true. What causes Sassy's fall off? I'm not sure, but like I said, my theory is... You'd have to talk to the guy, really. And maybe he wouldn't even recognize that he's had a fall off particularly. But I would say it's a combination of the skill in the game going up and a couple of years on Sentinels where things were terribly dysfunctional and he was playing smokes and wasn't continuing to improve every year. Sassy had a couple of years where he genuinely, like, they were just wasted years for Sassy. It was like a year and a half of him fucking around playing smokes and, like, having a team that was utterly dysfunctional around him. It's difficult to get back to the top level if you haven't been practicing your role the entire time at the top.
상황입니다.
그래서 폭신아인의 크루즈까지 잡아냈고요.
But also, I don't think that Sassy fell off massively. It might have just been a normal decline that he was going to have.
잡혔었습니다.
근데 이렇게 계속
네.
세이브되는 그림 자체가 결코 좋은 거는 아니. 맞아요.
저희들이 걱정을 많이 했는데
The Sky meta didn't help? No, it didn't. But then even when he went back to Sova, they had that weird period of time where they couldn't get a win with him playing Sova, even though he was playing the Sova really well. But yeah, you're right. The Sky meta definitely didn't help because that was antithesis to his kind of original playstyle.
이것도 투전략가의 어떤
But I think it's important to recognize that Sassy wasn't as good in 23 and 24, even with him winning titles in 2024, as he was in 2022. Because if you say that he was just the same the entire time, if people didn't watch him play in 2022, they're gonna not realize like how incredible he was. They're just gonna think he was always the same. We're all forgetting how goated Sideshow Sova is. My Sova's improved, man. Genuinely, legitimately, it's improved. It's now, I would say, it's gone from being a plat level Sova to an ascendant level Sova. Is my Sova good enough to get me wins in Immortal? Yes, but I don't feel comfortable with it. But yeah, it's holding its own out there. Sassy was literally better than Aspas when Loud won champs. I don't remember that being the case. I remember he was fantastic. But I remember that being less than Aspas's tournament. And Pancada, actually.
Spike planted.
Memories tend to get a bit faulty, though, over that period of time. Or that length of time, I should say. Well, they're fucking dominating at the moment. Like, this is not close. If you go back and look, actually, because I looked this up, there was at the very end of Champs, when Loud won, there was a community vote as to who the MVP was. And I think it was tied exactly between Aspas and Les. And then the Spike.GG awarded the MVP to Pancada. So if you Google who the MVP was, it comes up with Pancada. If you ask the community at the time, they thought it was like Aspas or Les. So, oh, my camera's fucking broken. I would say the fairest narrative around that tournament is that there actually wasn't a like standout player, and it was genuinely everybody on the team was playing at a nuts level. Because I agree, it was a really good tournament from Sassy as well. It was an excellent tournament from Sassy and Pancada and Aspas and Les, actually. Maybe it's not Aspas's best of all time, but it was still a really good tournament.
자, 우주 장벽이 만들어져 있습니다. 이게 다른 팀들 같은 경우는 우주 장벽으로 인한 페이크나 아니면은 극단적으로 좁은 우주 장벽으로 스파이크 설치하고 빼자 이게 되는데
네.
투전략 가다 보니까 또 하나의 페이크가 들어갈 수 있어요.
그래요. 자, 폭신한 차연포를 통해서 일단 상대 찍어줍니다.
지금 보시면은
예.
아스트라 여기 있잖아요.
Okay, this time Ban tries to take matters into his own hands, looking for the people on the other side of the map. They're doing a lot of fakes here, Gen.G. Oh, escaped. But Munchkin had to stick that, so he's just kind of screwed both ways there. Could have definitely found a better place to TP to Munchkin. This is why Aspas is overrated to me, because his international event stats have never been best in the world. The thing with international stats, though, is that they do tend to get skewed quite a bit by, like, players. If you just look at the best stats players internationally, they tend to be very good players on shit teams. People like Laz, when he went out of tournaments early with Zeta. Fucking who else would always be up towards the top of these kind of things? I can't remember. Like Woot? I mean, Woot was a truly unusual scenario, though, right? Like, when that's not normal to have a player like Woot. We were talking about it at the time as like, holy shit, this could be a generational performance. But yeah, I would agree that Aspas has not been hands down the best player internationally, but it's a consistency argument with Aspas. It always has been. That he's like spent years of being one of the best players in the game with really no drop-off. There's not been a period of time where he's been bad. It's not that he's always the best, but he's like, if you're always top 5 and the people above you are always changing, over a long enough time period, you're going to be considered number 1. Yeah, Heat back when he started playing, yeah, it was always crazy high in terms of the stats. Because remember also that the international events used to have teams that could never compete. Like, you would just turn up, beat the shit out of somebody like Crazy Raccoon, and it would boost your ACS by like 400. So, unless you played the whole tournament and got some wins and got some losses, and it averaged out, the international results were too small of a sample size and often skewed horribly. Yeah, Kesnit always has incredible stats as well, but I wouldn't call Kesnit the best player in the world. He is undoubtedly a extraordinarily talented player, but me, I'm not big on the kind of play style that he has. I don't think it's conducive to a consistent winning team. Oh. They're getting some decent value out of playing A main super aggressively. He gets the kill with the all breach ulted up body shot with the AWP. Alright, Gen.G need to be dealing with this A main aggression now in the next round. Durka had the highest ACS in one of the Masters, I remember, but Fnatic went out pretty early. Yeah. I'm not saying it always happens like that, but that is one of the confounding factors that you have to consider when you're looking at international stats. How do I like this comp from Gen.G? I think it's interesting. I mean, I quite like it. I think that on a map like this, you do end up doing a lot of burst plays into A and B. They've mixed in some nice fakes. They can go mid pretty heavily as well because they're running a double smoke comp. A double dome smoke comp is going to find it easy to deny information in mid and create some split situations. So I quite like it. I know that a lot of people think that you need info sentinels on maps like this, but I actually think the info sentinels are kind of wank, man. On a big map like this, on defense, you're pretty much just loading them in one area. You're not using them for info. You're just using them to actually anchor the site. And they're great for anchoring. But I think one of the smokers can also do something similar. And then on the attack side, you're putting your trips like so far towards your own spawn. You know, you're tripping like these kind of areas that they're not even really that useful. If someone's managed to push fully out of like A, for example, either you're heavily committed to B, or you're on the mad rotate back, and they could just be pushed up in these kind of positions where your sentinel wouldn't help you anyway. So I'm not hardcore on the info sentinels are a must, like I think Sliggy is. Sliggy tends to talk about that quite a lot on maps like this and Lotus. I'm not as info sentinel pilled. I still think they're good. I just don't think they're, if you're not playing them, you're trolling kind of status. I could hear some weird person talking in my house, and Bees put a podcast on blasting in the shower. So it sounds like there's somebody outside my door talking to me. And I don't recognize the voice. It's so weird. I thought she was having a conversation with the neighbors or something. Is it Joe Rogan? No, it's not Joe Rogan. But she does listen to, oh, what's it called? The one where they, Knowledge Fight. The one where they, like, fact check and take apart Alex Jones with the two comedians. So I do often have Alex Jones' voice blasting through my house.
남아있다는 건 우주장벽
But she's not listening to InfoWars.
자, 위쪽으로 한번 긁었어요. 그리고
I swear.
위쪽에서 계속 상대를 괴롭히고요.
자, 우주장벽 두 줄 그어줬습니다.
Did they debunk gay frogs in the water? Yeah, I think they probably did a long time ago.
와,
자, 그리고
As a gay frog.
에이 살아나는데요.
네.
Why wouldn't you want gay frogs?
자, 폭시 라인이 다 위쪽으로 좀 올라와 왔고요. 프리미.
Lots of animals are super
그렇죠.
unusual in terms of how they in terms of how they reproduce and change sexes throughout their life and stuff. Is it a clownfish that if they mate and the female dies, the male becomes the female or something? There's some fucking awesome shit out there in the animal kingdom.
순간에 아 이거 내가 로프 타고 올라가야겠다. 이렇게라도 각을 벌리지 않으면은 우리는 불리한 교전을 할 수밖에 없어.
네.
이 판단이 순간 판단이 너무 좋았습니다.
카론의 첫발이 빗나갔고
I think Talon are doing quite a good job here of
위험했었는데
finding the weakness in Gen.G's comp and really trying to push super heavy in spots where they think Gen.G are not going to be holding well.
달랐다고 할 수 있는 그런 상황이 됐습니다.
그렇습니다. 올라온 이후에 플레이도 굉장히 좋았었던 젠지. 6대
I love that recon dart, by the way. I've seen DRX do that quite a lot. I've been doing that in my rank games as well.
승부를 갈랐다고 할 수
You throw this recon, it tells you, like, no, people are not breaking this recon. It lands, like, up here. It scans everybody in bottom mid. And it'll get you so much info to start pushing out the extremities. It's a ranked winner, this recon dart. It seems really simple, but it's actually so nice. Because, like, you know now that there's 4 people in mid, if your jet wants, they can go and take a deep angle over towards B. They know there's only one person they need to fight. If you want, you can start taking more space over towards A. It just gives you such a nice peace of mind. And then if it doesn't scan anybody, you know there's nobody in mid, you can do a double walk down mid if that recon doesn't find anyone and be fast on the flank for a retake. Look, Ban and Jit Boys are able to take so much space based off that recon.
더블은 안 되죠. 먼치킨.
Look at how aggro they are on both sides of the map. Oh, well, that's not supposed to happen like that. You're not supposed to both get sprayed down by Munchkin using a Vandal.
다만 추가 병력이 있다는 거는 생각하기 힘들 수도 있어요. 피해 망상으로
네. 프리미 피해망사 맞았어요. 야, 근데 그냥
좋겠는데요?
뭐눈 감고도 빠집니다. 와!
So many mid-air shots happening today.
아니 뭐 슈퍼 플레이가 난무하는데요. 자, 스파이크 설치. 자, 프리미 오퍼레이터.
그러면은 또 세이브하는 게 맞는 선택일 것 같은데
방금 전에 새로 산 오퍼레이터 따끈따끈한 건데.
이게 또 카론이 미드에서 킬냈다 보니까
네.
비가 불안해서 본인들 수비 시작 지점으로 빠질 수밖에 없습니다.
이러면 말씀해 주셨던 것처럼 프리미는 빠졌고요. 사이퍼는 그래도 미드 쪽 한번 쳐다보면서 천천히 뒤쪽으로 도망갑니다.
이게 이번 라운드 설명을 드리자면 젠지가 미드에서 다 찍혔죠. 근데 A는 패배를 했지만 B에서 승리를
I see the VODs are going well. Yeah, they're going fine.
반대
Why can't you yell wow like the Korean Japan casters?
전에 아쉬운 부분들이 확실히 좀더 눈.
I definitely yell some shit. I don't yell wow. I'll yell what?
그래서 뭐 이제 그런 것들이 어떻게 보면은 노련미라고
The fucking the Widowmaker clip from King's Row where Fleda just gets the headshot after headshot and the whole every time the highlight is used it's just me going what
쌓아 나갈 수 있는 부분이니까.
자, 이어지는 11번째 라운드.
Why don't you have a third caster to just yell people's names? Maybe we should.
세이브가 되어 있습니다. 젠지 3명이 찍혀 있고요.
찍혀도 상관이 없는 정보이다 보니까
That's an extremely ambitious peak from Primi. Why would he's swinging out aiming at the ball like this is a terrible peak from Primi.
카론.
바로 지를 거라고는 프리미도 생각 못한 것 같아요.
네.
Oh yeah, I mean watching without a HUD is a pain in the ass.
그렇습니다.
미드 정보 차단되면은 자연스럽게 사이드는
It's not too bad, but it's kind of bad.
네.
그거를 기다리고 있는 젠지고, 그러니까 상대의 어떤 흔들림을 일단은 받아먹고 가보자. 근데 안 나와? 그러면 우리는 미드를 바탕으로 해서 어느 사이트든 싸먹을 수 있어. 이 어떤 자원 밑바탕이 근간이 되는 거죠.
그렇습니다.
If I consider casting in a British accent, what do you think I'm doing?
콩콩 뛰는 쪽은 탈론일 수밖에 없습니다. 자, 일단 브리치는 더 이상 나오는 모습들은 없고요. 그러면 젠지
It's crazy how many people think I'm American, actually.
근데 이제 변수라면
예.
탈론이 그냥 결단을 내리고
A real British accent? No true Scotsman would speak like this.
이거는 변수가 될 수 있습니다.
4대 3. 자, 분명히 이거 탈론도 막아낼 수 있을 만한 힘이 있습니다.
That's very Tory of you, actually. That's incredibly Tory of you in the chat.
크루즈가 핵심이 될 것 같은데요.
팔아 보내고.
이러면은 뒷선으로 어떻게 들어가나요?
자, 요맨의 크루즈를 잡아냅니다.
Texture should be able to get them out of this. Yeah. That was a nice idea from Talon, I think. Setting up a triangle, the Bermuda Triangle setup, to try to catch the Jet and the Yoru as they TP in. Alas, Texture managed to get away into backside and then was able to just crunch the players.
사이퍼의 선택은 어떨지.
Talon definitely trying to adapt, though. They had that, like, pushing out on defense idea that was working fairly well for them. And then they've tried to create some heavy crossfires against the deep dive setup that Gen.G is doing. And Gen.G's comp should be attack-sided. So, getting 4, I guess, is not that bad for Talon. Primi fed that round, though. That's just a hardcore feed from Primi. That's very bold from Primi, but he got it. At least this time he was supported by a lot of utility. They just took Orb for the Breach, so now they have Breach ult. Jitboy's almost looked like he was going to get caught off guard there. Hello, hello, hello. Hello? Didn't realize the Jitboys had walked forwards. 2v4. I don't see how Gen.G are going to pull this one out. But I guess Jitboys is quite weak. Doesn't matter though, he is not. Alright, A4. That's not the worst half in the world from Talon. I think they had some good ideas. But yeah, Gen.G's comp is good on attack. Do you think Sin Priza will outperform DRX this year? I think they could. How the hell am I supposed to know? Just guess. We haven't seen the DRX team play more than like 3 fucking BO1s. It's possible. At the moment, DRX look really nice on Abyss, and the rest of their map pool doesn't look as refined. If they can get their Abyss, like if they can get the rest of their map pool a bit more up to speed with their Abyss, then maybe they can be a danger like they were last year. Personally, I don't really see it. I don't have that much faith in this DRX roster. But maybe some of the players will super surprise me. You think DRX has huge potential? Having watched a little bit of these players, I'm not feeling it just yet. But I don't know, you know, I haven't watched a lot of them playing in Tier 2 or whatever. I know that Freeing's been putting up good stats. Yeoman almost won that. Nice from Governor, though. Hyunmin is legit the best Tier 2 talent I've ever seen. From watching him in Tier 2, do you mean, Silverdew? Because his games in this tournament so far were not good. They were like, no, that's a bit too harsh. They were fine. They were fine. That's interesting though, because I mean I haven't watched him in Tier 2, so my impression's only from this tournament, and I was like, this guy is kind of meh. But maybe it's a confidence factor, maybe it's just a bad tournament for him.
이게 탈론 입장에서는 저
Just simply watch all tier 2 matches, as well as all tier 1 matches.
힘을 A에 줬는지 B에 줬는지가 지금 불분명해요.
정보가 없죠.
예, 그래서 탈론이 지금 답답한 거고 그러면은 드론을 써야 되거든요.
Demon 1 is technically tier 2 talent. What are you talking about?
아직까지 드론 들고 있는 채로 A 사이트 앞쪽에 있습니다. 나머지 인원들은 스파이크 들고 B예요.
A에다가 드론 흘리고서는
네.
B를 걸어서 파보자인 것 같거든요.
일단 드론은 소모했고요. 이러면 B쪽. 자, 하지만 젠지
예, 걸어서 파죠.
준비하고 있습니다.
걸어서 파고 거버너가 사고 냈고 이러면은 B 사이트 흔들립니다.
A full walk up round from Talon seems a bit dangerous on a
벤달 먹었습니다. 먼치킨.
round like this, but okay, Munchkin doesn't get it, so there's all the danger gone.
이어지는 후반전 라운드 진행됩니다.
EG assigning a tier 2 talent called Yay? Never heard of the guy.
자, 15번째 라운드. 폭신아인 위치 잘 숨겼고요.
Alright, Foxy9 dodges the recon, goes for a swing. Does he catch ban?
미드를 그냥 이 정도 정보만 쥐고 있어도
네.
폭신아인이 끊기지만 않으면 되거든요.
근데 벤이 요 앞까지 온 걸 폭신아인 선수는 전혀
The recon dart towards the back there does not seem very good.
쉽게 움직여야 돼요. 본대가 결국 A에서 작업을 할 거기 때문에
예.
A 입성한 이후에 출발해도 됩니다.
Okay, Ban just heard the Yoru TP. Yoman's gonna get caught by this.
그런데 하지만 걸렸습니다. 잡아냈고요.
What the hell is going on the A site over here? Sorry, I gotta rewind and look at this. So they've Astra smoked, then they've pulled, paranoid,
하지만 걸렸습니다.
TP'd. Munchkin kills Primmy, which makes sense. Primmy, however, still kills Foxy9 in the midst of all of that, who dropped from heaven.
백업은 늦어질 수밖에 없고요. 여기를 카론이 그냥 다 이겨줘야 돼요.
Oh, Karen is a fucking legend, so he picks up everybody else.
벤이 마음이 조금 급해지거든요.
Dude, Karen is a freak. He's just won them this round. Actually, maybe he hasn't. Governor could possibly clutch this still.
반대에서 와서 스파이크 다운이고요.
If he gets a clean kill on texture. Nah, it's done, isn't it? It's done.
연막 두 번째 거 펼쳤어요.
어떻게 할 건데 나올 거야?
나와요.
우리 보고 있습니다. 그대로 마무리. 다시 한번 달아납니다. 젠지 스포츠. 자, 다시 한번 미드.
I mean, I assume, Robbie, that that's just because he was playing for Sen, and Sen is super popular.
그렇게 흘러 들어오는 거를 원치는 않는 상황이기 때문에
예.
이번에는 이전 라운드보다 좀 과감한 팀이 나올 것 같고요.
That's a whiff. That's the kind of situation I expect Foxy to be good.
일단 수는 맞췄습니다. 하지만 미드에 대한 정보가 없는 젠지.
저거를 미드 정보를 다시 탈환하려고 하는 것보다는 사이드를 강화하는 방법도 있는데
네.
일단 요맨이 손 안 대고 올빼미 드론으로 클리어를 해줬다는 거.
That really is one of the hypotheticals of all time, Shiv.
큽니다. 자, 텍스처의 선택이죠. 텍스처의 선택. 킹덤 탈출 텍스처. 아,
What the fuck am I watching here?
교환됐습니다. 텍스처와. 그리고 요맨.
It definitely still feels awkward anchoring B without the cipher.
교환. 자, 위쪽도 알고 있죠? 여기. 와,
They didn't. Karen is just the greatest. Karen has just won them back-to-back rounds.
어제는
He's just unbelievably good.
그런데 오늘 나오잖아요.
네, 해결사 막내 카론 이런 거 원했었거든요 팬분들이.
아유, 결승전에 나오면 되죠.
네,
파죽지세로 그냥 밀고 나갔습니다. 텍스처의 오퍼레이터 들고 있는 라운드입니다.
Sen could sign Hiko and everyone would say he's the best tier 2 talent. I saw a clip of Hiko with an incredible clutch on Sunset recently in Ranked.
이번에 미드
I'll be honest with you, I didn't realize he still played the game.
어차피 상대방이 먹을 시간 우리가 그걸 원천 봉쇄할 필요는 없어. 먹었다면은 그 다음 턴에 우리가 확인만 하면 돼. 그래서 올빼미 드론을 지금 쓰는 거거든요.
그렇습니다.
걸렸어요 벤.
자, 첫 번째 오퍼레이터는 빗나갔고요. 하지만 폭신한이 있습니다.
C9의 백업이 너무 좋았고요.
네. 자, 그러면 A 쪽으로 뛰는데. 자, 아스트라 있거든요. 카론.
근데
카론.
벤 위치
어,
조심해라.
깍꿍. 그리고 이것도 카론입니다.
Karen is just playing these situations perfectly.
그리고 마지막.
Honestly, his viewership from what I was looking at, because I looked at him on Twitch yesterday, doesn't really seem great. But
크루즈가 좀 좋은 상황.
I think that's what happens when you spend quite a while out of the limelight.
어디야?
He had a few hundred viewers.
하지만 크루즈 스파이크가 멀기 때문에 라운드를
Have you seen the clips of Nade Shot raging in ranked? No, not recently. I mean, I have like from like a year ago or whatever.
찍어버리면은
자 11대
과 궁극기를 로 해놓고서는 우리는 미드와
텍스처의 오퍼레이터 다시 한번
씁니다 같은 연기를 카론이 한 거예요.
네. 자 그런 연기를 다시 한번 보여줄 수 있을지 보겠습니다. 11대 6에서 후반전 라운드 지속됩니다. 텍스처의 오퍼레이터 다시 한번.
이거는 젠지가 이렇게 앞으로 밀면서 브리치가 지진강타를 스파이크 설치 후에 버티는 수성궁이 아니라 진입궁으로 쓰게끔만
Not very much assistance to set texture up here.
와, 찍히던지 말던지.
Oh, he gets out. That was a bit awkward.
오퍼레이터 한번 보여줬고요. 먼치킨까지.
Munchkin shuts down Jib Boys, though that was very close.
없어요.
네. 말씀 주셨던 사이트에서의 싸움을 계속 이겨내고 있는 젠지고요.
And texture goes back for more.
텍스처입니다.
Ban's been getting some decent value against Foxy9 through mid.
미드를 뚫긴 했는데
Foxy9's been really struggling to hold on to mid control.
미드에 갇혀버렸는데.
It's a lot to ask just one Yoru
쓰려다 말았어요.
to try to hold all of the different places that someone can push you from mid and all the different timings. But yeah, he's been doing a bit of whiffing, Foxy.
나오면 카론 만나요.
아, 화살까지 투자해주는 요맹.
Why would I want to watch Nade Shot raging in ranked?
바로 앞에. 야, 카론 놓치지 않습니다. 이러면
I see the link.
카론.
It's Jake Sucky
카론은 진짜 놓치는
drama farming off a rich guy raging in ranked, but like how is that gonna enrich my day?
자, 11대 6. 더블 포인트에서 진행되는 젠지의 매치 포인트.
I don't need rage bait.
아, 이미 젠지 선수들 약간 반취했어요.
It's funny. I think I will not find it funny. I think likely I will find it deeply saddening.
여기까지만 두 번의 마무리가 또 있었습니다.
Yeah, Garen Fraggin is enriching my day. You're right. You're right.
어제보다 오늘 월등히 좋습니다.
Where does that bounce recon go? Is that one for the back of A?
탈출.
Yeah.
자, 프리미의 칼폭 던지면서 일단 와요.
Or maybe even that lands on the pipe.
샤이퍼를 통해서 일단은 찍어주고 있는 푹시라인입니다.
이게 어떻게 보면 텍스처가 전진을 할 수 있게끔 만들어주는 차원 표류가 됐고요.
네.
Alright, so now we have texture just barreling towards the backlines. Does he updraft over the trip?
생강타를 쓰고서는 밀어야 되는
I like that idea. It catches the clone. Nobody else.
뒤쪽.
Oh, that's a lovely Soveralt. That's a lovely Soveralt from Yeoman.
거버러가 또 텍스처를 잡아요.
Texture did get caught on the flank though.
와, 프리미.
And Primi kills Karen.
교전으로
The only person to take down Karen so far.
찍혔고 순간적으로 한번 해봤습니다만.
Should be round over. Soon as Texture's flank gets shut down
되어 있습니다.
and Karen dies,
보니까
should be round over.
선수들이고요.
Hello.
프리미가
I heard your podcast going in the shower, and I thought it was
자, 먼치킨이 프리미를
you
잡아냈습니다.
having a loud conversation with somebody
다만
else.
상황이
It sounded like there was another human in the
이길
house.
수 있는 상황은 아니에요. 예.
아, 형은
No, it didn't sound like you. It sounded like someone talking to you, but like loud right outside my door. No, it's fine. I was just confused.
뭐 거의 뭐 텍스처가
What podcast was it though?
조종하고 있어요. 먼치킨을.
진짜
참 되게
예.
신기한 것 같아요. 형은 죽어도 돼.
Why do you watch that stuff?
자, 그래서 어쨌든 그 살린 오퍼레이터 덕분에
Background
뭔가
stuff.
젠지의 베스트
Alright, fair
운영으로
enough.
나올 수 있는 상황이 됐습니다.
Fair enough. Lovely. Love you. No, go relax. I asked her what the podcast was about. She said it was about
매치 포인트이기 때문에
Diddy's connection to Dan Mastiff or something. Dude, I don't even know the names she was saying. I don't fucking know what the hell you're watching.
모든 걸 투자했는데
자, 부자 쪽 옵니다.
Some
그렇죠, 젠지.
drama stuff.
카론이 일단 벤 잡아냈고 먼치킨까지. 아, 축구이 힘내주고
Okay, how are they holding on against these hits so well? So they have Paranoia, they have Pull,
있습니다. 그럼
and then Munchkin is TPing into different situations. Dude, Munchkin is absolutely cooking them. Look at this play. He paranoias from backside, so he has the best angle for the paranoia. Then he TPs into heaven. Then he drops down out of heaven to catch the person trying to punish him in paranoia. Primmy's trying to scale onto Munchkin without realizing Munchkin is nothing personnelling kid him by TPing behind him. That's so sick.
일단 벤자만의 기본 스킨까지. 아, 직보이 힘내주고 있는데.
That's really nice.
직보이 와. 텍스의 궁.
와,
이대 이.
아이스레이드 킬이 쉬지를 않네요.
그러니까요. 그리고 뒤에서 폭시나인이 천천히
And then the others are trying to flood in off the back of that. And they're playing somebody on flank fairly often too. I mean, this time Foxy9's coming behind. Previously, Texture came behind.
거버너가 살짝 뒤로 보는데.
Enemy
아,
remaining.
이번에 이겨냈고 이러면
Yeoman's calm, clean with it.
앞도 보고 뒤도 보고.
그렇죠. 망대도 괜히 신경 쓰이고.
Foxy gets shit ton of damage done.
거버너 체력 33. 아, 그대로 마무리.
Nice.
마무리.
That's looking good. That is looking good. I mean, I think that Talon had some nice ideas of what to do on their defense side, but it didn't end up working because Gen.G's player quality is so high. I think that they actually had some of the right ideas, but you know, you need to be coming up with the right ideas and executing them super well. All right, what's going on here then? So we've got Foxy9 back onto the Gecko. One thing that I'm going to be paying attention to in this map VOD review is how much Gecko utility he actually uses, because I feel like he wasn't using very much at all. And he was only playing in showers. So I hope we'll see Foxy9 move around the map a little more. And then this comp is a bit unusual as well. We've got Primmy playing the Chamber and Ban on Jet. So Governor has been playing Neon. Then they move Governor off Neon and put Primmy on Perma Duelist. Then for Bind only, they put Ban back onto his Jet that he used to play a ton of. And they've got Primmy playing Chamber. Okay, I'm not mad about it. I think it's fine, especially when you have a lot of people that have Duelist origins. But they only have one piece of drone util. They only have the dock. They don't have Boombot. They don't have Prowlers, they don't have Wingman even. That seems like a tough comp to like clear lamps, clear hookah, those kind of things. It seems like a lot of a on defense we will post up on angles and try to shoot you with Primmy and Ban strat. I would imagine on the attack side they're gonna try to post Primmy onto like this angle, or Ban, right? This angle. I think they're probably going to be doing a lot of just like holding angles and hoping that Gen.G walk into them. Somehow they won? I didn't know who won actually, so you've spoiled me. What's the vibe for Talon for 2025? Any chance for champs? Yeah, I think there's a chance for champs for Talon. APAC's pretty damn good this year, though. I think it'll still be a challenge, but I think it's possible. Their strats are decent. This version of their team where they have Primmy playing Duelist, or rather not Governor on Duelist, seems like they are able to play the slower rounds a bit better as well. I think it's possible. Give me Talon Scary. What do you have Jit Boys play then? Just full-time initiator?
Still waiting.
짜증나죠. 집보이 보세요. 문만 열고.
그러니까요. 이러면 안쪽 있어.
Last player standing.
근데 시간이 좀 많이 흘렀습니다. 이거 무조건 들어가야죠.
이러면 마무리가 되겠습니다. 거버너.
Isn't Talon doing well this tourney somewhat because they've stuck together longer than the newly formed rosters, so they're practicing set plays? Yeah, definitely. I mean, their set plays are absolutely one of the reasons why they're doing well in this tournament. But I think if they can stay creative and keep doing a lot of those set plays and not fall behind when other teams start adding them into their game, then that's a win con for them. Because they were doing quite a lot of that last year as well. It's not like Talon only looked good in this tournament. They did also look pretty good towards the end of last year by running a lot of aggressive set play oriented kind of things. I think actually their slower mid-roundy play has been slightly better with Governor off Neon. Gasper. I agree with you with the Governor Neon version of Talon. I agree completely. But I think when they don't get a pick and then always accelerate, they have actually been playing some of these slower situations a bit better.
프리미
30 seconds left.
굉장히 빨랐고요. 이것도 질보이가 먼치킨이 잡아내긴 했는데 그다음 잡아내고 둘까지.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have skipped. You know, sometimes you're in like 2v4, they're not going to get anything done here. 1v4 for Munchkin, surely he doesn't do anything. And then suddenly he kills Ban, kills Governor, and you're like, oh, it's doable. Maybe I shouldn't skip this round. Oh my god, wait, he's a freak.
하지만 위치가 왔습니다.
Oh my god, he hit him. Ah, he's so good. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. He's like 0.5 of a second off.
라운드는 내
Oh, tragedy.
이나 마찬가지였어요 이번 라운드는요.
아니 이거는 진짜
Tragedy. That was such a nice attempt, though, from Munchkin. Nearly got the 1v4. So close to getting the 1v4.
두 발짜리 셰리프 들고서는 그냥 냅다 가버리는 게.
And that was a 1v4 ace, I didn't even realize.
그러면서 탈론의 앞선 그
Yeah, very good damage, very good damage.
에이스가 있었는데 이번엔 젠지 에이스가 또 나옵니다.
There's literally that damage coming through, right? Primy's on light armor, Texture's on full armor.
The economy having a really large impact.
자, 먼치킨입니다. 이러면
Love that snake bite.
서로 간의 체력의 압박들이 좀 있었고요. 저는 스파이크 들고 뛰는
Yeah, Primy's got an unusual tempo to his game. I think he falls much more on the Aspas Demon 1 side of duelist players, where he's more reluctant to just send it for his team, more trying to
여기에서 어쨌든
create advantageous fights for himself with his own like movement and peak timings and stuff. But I think some of it's inexperience too. Like his neon looks a little uncomfortable still, Primy.
상을 폭신아인이 꽉 쥐고 있기 때문에
I think the more he plays, the more comfortable he'll get, and hopefully the more confident he'll get to play some more like aggro style as well.
30 seconds
출발이
left.
늦었어요. 카론.
자, 30초 아래쪽으로 떨어지고요. 탈론의 선택은 이렇게 되면 비사이트인가요?
아 연막
들어옵니다.
밑까지.
예.
잘
왔어요.
읽고 있어요. 잘
자,
읽고
스파이크
있습니다.
다운. 그리고 안쪽에서 그런데 크루즈의 아울로우가 두 개의 킬을
Like I certainly don't think that Primy would do very much of what Ban just did there, which is dash in, draw all of the attention, and hope that your team trades you out. I think he would have done like dash into a smoke, try to
페인트탄으로 각을
like double face with somebody else, slowly take space up onto site. It's like a slightly different. What the fuck was that dizzy from Foxy9, bro? How?
네.
Foxy. This is like the first piece of util I've seen you use, and you fucking beef it.
탈론 e스포츠 설계 라운드를 앞전 라운드가
Talon too good to be flamed by Frost this year? No. Nobody's too good to be flamed by Frost. And also, they have a humiliation kink. You've got to degrade them.
있었던 젠지였는데 아 이게 교전에서 밀렸네.
아울로우 두 방. 아, 크루즈 확실히 강력합니다.
4-player stack from Gen.G.
B 넷입니다.
네. 자, 계속해서 기분 좋은 이득은 B에서 봤거든요. 탈론.
아 추적자를 통해서 안전하게 가자는데 포박의 페인트탄까지.
바로 눈앞에 빠박. 자, 카론이 프리미 잡아냈고요. 이러면 스플릿 들어올 수 없습니다.
야 생각보다 많은데 돌리자.
예.
정보는 없지만 순간 이동기 탈 수밖에 없습니다. 왜 여기에 화력이 집중되어 있기 때문에.
그럼 욕탕 퀴즈. 예.
아 근데 벤달 들고 기다려요?
그러니까요. 아. 따끔 먼치킨. 하나 둘.
Munchkin is farming. I don't know whether it's enough.
자, 벤더 체력의 저하가 약간은 있었고요.
Depends if Ban gets this timing. No, he doesn't have the timing.
그게 크죠.
예.
Okay. Cruz should not be able to win this in a 1v3, even with ult and molly and free plant. But we'll see. Let me skip it forward 10 seconds. Nothing's going to happen in 10.
기다리고 있는
Plays fully off-site for the wraparound hookah.
보러 가는 거고.
예.
It's not planted for hookah, so... Oh, he's not playing hookah. He's playing the molly lineup.
생각입니다.
그렇습니다.
아,
궤돌격
먼저
준비 중.
궤돌격을 날리고 소위탄 던져.
Ult off first tap, then as the molly's flying through the air, the ult will be disappearing.
일단 궤돌격을 한번 저해 볼게요.
일단 쏘고요.
And now he can start pushing up. They know where he is now.
자,
Molly deploys.
실패.
Ooh, he got half, but it's done. He's won the round, hasn't he?
크루즈의 큰 그림.
Wow, nice.
성공했습니다.
I didn't think he was going to be able to do that.
텍스처까지 잡히면서
Very nice. Textbook brimstone post-plant cringe play. Should have kicked it. Yeah, they should have got in the way. Given it a header.
보여줬습니다. 그러면서 라인들을 가져왔고요. 탈론.
So 2 rounds now that Gen.G have been very, very close to winning, but Talon have clutched them
피스톨 라운드 좋은 샷을 한번 만들어냈었죠.
based on time in the post-plant.
탈론.
Yeah, the spike tap was too late.
프리미를
It was all just a time-based thing there.
거의 말뚝으로 두고 게임하고 있습니다.
네.
Too slow.
그러니까 얘네가 욕탕을 길게 보는 시야만 못 가져가면은 운영에 우리가
Foxy9 still just kind of tucked showers.
움직임.
Karen trying to fight short.
프리미는 이거 놓쳤어요. 자, 폭시라인이 프리미 잡아냈습니다.
Okay, Foxy9 finds the lurker. I don't know that Mosh is doing very much, but
자, 사이트 안쪽 설치 한번 방해해 보는데.
that's a lot of damage the Governor tanks. I don't know why he tanks it there. I think he could have waited out the molly. It's not like...
자, 이게
I think he could have waited out the nade in that position. I don't think there was very much pressure on the plant after that nade.
전 라운드도 진짜 시간이 없어서 설치를 못 했었는데.
He might be a bit worried though, considering they don't have showers control. Feels like he has to play for the stick.
젠지가 좋습니다만 시간을 많이 태운 게 약점이 될 수 있어요.
그렇습니다. 자, 그럼 나올 때 한 번에 좋은 플레이를 보여줘야 되겠죠, 젠지. 자, 요맨.
Here comes Wingman.
예.
Broken immediately, but sets up very nicely for the Yeoman flank.
근데 크루즈 뒤봐야 돼요. 아, 요맨입니다.
Yeah, another good round from Yeoman. Let me look at what Foxy9's doing with his Dizzy. So he doesn't use the Dizzy here, right? Because he's just waiting for someone to walk into him at showers. Then he mollies. Again, I don't think the molly is doing very much, and it doesn't help them deny plant.
자, 사이트 안쪽.
He doesn't use Dizzy here either.
일단 설치는 들어갔고요. 거버너는 체력의 압박을 많이 받았습니다.
Then I know he uses Wingman
맨 선수가 많이 늦는 상황.
once he comes out of showers, but is he not using Dizzy at all in the round?
전 라운드도 진짜 시간이 없어서 설치를 못 했었는데.
폭시나인이 욕탕을 쥐고 있고 요맨이 뒤를 잡았다.
Oh, he does. He uses it to clear bench.
시간을 많이 태운 게 약점이 될 수 있어요.
There it is.
자, 그럼 나올 때 한
He
번에
uses it to clear bench, jump peaks, throws Wingman onto the defuse, and then they start retaking. Okay, that's fine.
나 해도
해체에 성공했고요. 4대 1.
That's fine. I like Gen.G on Bind with Cypher way more. I think it will end up being better than playing
어제는 진짜 패배가
with the Cypher, but
성공을 봤습니다.
근데 타이밍 놓쳤어요.
벤이 먼치기를 먼저 봤군요. 이것까지.
seems like Gen.G are not really anticipating the pace that Ban is playing at.
나갔다가 폭시라인. 약간 흔들렸던 폭시라인. 자, 도로 수시까지 정리하고 B 사이트를 점거합니다. 와. 벤이 이거는 한 발짝 더 나갔다가 폭시라인.
He's just sending it instead of using any utility. Like he throws his Dizzy through the door, so it clears in case there's somebody holding like here or something like that. But then you have a molly, you have a wingman that you can throw out. Like you don't just have to run forwards with your rifle out.
약간 흔들렸던 폭시라인. 그래도 텍스처가 체이버 위에 있는 거 봤어요? 프리미 2대 1 헤드헌터.
He was prone to that with DRX2 though. Yeah, I know.
어제는 봐야죠.
예.
근데 이거 자체가 심리전이
I think
그렇습니다.
he needs a lot of refinement, Foxy9 personally. Oh my god, that's a nice round from Primi. That's a lovely round from Primi.
야, 프리미는 진짜 체인버 줄만한 에임을
Was that a 1v2 or a 1v3? At least a 1v2.
자, 이러면서 체인버 궁극기까지 일단 올린 상태로 라운드 보겠습니다. 7번째 라운드.
이제 체인버가 랑데브가 또 그 유효 거리 버프를 먹었기 때문에
네.
아마 조금 더 모습을 많이 드러낼 수 있을 거라고.
Ban is apparently a massive vibes guy.
하지만 여기 텍스처 오퍼레이터.
Texture with the win in the op battle. It looked like Primi might have still been moving there.
오퍼레이터가.
그리고 목요 계신
하나 더 폭시라인.
아 거의 세신사예요.
예.
욕탕은 그냥.
다 닦아줍니다. 완전 그냥 싹 밀어버려요.
예.
자, 먼치킨도 바인드에서의 폼이 굉장히 좋았었거든요.
이러면은 뭐 일단락이 되어 있는 상황이다 보니까
네.
이 연막 꺼지는 거 오히려 텍스처가 기다리고 있습니다.
완전히 와
That's a wallbang as well.
텍스처 입장에서 아쉬움이 느껴질 만한 샷이었고요. 이러면
I should probably skip this round. 5v3. I feel like Talon are not getting anything done here. They're gonna just send it down short. Texture's already rotated.
텍스처가 또 와서 기다리고 있어요.
예
준비되어 있는 A 사이트입니다.
맞습니다. 자 벽 올리고 일단은 쭉쭉 들어갔는데 카론이 준비 중.
저지.
카론이 준비 중. 양념을 잘
Oh my god, that's crazy. You just look, you saw that calculation in Texture's head. Like, if I shoot right in the middle of them here, they're both dead.
예.
30 seconds left.
몰아넣어가지고
Okay, you're not winning a 1v4, I'm at it.
선수의 좋은 움직임 이어지는
Weird we haven't seen more Vice this off-season. I mean, we saw a bit of Vice being played by T1. It doesn't look great. It looks like you can bait out the wall a bit too easily. And then it doesn't offer that much. Yeah, the ult feels like it should be giga powerful, but actually it just isn't because it's static and surrounding you instead of an area that you can like put it down. It just, yeah, it doesn't seem
목요 계신
자, 이거 정찰
to actually be super useful.
아, 너무 어서오세요인데요.
Lovely double kill by Foxy9. Now again, I might ask why he's trying to take a gun duel here against an unknown amount of people instead of trying to use his molly, but
자, 이거 정찰자까지 써야죠. 그렇죠.
혹시라인
아, 너무 어서오세요.
I guess it's hard to argue with getting two. But I swear to God, this guy does not use utility.
일단 A 사이트 빼고 와야죠.
이거는 제일 좋은 그림은 설치하고 추적자 바로 눌러야 돼요.
자 황혼 눌러주면서
Maybe the amount of times that he just wins an aim duel is training his brain in a Pavlovian response to believe that it's the correct thing to do to always have your gun out.
바로 추적자 눌러야 됩니다. 추적자 확인. 아, 또 쌀 구덩이까지.
Because if he's getting rewarded in those kind of positions,
자 같이
where he gets two, he might feel like it's just straight up the better play.
아닙니다.
네. 이 안쪽 오 텍스처 오퍼레이터
자, 프리미의 대기샷.
예
프리미. 오, 오늘 프리미가 텍스처한테
They're coming out of a smoke, the fight favors him? Yeah, unless they flash. And then he has to turn it. Or he gets traded and just goes 1-for-1 and they lose map control. Like, if he mollies there, he's going to force more utility out of them at the minimum. Or he's going to stop them pushing it entirely.
젠지 같은 경우에는 이기고 지고 이러다 보니까
는 진짜 목요 계신 맞네요.
I mean, your logic could be used to just... They're coming through a smoke. You're always favored. I mean, well, then we should never use mollies in front of smokes.
아홉 번째 라운드를 보죠. 자 욕탕에서의 좋은 수비를 보여주는 폭신라인. 하지만 탈론 e스포츠 개의치 않고 계속 욕탕 쪽으로 한번 시도해 봅니다.
근데 삐롱이 안 찍힌 상황에서 집보이가
네.
안 찍혔다는 정보를 주고서는 혼자 뭔가
So they've taken Shower's control at the start of the round here. Dogging from a deeper position. Looking to push Foxy back.
아 텍스처가 잘 끌었습니다.
Foxy did get pushed back, but not far enough to die from the...
Spike down A.
더 있는 거 알고 있나?
Oh, he did use his molly this round. Where did he use his molly then?
자 욕탕에서의 좋은 수비를 보여주는 폭신라인.
Wait, let's have a look.
자 저번에 라운드 이제 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 아홉 번째 라운드를 보죠. 자 욕탕에서의 좋은 수비를 보여주는 폭신라인. 하지만 탈론
Monkey Meatloaf, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. That Smurf account, thanks for the 10 months as well.
네.
And Redblade, thanks for the 16 months. I did just shave my head actually, Redblade. When did he use his... Oh, there, he just used his molly. So he just used his molly so he knows that no one can scale on top of him. And then a snakebite gets thrown down on top of it as well. Governor tries to pop flash himself through, which is very silly, but that's just trying to follow up on the Brim ult that they wasted. Throwing good money after bad.
자 사이드 쪽에서 카론 선수가 잘 마크해줘. 와 폭신라인 하나 더 됐습니다.
Nice from Foxy9.
하지만 버티고 있는 폭신라인의
I like that. I mean, there's good synergy there between what Foxy was doing and... Wait, who's playing Viper for them? Munchkin? No. Yeah.
동안 그런 얘기를 또 했겠죠. 자 B 사이드 쪽.
한번 우리가 턴을 한번 잡아보자.
네.
Alright, so this time Foxy, for the first time that I can remember, changes his positioning
이거 근데
to look for a sand crunch. Here comes the sand crunch. Tripled. Oh no, not a triple detain, a double detain. And Jitboys actually defends incredibly well on an eco.
짚보이도 묶였을 거라고 생각하는
Damn.
각이었는데
이거 젠지
You could see the vision.
아니 이거 젠지도 근데 예술인 게 탈론이 스포츠가
Maybe they could have gone for a Brimall instead. I don't know. I feel like that was pretty fine, really. It's just incredible from Jitboys.
이거 근데 TP 태워서 갈 수도
Seize, go through, get the detain. It's a lovely smoke as well, actually, by beep boop. What's his name? Cruz.
와 짚보이
This brim smoke is so good at avoiding the sand crunches.
거라고 생각하는 각이었는데
이거 젠지 입장에서 파티였었는데.
Yeah, I'm not really mad about that from Gen.G. I think that's just a really very excellent response in terms of protocol and individual play from Talon.
되어 있었잖아요. 이거
그렇습니다. 아 드라마틱한 장면이 나올 법했었는데.
Tron, you are obsessed with the Sliggy hatred of... Is it you that was
불리하긴 하겠습니다.
trying to get us to do the
야
wingman? No, it wasn't the wingman though, was it? Was it the Clove Procon thing?
잘 읽었는데.
네.
바로
It was you with the debate of Clove, yeah.
완샷이 나가지고
I was mixing it up. I thought it was a debate of wingman.
끊고 출발해야 2대3 구도에서 궤도 일격 투자하고 이럴 가치가 각이 보이거든요.
Yeah, Talon are playing pretty well here though.
이게 안 되잖아요.
It's not so much anything to do with the... No, some of it is to do with the composition actually, because Ban's been able to jump on people occasionally where it feels like Gen.G weren't expecting it.
트라이를 할 거면 궤도 일격을 냈다 꼽는
The
거
wingman plant zoom in makes it feel like they're turning on the clap now sign. I feel like the problem though is
많이 어려워.
with the audience. They wouldn't do it if the audience didn't react.
자, 먼저
But it's just such a cheap laugh.
를 해야 되는데
Or not even laugh, right? But like cheap reaction.
또 문제거든요.
그러니까요. 짚보이는 뭐 동기어진 하겠다는 마인드인데요.
The audience just loves him.
일단 먼치킨 오퍼레이터 살려갑니다.
No need to be jealous.
오늘 먼치킨이 터치 쳤고 많이 챙겨주는데
예. 그리고 봤을 텐데. 먼치킨의 오퍼레이터도
요게 너무
좋았습니다.
아쉬워요.
Last player standing.
I don't know that they do that anymore either, do they? I feel like they did that quite a lot at the beginning of last season, but I don't remember seeing it too much at the end.
그래도 오퍼는 살렸습니다.
Wingman has like 700 calories.
아, 굳이 모습을 먼저 줄
No,
필요가 없고
surely Wingman has more calories than that. Like if you roasted a Wingman and ate him,
그래서 각을 본인들
the
마음대로
entire body only has 700 calories.
자,
I feel like
아직까지는 궁극기가 돌아온 이동
He's got high levels of adiposity
욕탕 쪽도
and a lot of
트라인 하지 않고 있고
short, squat, muscular depth there. I think
쪽을 계속해서 한번 겨냥해 보는데
네.
여기도 젠지 스포츠계 인원들이
I think there's a lot of muscle and fat there. I think he would be pretty high calorie.
A에 대한 정보도
How do you know it's adipose tissue? Because he jiggle when he walk.
가는 상황이다 보니까 결국 각 사이트에서 수비하는 인원들이 자기의
What
영역을
muscle?
근데 지금 요
His legs, his arms, he's carrying the spike. The spike must weigh quite a lot for a small animal like that. Like he's got to have some decent muscle.
맨이 삐롱 클리어인 거 확인을 했어요.
He's not made of lemon jelly.
세 명인 거 오케이 괜찮아.
He's not. He's a living, breathing animal with muscle and fat.
계속해서 수비 라인 집중합니다. 카론이 벤장을 했고요.
And you would roast him alive? No? I'll tell you what I would do to eat Wingman. Have you ever seen the thing where they like they put they're eating the bird whole, and so they put the towel over their head because they don't want God to see them? What is that where they're eating it? That's what I would do with Wingman. I would put a towel over my head, I would cook him whole, and I would eat him out of sight from where God was able to witness me. Ortolan, is that what it's called? He could be composed of Newtonian fluid. I mean, that doesn't explain how he'd be able to walk. That just means if I slap his belly, it'd be hard, and if I prod his belly, it'd be soft.
욕탕 입구 쪽에 스킬 투척하면서 계속 제어하고 있습니다.
I don't think it's a religious meal, Lou.
예. 설치를 줄
I think it's just a strange French tradition of eating a small bird.
한번 더.
어비스에 이어서 카론.
예. 에이스 두 번 나올 수 있습니다.
Where Leo Faria can't see, I will hide my head.
여기 있습니다. 카로리 아직 여기까지.
Cruz isn't winning that.
포인트를
Does he have bones? I think it'd be quite difficult for him to stay upright without bones. Yeah, I would imagine so. I think he's got a skeleton.
여전히 젠지 브림스톤의 궤도일격은 있고요.
궤도일격 있다는 거 자체도 좀 크죠.
네.
The cups in Beauty and the Beast didn't have muscles and they moved.
뭐가 좀 빠르게 봐.
Right, well, obviously not everything that moves has muscles. Like my clock moves, but it doesn't have muscles. It's got mechanics inside it, springs, batteries. But he looks like an organic being, so he probably has muscles.
스킨이 타이밍 너무 잘 읽었습니다.
Where do his bones go when he's in orb form?
독성 장막이 올라온다.
They spontaneously produce and dissipate and turn back into whatever gelatinous mush he's originally made of.
그러면은 본전이다.
그러니까요.
He has an incredibly high rate of,
자, 연막 공사를 하면서
what would you call it? Like,
앞쪽을 잘 막아냈습니다.
basically he's like a butterfly in a cocoon.
먼치킨이 보고 있습니다.
The metamorphosis that he undergoes when he transfers from his orb form into his active form,
저거 준비 중.
almost spontaneous.
텍스처가 오퍼이기 때문에
It really is one of nature's miracles.
준비 중. 준비 중. 던지고.
I appreciate that from Texture, just to throw the fucking satchel at them.
뭔가 각이 보이니까 추적자를 누르기는
It definitely feels like Gen.G are coming back into this one fairly well.
수적 우위를 무조건 활용해야 됩니다. 혹시나 혼자 하려고 할 필요는 없어요.
맞습니다.
없는 척하는 게
They've been
차라리
getting the
더
op into Texture's hands. He's been doing some work with it.
하고 있다는 걸 알고 있으니까 추적자의 근데 위치가
Been doing a good job at shutting down some of...
욕탕을
Yeah, nice mosh. Love that. Love that.
걸고요.
Bit of spam as well.
나머지 라운드 빼고 맞습니다. 안티플래시.
Bit of spam now. Love that. Well played, Foxy9.
욕탕에서 누구에게도 지지 않습니다. 버프 받고 있는 폭시라인. 자, 그럼 프리미가
Last person went through the TP. Foxy9
마지막 라운드이기 때문에
is going to
어쨌든
chase.
걸렸-
And Yeoman finishes it off. Nice, nice.
만듭니다. 젠지의 스포츠. 전반전의 마지막 라운드 주인공이 됐습니다.
야, 5대7 바인드 팽팽하고 너무 재밌습니다.
네.
그리고 아마 프리미가 공격 때는 사실 체인버가 될 거기 때문에
예.
Sorry, Sideshow. Say that word again. Metamorphosis? Am I pronouncing it incorrectly? Metamorphosis? How do you say that? Metamorphosis. I've never heard anyone say it like that. How do you say it? Metamorphosis? Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis? Metamorphosis? Dude, I struggle to give a shit. Sure.
제트가 이거
Okay.
못 누르거든요.
네. 지금 어우 그 1초의 틈.
시작하자마자 눌렀어요.
네.
아무 소리도 안 냈는데.
그렇습니다.
Is that a completely unacceptable pronunciation, or is that just a regional difference?
좀 멀게 한 이후에
Some things I pronounce wrong, some things
욕탕을 안 먹었으니까
I just pronounce because I've lived with people who pronounce things wrong. I don't fucking know.
자, 젠지의 움직임 굉장히
수비
좋았습니다.
시작 지점 완전 점거했습니다.
Didn't you study medicine? Yeah, as it turns out, if you just pronounce words slightly differently, no one gets all anal about you. They know what you mean.
메리트가 텔론이 좀 많이 사라졌어요.
그러니까요. 설치가 뒤인데. 자, 개코를 10분 활용해 준 젠지고요.
Cool pistol round. Yeah, fairly cool pistol round here.
해븐각을 벤이 얼마나 잠궈줄 수 있는지가
네.
중요하거든요.
Very different.
잡아내고 이거 와.
와, 이거 너무 아픈데.
Very not working, but very different.
Player standing.
카론까지 무너졌습니다. 아, 텍스처가 무너졌고요. 카론 남아 있는 거. 하지만 이렇게 피스톨 라운드를 가져오는 탈론입니다. 탈론의 리드 이어서는 젠지 후반선의 경기 보겠습니다. 이번 라운드는 탈론이 더 유리하게 이어나갈 수 있는 라운드가 되겠고요.
이거
이거 탈론이 스포츠
정도 가지고 있는 팀이기 때문에
를 또 보여주겠습니다.
Where you slowly lose on map control? I mean, they're supposed to maintain spawn control, right, with that strat.
먼치킨이 준비 중.
벤
Talon love doing these kind of pushes on defense.
벤이 이득 봤습니다.
먼치킨은 저렇게 피킹하는 게 아니라
네.
길게
That flash, though, just tells you that they've backed off, I think.
야, 이 정보는 큽니다.
So Yeoman's going to soak up some more of that space. But Talon
욕탕을
is
케어해줘야
definitely staying
이
active. They're now looking to double up over towards showers.
욕탕을 길게 먹어놨습니다.
I think now that they've got ban posted, it's time for Governor to leave, yeah.
이 진입 루트 자체가 굉장히 불안정해질 수밖에
I like Governor picking up lamps here, I think.
자, 그래도 한번 가봅니다.
Yeah, that flash should tell them that. Well, I mean, especially with the blast pack.
사이트
Alright, Foxy9
열어봤고요. 개코 설치.
throws down the wingman.
완료되면은 할만하거든요.
Spike planted.
텍스처 안쪽까지 한번 깊이 들어옵니다.
Do we still have flash here?
들어온 거를
Yeah, we do.
선수가 들었는가
Used flash to, I guess, clear, like, bench.
아, 벨입니다. 자, 요맨정의 폭시라인은 쉽지 않습니다. 자, 카론이 지보이를 잡아내긴 했는데 나머지 런들
근데 이 폭신아이 이김
오, 텍스처. 이것도 설마 이게
That's quite nice from ban.
소이탄 날려
Has Karen just thrown a molly?
자, 그리고 해체.
Yeah.
One enemy.
Ban. He went for it. Did he get half? No, he didn't. He was so weak. I mean, come on, guys.
결국 크러쉬. 젠지가 라운드를
That's. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But like,
생각보다 너무
3점 차.
come on.
젠지도 라운드 승리하는 과정에서 총기를 좀 많이 떨어뜨렸습니다.
그렇죠. 기절복 걸리니까 딱 반 발짝만 빼는 게 너무 좋았고요.
아, 저 아마 프리미도 지금 안 하면 안 된다. 어차피 안 된다.
음.
네, 그 생각이었었겠죠. 3점 차입니다. 젠지. 이번 라운드가 승부가 될 수 있을 만큼의 중요한 라운드가 되겠고요. 자, 프리미가 안쪽 깊이 들어와 있습니다.
자 근데 이렇게 가까운 걸 모르거든요.
네.
프리미의 밸류 올라가는데요.
프리미. 긴급 탈출. 하지만 거버
Sorry, I missed what was going on there. Okay, so they're throwing the
있습니다.
attack side orb, which I think is a really nice way of doing that.
밸류 올라가는데요.
프리미.
He gets one, TP's out,
떨어졌고요.
but Governor dies. Then gets traded.
일단 젠지는 이득인데.
Is that a good idea for Primi to try to fight that again there?
생각가 불분명해요. 그러니까 돌려요.
I don't know. I think Primi staying alive is actually much better in that kind of situation. Because if he keeps in control of this area of the map, and the rest of his team are coming from like here and here, then they're just going to box Gen.G in on sight. But if Primi dies and gets traded, then Gen.G can plan for elbow. Gen.G could even plan for back sight if they realize the flank is coming.
자, 프리미 앞에
That
있거든요.
seems like a pretty undisciplined peak to me.
와, 카론의
시간 번개 좀 크거든요.
Oh, Karen was planting inside the molly.
자, 살짝 이동 설치.
Player
와,
standing.
벤자민입니다.
요맨.
How does Yeoman land a headshot from there? Dude, Karen dies to the molly? What's going on here? Is there a bug where the mollies are invisible on the floor? What the fuck? We've had 3 people die to a molly in the last 2 rounds.
시간 좀 소모합니다. 지보이도.
이거 트리플 박스 뒤에서 해체가 되는 거면 조금 안 되고요. 일단
자, 소리 한번 내봤고요. 지보이가 욕탕 체크. 바로 앞에.
너무 앞에 있어요.
오.
He got double mollied?
이러면
Wait, what do you mean?
심리전은 요맨이 지금 우위에 있어요.
네.
I've missed something clearly.
시간 줄어듭니다. 시간
드리블
줄어듭니다.
너무 잘해주고 있어요.
He got hit with the Viper molly as well.
자, 살짝 이동 설치.
Player
아,
와
벤자민입니다.
요맨.
이러면 2대1.
planted.
Oh, he did. He did. He's vulnerable as well. But also, what I was thinking was, how does being hit by Viper Molly cause you to run into the Brim Molly that you know is there, that you literally walked away from? But the Viper Molly's like exactly touching it in a Venn diagram. And I think he just instinctively left the Viper Molly. Just ran into the Brim one.
자, 지보이가 앞까지. 합니다. 지보이도. 자, 요맨이
Okay, anyway, nice clutch from Yoman again, because Yoman's been amazing in the clutch.
아, 요맨의 밀장이 너무 예뻤습니다. 자, 9대7 2점 차입니다. 자, 젠지 앞선 라운드를 승리해 내면서 자, 이번 라운드
제트 포지션 견제.
네.
이거는 뭐 체인버에 대한 견제일 수도 있는 거고요.
텍슈 데미장 샤이칸. 와,
Nice. Destroyed.
그리고 하나 더.
Destroyed. I actually really like this strat, where you wall up and you just go straight down into lamps and focus the whole round on taking lamps control, and then you go and take sight.
어떻게 겁도 없이 저지든 램프를 들어오지?
Texture upgrades to a Vandal. Cruz picks up the judge that he left behind and kills him with it. What the fuck, man? This is so goofy.
이거는 안전 안전하게 이기고 싶으면 요동봇 활용하는 것도 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
자, 궤도 일격 들고 있는 젠지의 브림스톤 뒤쪽으로 빠졌고요.
각 잡고 여기서 요동봇
Another judge gameplay, but another one. Foxy9 goes for the judge, reloads, gets a kill with it.
안 쓰고 이기겠어요.
Very silly.
나와 주세요.
이거는 이제 내가 해븐에서 떨어졌습니다.
Throw a disease, sending wingman to plant, post plant. Yeah, but that's actually like how most of the pros play as well. That's not just him being shit at. I think the thing that Foxy is not doing very much of, that he probably should be doing more of, is using his dizzy to take map control. But like when they actually do their A exec, your job is to send wingman, flash, pick him up, get ready for post plant usage. I mean, in this round, I think using dizzy for lamps control and then getting in this corner with the judge is actually perfectly fine from Foxy9. Slicky's dream round. Yeah, it actually is. Huge amount of ultimates here for Gen.G, so very difficult round for Talon to be able to do. Oh my god, that's a nice little duo play from Talon. Jump peek into the op swing. I like that. Can't really punish Governor. Munchkin shouldn't try to go for it, but decides to swing with the Nightfall and does actually manage to get value. This round felt very rushed from Gen.G. They wanted to follow up super heavy on the Foxy9 ult, but I think they should have chilled a little bit. They were trying to rush down the Opper and the player that they detained, but the help came through very fast. Good morning, Taylor. Good morning. Yeah, I think those kind of dizzies are very important against Talon's comp, because Talon's comp on defense is going to want to fight this angle, double fight on top bottom, fight on top of truck. They're going to want to take like this peak aggro. They're going to want to take this peak aggro, because they're playing jet and chamber. So they're going to want to fight you on early angles and then dash away or TP away. So using dizzies like that, I think, is really important. Any messages you want me to deliver to the youth I feed today? Do you mean in ranked, or do you work for an actual soup kitchen? You're a lunch lady. Oh, I didn't realize that was your job. I wasn't sure if somehow Dizzy had like taken the fucking shot there or something. I don't think it did. The child that said what the skibbity yesterday? I don't remember that part of the conversation yesterday. I don't keep up with everything that you guys are talking about in the chat. What messages to pass on to the youth? Tell the youth that I don't have any messages to pass on to the youth. I was trying to think of something wise that I could give them, but I've just got nothing. Tell the youth to buy some houses and stop buying coffees from Starbucks. I doubt that people who are getting school dinners are probably not going to Starbucks to drink coffee. Tell them to enjoy their hair before it falls out. Tell the young boys, enjoy the way your hair looks right now. Someday soon, you may never have it. I feel like enjoying one's hair is not something that regularly factors into the attitudes of the youth. I wish I was told that I'm 19 and it's not looking good for me. See what I mean? If only Stays had been told at the age of 12 to relish what follicular joy he already had. I'm growing mine out while I still have it. That's great, because then you can cut some of it off and preserve it for later and then glue it back on.
걸 누른 거는 조금 아쉬운 판단이 됐습니다.
이러면 세이브 쪽으로 가는 것 같고요. 탈론은요. 젠지랑 다시 한번
The stream is in 1440p on YouTube, but it's also a stream of another YouTube VOD. So it's gonna look kind of shit because it's being compressed twice through YouTube's compression.
만나고 끝났고요.
여기
Because I'm not actually playing the game, I'm watching the VOD.
있는 상태. 20번째 라운드. 이번에는 욕탕 쪽에 대한 여러 가지 핑들이 좀 젠지 쪽에서 찍혔습니다.
아, 근데
Is that how you got your stash? Yeah.
어,
Alright, so they're brimmelting off rip because they know that's where they've been fighting with Primi.
일단 욕탕 바깥쪽으로
They
나왔습니다.
brimmel just to take showers control. That seems like
쓴게 아니더라도
a very large investment to me.
교환하는 과정에서 젠지가 이길 수밖에 없어요.
This comp, though, is a pain in the ass to play against. Talon's comp, you're worried about every angle.
되겠고요.
그러면은 B롱도
And then they just leave? Yeah, well, the thing is, again, think about how Talon's comp works, right? It posts up on really aggro angles, but it actually doesn't have very good ways of getting back onto those angles. So, like, if you force Primi off, let's say Primi wanted to play this angle, right? If you push a piece of util into him, maybe he plays this angle, and then maybe he drops back and he plays this angle or this angle, something like that. But if Primi wants to walk back forwards and play on this angle again or on this angle again, he doesn't really have the utility to be able to do it. The only piece of util they would have to do that is like a Sky Flash or maybe a Sky Dog, even if they wanted to commit that. It's either that or you just walk forwards. So it doesn't actually matter here that Gen.G leave because Primi's almost certainly not just going to contact Reclear Showers. Unless he realizes that like there's a lot of noise being made on the other side of the map and he thinks it's worth the risk. But he's not going to do it quickly.
정보가 아무것도 없긴 한데 모든 걸 다 보는 입장에서
So Gen.G's task right now is just to clear all of these early angles and try to push the Talon players further and further back into the site where they're not as much of a threat.
탈론이 얻어갔다는 거.
네. 사이트 설치. 한번 어그로 끌어봤고요. 집보이가 연막샷 해봅니다만 의미는 없었습니다. 그리고
Foxy9 trades out his wingman. Throws the Dizzy up to try to push people back.
근데 굴지가 또
Does Yeoman defend? Yes, Yeoman does defend.
이 안쪽
Alright, and now how do you play the post? He just picked up his wingman. Gets one. Yeoman's not there for the trade onto Jit Boys, though.
이거는 집보이가 독사의 구덩이를 차라리 누르는 게
I think Munchkin can win this. He's got his wall in quite a nice position. Oh. And now they don't know whether...
눌러야죠.
Oh, I didn't realize they had pit. That's going to be very tough.
아, 저기 있구나.
핑 찍으면서
이제는 해체에 붙어줘야 되거든요.
네. 남발 네 발, 하나 둘, 두 발.
장전 사운드 듣자마자 나가요.
그러면 해체가
해체 다
Oh. Very close.
다시 한번 달아납니다. 욕탕 쪽 프리비.
11점을 준 상황에서
네.
요동봇은 진입궁으로 한번
Where does your hairline start and where does it end? I would say my hairline
오예.
is like a reverse hairline at this point, right?
오늘 프리비
Can they follow up on that?
있습니다.
Yeah, they've got them both, haven't they? Nice.
오히려 왔었던 집보이까지 넣었습니다.
I would say my hairline's like a reverse hairline. You know how most people's hairline starts somewhere around their forehead? I would say my hairline starts at my eyebrows because that's where the hair stops. And then it doesn't, like, it goes all the way back, down my back, not a hair to be seen on my back, down probably to my ass crack. So, you know, between ass crack and eyebrows, not a hair in sight.
뒤쪽만 체크한 이후에
But then you get to the ass crack and down, we've got a little bit of hair. You get to the eyebrows and down, we've got quite a bit of hair with like eyebrows and mustache.
텍스처인가요? 텍스처?
왜냐면 지금 탈론 한자로 아프거든요.
그러니까요.
So is that a hairline? I don't know.
크루즈의 위치까지. 예.
하나라도
이거 너무 아쉽네요. 예. 소이탄 뽑았다.
As someone who's balding at 29, you're an icon? Yeah. So the way that you phrase that comment makes it sound like I'm older and an inspiration for being bald. I'm 30, motherfucker. Me and you are the same. We're the fucking same. I'm not supposed to be an inspiration or an icon. I'm supposed to be a peer. Motherfucker.
한 점 차이 승부를 계속 이어나가고 있습니다.
자, 탈론은 먼저 연장전까지
How's someone calling me an icon and roasting me at the same time? It's crazy.
프리미가 살짝 욕심을 낸 게 아니고
Wait, you're younger than Finesse? How is that surprising? Some of the players are like fossils. Like, do you really think I'm older than like Finesse and Angel and Jesse Vash and stuff.
기다려보자 했었는데 결국 안 됐고요.
Finesse has hair? Yeah, I mean, Finesse is looking good for his age. But everyone knows that Finesse is old.
페자로를 살린 덕분에
네.
이번 라운드 패배하더라도 다음 라운드에 싸움을 할 수는 있어요. 근데 지금 보시면은 추적기 하나로 소이탄이 빠진다? 탈로니 스포츠에게
Thought he was like 45 or something. Fucking hell.
하지만 육탕라인은 죽지 않습니다.
I gotta repair my brand image, man. I gotta start drinking some water or something, man. This shit can't stand.
보고 있고요. 그러죠. 연막 준비 중.
I'm gonna start a 7-step skincare routine. I'm gonna go to the gym every day. I'm gonna start downing, guzzling liters of water. My skin's gonna start rejuvenating, stem cells popping out on my cheeks.
이번에도 명확한 정보 없이 그냥 삐세 네이들로 가자가 된 거예요. 그냥. 그리고 요맨이 추적기까지
People will still think I'm 40 because I'm bald.
삐의 세 명이 힘이 풀릴 수도 있습니다.
네.
I was gonna tell this story on Plat Chat, but I'll tell it to you guys as well because it's relevant.
괜히 정보가
I
궁금하니까 한번
get a lot of sponsorship offers in my email inbox, right? A lot of them are kind of crap. For example, I got an offer from some head shaving manufacturer recently to review their product for 25 quid. Now, I don't know whether... Listen, I don't want to be gassing myself up too much, but the numbers that I get normally command a little more than £25.
이런 타이밍에 나올
And especially if I'm doing like a custom review for a product, that's worth way more than 25 quid. So that's a little insulting. But then on the other side of that, I got a sponsorship request about a week ago from a company called... Anyway, I won't tell you what the company's called because that kind of gives it away. But let me read the email to you. Let me read out this email that I got. It's so out of pocket. It's unbelievable. My name is Franz, and I'm responsible for influencer marketing at... Name of company. We're currently seeking inspiring talents like you to collaborate with our brand. We're impressed by your content and see a significant opportunity for a mutually beneficial partnership. As the largest hair transplant clinic in the world, we take pride in over 100,000 satisfied patients and more than 1,000 successful collaborations. We are excited to invite you to join us on an exceptional project that will highlight the topic of hair loss and showcase the innovative treatments that we offer. In addition to providing top-tier treatments as part of compensation, we guarantee a fantastic experience in the vibrant city of Istanbul. So basically, these motherfuckers just looked up bald content creators and then said, hey, these guys need a hair transplant. Let's make them also advertise us while we give it to them for free. They just offered to give me a trip to Turkey to give me a hair transplant and pay me some money to advertise the entire thing on a vlog. It's so out of pocket. It's unbelievable. No, I'm not going to take the offer. I'm quite happy being bald, thank you. I don't need to look up hair transplants. So on one side, I've got a company trying to have me embrace my baldness and advertise head shavers, but they're only offering me 25 quid. And on the other side, I'm getting harangued by a hair transplant clinic, sending me multiple emails trying to get me to do a paid trip to Turkey and give up my brand of being bald. Criminal. Yeah, this time they don't really have the utility going towards lamps to make that work. Do you even have any hair that could be transplanted? Yeah, that's the thing. Where are they going to take it from? I've just told you. I'm actually hairless from eyebrow to ass cheeks. So, like, they're not going to take it from my eyebrows. They're going to take it from my ass. And I don't know about you, but I don't have the world's most, like, luscious hair between my ass cheeks. Everybody's got slightly more coarse hair in their, like, genital and ass area, but I don't want that on my head. Pubes? Just living up all of my middle school stereotypes. Anybody with curly hair knows one of the number one things you get asked is, are your pubes curly as well? You look like you have pubes on your head, etc., etc. Ain't no way I'm going to Turkey and get my pubes actually transplanted onto my head. Okay. Let's move on. Map 3. Wait, where's map 3? Am I... Hello? What's going on here? Why did I close the tab? Nope, don't put it on loop. Fuck you. Where's the next map? Lotus. Here we go. I need you to appreciate your ass hair. You might not have it one day. I think that would be a net good for civilization. Is there any function that ass hair really provides? Does it stop you being as sweaty? Does it stop the, like, smells that might come up there? Like, what's its function? Stops chafing? I mean, I got cake, but I don't think it'd be chafing without the hair. Dingleberry plantation. Yeah. It's like a suppressor for farts. True, actually. Okay, big set play coming out from Gen.G right on the pistol round. Something that Talon have run themselves before. Foxy cleans up 2. Does he get the 3rd? Well, they know where Jitboys is, and they've just done a lot of counter spam. I think it has to do with lowering friction during bowel movements. Lowering friction? What kind of sandpaper-ass turds are you pushing out of that anus of yours? My turds are already slippery.
자, 그래서 일단은 인원들을 많이 좀 펼쳐놓아 있는 젠지긴 합니다. 자, 그래서 탈론도
I want to die. Sorry,
뭐 의미 없죠.
I'm sharing extremely normal takes about the human body.
알고 있어요. 시간이 여유롭긴 한데 연막 내려갑니다.
힘들.
그렇죠. 야야야.
1대3 3번 할 리가 없고 젠지가.
네. 이제
I'm eating?
스파이크 여기 있는데 어떡할 건데?
네. 이제는 30초 남았기 때문에.
You never asked me.
30 seconds left.
저도 잡고 가야 되잖아요.
연막 리필.
예.
I'm sure some people are watching this stream shitting.
그대로 마무리.
And your eating is putting them off.
젠지가 라운드를 가져왔습니다. 피스톨 라운드 1대0. 자, 두 번째 라운드.
Dude, hula hoops. I haven't had hula hoops in so long. I wonder if they would still fit on my fingers. If you're eating hula hoops without putting one on each finger and then eating them off your fingers, you're fucking up. But I don't know. When I was a kid, they fit so nicely, but I feel like my fingers might be too large now.
넘어온 거 봤습니다. 프리미. 폭시라인이 가서 정리.
거버너 던져주면서.
Hula hoops? Dude, actual green square, they don't know. These people from... I don't know what country you're from. I would assume the United States, because they're big in the UK. But...
네, 그리고 젠지 하면 이거죠.
Do they have hula hoops in the US?
자네 지역을 먹는 저 택틱의 완성도.
No, not the ones you spin on your body. They're like crisps in a circular hoop shape. But they're more of like a cut cylinder. They're not actually a hula hoop. Hula hoop implies somewhat two-dimensional. These are very 3D. They're definitely cylinders. We have cheezels in Oz. That's weird though, because hula hoops are not cheese flavored. I wouldn't be fucking with a cheese flavored hula hoop. Like salt and vinegar. Salt and vinegar flavored hula hoop? Actually, just the ready salted ones are really good too. We would do that with bugles. Pause for a moment. Why are they called bugles? Because if they look like a circle, if they look like a hula hoop, surely they would look more like a bagel. And if the pun you're trying to make is bagel, but a chip, Why would you call them bugle? A bugle is a different thing. It's a fucking musical instrument.
지는 지금 선택한 게 맵의 왼쪽
Are you just talking about Americans? Like, most Americans have just got really, really large hands from all of the snacks that they eat, so the actual bagels fit. Like, you're eating one bagel at a time? Is that just a difference between UK and US cuisine?
부터 닦아 나가자가 된 거거든요.
네.
그러니까 요매는 그냥 여기서 시간 벌고
We would use the cheesels to propose to our high school crush. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. But also, what's better for that than hula hoops or cheesels, in my opinion, are the Haribo fizzy rings. A Haribo fizz ring? Girl gives you that when you're 7 years old at the school disco? Oh my god.
인원들이 뭔가
You're connected forever.
시선을 끌어줘야 되는데 요매는 이제 아마 마지막 진입 주자가 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, Tang Fastics. That's what I'm talking
자,
about.
킬조이 알람봇이 앞쪽에 있고요. 멋지긴.
아 여진으로 타이밍 뺏는 연계가 안 되게끔 만들어주고 있어요.
Why are they called bugles, though? Do they in any way look like the commonly used in the military instrument?
이러면 결국 발견해요. 열고 들어올 수 있잖아요. 예.
Is licorice considered a snack or candy? Yeah, definitely.
줄어듭니다.
But also, licorice increases your blood pressure. Or at least it can. My mum was eating a lot of raw licorice and her blood pressure skyrocketed.
결과는 아쉽지만
She's like a fairly skinny 60-year-old lady, so in theory she should have lower blood pressure. Started eating a bunch of raw black licorice, her blood pressure just went like... Looked on the box, it says licorice can increase your blood pressure. Hers went through the fucking roof.
있었던 인원이 깜짝 놀라서 뭐 쳐다보지도 못하고
Are you getting anything out of this VOD you're pretending to watch? Yeah, absolutely.
또 이거는 거.
탱크 나인
Now, did I watch this round in particular? No. Should I go back after you've chastised me? Yeah, probably. Alright, so what? We got a fast B round and then Gen.G went for the retake and it was too slow?
아 여진으로 타이밍 뺏는 연계가 안 되게끔 만들어주고 있어요.
If that's the synopsis, you're fired.
피해망상.
Bugles are so named because of their horn or bugle shape. Horn? What are you talking about? I thought you guys said it was like a circle, cylinder, hula hoop shape.
자, 스파이크 시간 줄어.
The hell are you talking about horns? Sorry. Are we... Bugles. Chips. Images. You guys are absolutely gooped up. This is in no fucking way what we were talking about with hula hoops. Actual Americans trying to insert themselves into the conversation, making everything about bugles. This is not the same at all. This is not at all the same. Hula hoops crisps. Look at these. They've got fucking holes on both sides. They're not cone shapes. Now I understand why they're called bugles, because it's a fucking cone, not a cylinder.
경기에서는 DRX가 FPX를 상대로 짜릿한 역전승을
What have I just done? Where's the VOD I was just watching? Was it...
네, 10
What happened to my VOD? What the fuck? What was I on? Round 4?
잠궈놨다 보니까 B에서 선택적으로 젠지가 스킬
Okay.
이렇게 마음
Let's go back a little.
뭔가 젠지가 이렇다 할 택틱
Derailment achieved. Green square. No, you can't. You can't derail this. I'm completely locked in and focused.
사이퍼가 꽤 깊이 들어왔습니다. 탈론.
C는 일단 열어줬다고 보면 될 것 같고
We're comparing them because they're wearable snacks. Anything's a fucking wearable snack if you try hard enough. Whipped cream and chocolate is a wearable snack.
자, 요맨이 일단 스킬 투자하면서 상대의 위치
Doesn't belong in this conversation.
들어온.
A는 이렇게 잠궈놨다 보니까 B에서 선택적으로 젠지가 스킬 투자가 이렇게 마음 편하게 되는 겁니다.
네. 자, 도전은 B였습니다. 멋지게.
자 이거에 사고만 안
Dude, don't get the kill off the back of that horns.
공세가 있거든요.
Well, they're so aggro pushing out through these smokes all at the same time, though. I quite like it. Primi got 3 with the Bucky before he was eventually put down.
3대
그러니까
How's he done that?
이게 사이클을 돌리는 게 중요하잖아요. 그렇죠. 예.
The Talon composition doesn't have very many big ults to work with. Can you do something good with a Cosmic Divine? Oh, I mean... That's really nice from Texture. Lovely delay. Yeoman does actually die to this overall, which I was about to say is not like a big ult that you can really work a pick from.
끝까지 넣고 기쁘다. 자, 폭신아인이 C 사이트
Now he's paying attention to the VOD because he knows he's losing this convo? No, because I'm fucking locked in and I need to do my job. And also,
천천히 갑니다. 탈론.
again, name me a food that's not wearable. Any food is wearable. You just smear it all over your body.
그렇게 뼈아픈
Put it on your finger. Put it in your hand. Like, wear it like a glove. Like,
자, 카론이
food is often manipulable.
자, 폭신아이는 알람봇을 유지하기 위해서 폭포라인 포지션을 함부로 뺄 수
A thin soup? I would wear it like a shampoo.
없어요. 맛있게 잘 들어갔고 독성 연기 백업 너무 좋습니다.
네. 자, 회전문 한번. 자, 돌렸습니다. 뒤쪽 먼치킨이 있어요.
Okay, I wouldn't wear it like a shampoo. One could wear it like a shampoo.
또 있어서
남은 시간은 30초. 이러면 A 사이트 강제됩니다.
지금 먼치킨의 스킬셋이 너무 완벽한 게 이 독성 장막 때문에
Drenching myself in soup is not wearing it. If I drape a t-shirt over my knees, does that mean I'm wearing it? No.
맛있는 밥상이.
I mean, you could wear a t-shirt on your knees.
자, 한 줄만
What I think you're discovering here is that the English language is not particularly precise. Language itself, a poor way of conveying concepts. If your concept is that you must somehow have limbs poking through it in order to be wearing it, then maybe you should have said that.
아, 지금도 텍스처 선수가
네.
폭신아인에게 뛰라고 사후 오더했거든요. 이게 뭐냐면은
Besides, one could wear a bowl of soup as a jaunty hat.
게임 리딩과 스킬의 안배가
숨겨주고 있는 먼치킨. 좀 했을지 다시 한번 잘해주었죠.
아, 얘네 결국 작전 타임 이후에 꺼낼 수 있는 게 결국
Who's doing that? People wear all sorts of shit on their heads. I live next to a race course. You want to see like the kind of stuff that people wear on their heads when they're going to the races.
그러니까
You ever seen a royal wearing a hat? They got just like random fucking twigs and leaves and stuff in their head.
호박 페인트 탑 피해 망상까지 다 준비합니다.
그렇습니다.
You're wearing your soup, I'm bowling for soup. We are not the same.
다른 지역 쪽에 주도권을 가지고자 하는 탈론입니다.
아, 제가
Anyway, yeah, if someone threw soup all over you, it actually would be colloquially applicable to say that I'm wearing that soup.
말씀드린 것처럼 결국 자네
It is, in fact,
없다는 걸 탈론 e스포츠도 알아요.
an acceptable definition of the word
뚫어내야죠.
when one does get drenched in some kind of liquid to say that you're wearing it.
젠지의 무결점 플레이. 젠지 스포츠.
How'd you wear a dumpling? As a ball gag? Wouldn't last very long.
네. 자, 탑이드 젠지.
아,
Be the fucking tastiest ball gag I've ever had, though.
네.
결국 얘네는 여기서 답을 찾아야 돼. 근데 이번에는 안 싸워주고 킬킬에 셋업이 되어 있어요. 왜냐 우리는 봉쇄가 있기 때문에. 더더군다나 상대방이 스파이크 설치하고 그 수성하는 지진강타 쓸 것까지 지금 계산에 있습니다.
예.
Just stop oil dressed Van Gogh sunflowers in soup?
진입궁으로 쓸 수밖에 없어요. 아직까지는.
I didn't say dressed, but I would say Van Gogh sunflowers was wearing that soup at the end of it, yeah. Actually, would I? No, I think I would reserve the word wearing, the verb wearing. I would reserve that for things with more anthropomorphized aspects to them. Humans or things that are very highly anthropomorphized, not a painting.
정보가 없기 때문에.
근데 진입공으로 쓰면 그 다음은 어떡할 건데요?
그쵸.
자, 여러 가지 고민들을 좀 하고 있는 탈론 e스포츠. 시간 1분 안쪽으로 떨어.
Breach out into B?
아,
Nope, not even.
뒤로 돌리면
They're just expecting to be able to get the cipher free because they have breach alt.
이러면
And they are correct.
설치까지
So now they can use breach alt in post plant. Do they use breach alt to set up for this cipher lurk? Cipher lurk this way, breach alt this way.
준비 중.
I like that idea.
좋습니다.
그러니까 이
Ooh,
봉쇄가
but now they're wondering because of the KJ ult. Here it comes.
썼어요.
Set up for the cipher lurk.
카운터 피해 망상이 준비가 되어 있었죠.
바로 완-
Karen gets two while breach ulted?
자, 이거는 거버는 걸렸고
That's not okay.
반응 뭐예요?
묶여 있는 사람 이제 끊겼고요. 거버는.
살려줬고요. 예. 거버는 결국 잡았습니다. 2대2.
근데 양
I'm desperate for Talon to win this round. Karen cannot win like that.
야, 벨입니다.
Thank you.
크루즈의 마무리. 탈론 e스포츠 라운드를 따라.
Nice round from Talon.
도 진짜 강한 팀입니다. 이제는 진짜 23년의 탈론은 사실 그렇게 강팀이라고 취급받지 못했거든요.
예.
24년부터 앞으로 이어질 탈론은 진짜 강팀 반열에 들어갈 수 있다고 생각이 돼요.
자, 프리미가 여기서 노려봤었는데
와,
카론이
카로는 할 거 다 했고요.
포지션을 잡아냈었던 거버너 이후에 벤 선수가 만들어냈었던 3개의 킬이 너무 좋았었던 탈론이었습니다.
거버너가 묶이는 그 순간에도 뭔가를 데려갔다는 게 중요했고요.
Nuki retired, did he? I didn't see that.
카론이 올라와 있어요. 와, 프리미가 카론을 끊어냅니다.
근데 지금 보시면 눈이 멀어서인지
It's so difficult for the defenders to fight Rubble, I feel. I think it's getting more and more difficult every time I watch people do it.
그러다 보니까 잔해 지역의 패배로 연결이 됐고요. 흔들립니다.
If you're so confident that you can wear soup, please wear just soup for Plat Chat today then.
사이트 쪽에서는
Okay, there's so many holes in your logic, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, just because you can wear something doesn't mean that it's societally acceptable for you to only wear that. I can wear a cravat. If all I wore was a cravat, I mean, my cock and balls are out, and that's entirely inappropriate. So let's part that off to the side. The other part is, just because I can wear something doesn't mean that I want to wear something. I could wear a raincoat and 3 pairs of underwear. I could. I'm not gonna, because it'd be uncomfortable and inappropriate for the work environment. My being disinclined to acquiesce to your request of wearing soup for Plat Chat does not mean that soup cannot be worn. I would find it profoundly uncomfortable. I agree. It's not a nice thing to wear, but it can be worn.
타임이 있는 상황이기 때문에
네.
뒤로 쭉 빠져가지고 어디 설치인지부터 명확하게 파악하고 얘네가
You're making excuses?
때문에 어딘가 밀 거야. 그러니까 한 발 빠져서 포지션.
I don't think it's something I should ever be forced to do is wear clothes that I don't want to wear. Like, for example, soup.
이 싸움, 오, 프리미. 잡고 도망가요? 예. 멋지게 벤을 잡아냈고요. 체력 17.
자, 이제 빈 사이인 거
예.
브리핑이 됐을 겁니다.
그렇죠. 위에서
Besides which, I don't own any soup. The only soup that I could easily buy is more casual as well. It wouldn't even be like smart dress soup.
소양이 높으신 분이 말씀해 주셨어요.
Wouldn't be appropriate for work.
그래서
Look at how tough that is for the defenders to fight over that. That's ridiculous.
자네 지역 쪽에서의 젠지를 무너뜨리기
Like, Texture's getting stunned so many times. Karen also gets stunned there by the breach, and yet somehow they're still winning.
나 어떻게 가야죠.
Could you conceivably be wearing lube?
실제의 젠지 스포츠.
Yeah.
젠지 자네. 여기는 젠지 자네가 확실합니다.
I've seen this guy ask the question multiple times. Void, I will answer your question. In a sea of people talking nonsense in my chat, I've seen you ask multiple times, do you think the way PaperX plays limits their players' development? For example, something. Do you think the best players would have had a better career elsewhere? I don't know about a better career elsewhere. I think for somebody like something, his style actually fit really nicely into PaperX. But I do think that the style that they play is going to limit their success. I don't think it's going to limit their like player quality though necessarily. But it would be cool to see some of the players that have had success with PaperX playing in a bit more of a standard style. I'd like to see something or Jing playing in a bit, or Devi playing in a bit more of a traditional style roster.
근데 지금 상황에서 폭시9이 C 언덕 지역 전진을 통해서 클리어를 확인했다. 이거는 정말 큰 정보입니다.
예. 일단은 C 쪽에 대한 별다른 움직임은 아직 없다. 그리고
You aren't wearing something if you wore it for long enough it would fall off. Counterpoint. A lot of people get eyebrow piercings. Their eyebrow piercing is real. They're wearing it. It's part of them. But it will eventually work itself out in a lot of people because it will slowly get rejected and come out of the skin. That's just a factor of time. It's a longer period of time than something like soup would adhere to your body. But you're still wearing it. It's still part of you for while it's adhering. Even a jacket would eventually rot off of you, even if it's like 1,000 years. Quite. You're just being very time focused. Really there what you're doing is you're discriminating against items of clothing that don't last for very long. Like for example, Lady Gaga's meat dress. Undoubtedly clothing and food, undoubtedly would eventually rot and fall to pieces around her on a quicker time frame than most, leather garments. Still clothing.
싶긴 한데 일단 보죠. 크루즈는 C 사이트로 넘어왔고요.
자, 이 뒤잡는 동선이
예.
생각보다 빠르게
If Karen wins this, Gen.G have just kind of been skilling this map. Yeah, I fear he is.
1대1
거버너 마음 급하고 내
Tell the med school story.
스팅어인데
What? The med school story?
좁혀서 싸우지 않을래?
About me wearing clothes? I mean, I once slapped an entire slice of peanut butter on bread to my face to see how long it would stick for.
때 연막을 오히려
In some sense, I did wear that slice of peanut butter.
So if you in your pants, are you wearing the?
Sorry, I can't understand your question.
결국에는 그 체력 상황이 우위에
Sick clutch by Karen.
바탕으로 카론이 있었.
Asp, thank you for the 100 bits. Couldn't understand the question, sorry.
이렇게 클러치 카론 젠지입니다.
연막으로 들어올 틈을 아예 주지를 않았습니다.
네.
스파이크에 연막 설치하면서
The story of the study guides or whatever where you got kicked out?
페이크가 됐든
I mean, I'm not going to tell it again. It's on my YouTube channel. I'm busy.
늦었지, 형들?
You can go and watch the YouTube video, though.
오딘
Donowald is crazy. If you're not smart enough to get around the profanity filter by writing com or cum just as like COME, I'm sorry. I'm not going to warrant it with a response.
여기까지. 야, 텍스처는 아직 안 끝났습니다. 그리고 요맨의
Clearly, it was inappropriate
아, 무빙 너무 좋아요.
못 잡겠지.
and not a worthy use of my time.
자, 요맨 다시 한번 준비 중.
참 저 존재감 자체가 스트레스이기 때문에
소리 들으면 일단은
예. 그럼 A 입성을
Profanity filter can such on my nudes the little beach.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
하지는 못해요. 그냥
네.
연결부를 깨놓고 우리는 돌릴 수도 있다라는 가능성만 열고 게임해야 되는 탈론입니다.
맞습니다. 자, 전해적 쪽에
I got more money. If you see UM in your pants, are you wearing your CUM?
You chose the worst way to get around that, in my opinion, but fair enough. Thanks for the 100 bits. If you come in your pants, are you wearing your cum? I think to some degree it's a composite of what you're wearing. You're no longer wearing... I would say it's not that you're wearing cum, but you're wearing cummy pants for sure. Like you're not wearing the same pants you previously were. You're now wearing cummy pants. You've transformed an aspect of your wardrobe into an amalgamation between your bodily fluids and the previous material that was there. You're not wearing soup, you're wearing soupy clothes? No. When did I ever say that I would be having clothes underneath the soup? I said I was going to wear it like a shampoo and that I was going to wear it as a fancy hat in a bowl. You're the one that's mistakenly said that I would be shoving soup down my pants. That's not how I would wear the soup. I'd be massaging it into hair, skin. I'd be wearing it.
재정비하는 탈론입니다.
지금 탈론이 제일 바라는 거는 킬이 나오고 신경절도를 누르는 건데
네.
모습을 안 줍니다.
Massaging?
이번에 C 쪽.
Sorry, would you rather be wearing soup that isn't properly distributed? Oh, so you're choosing to wear soup that's lumpy and sticks in various areas and isn't properly dispersed. You fool. This is why you'll never progress into wearing truly fashionable soups.
네. 그리고 푸시 라인이 있어요.
30초가 무너지기 때문에
You're stuck in very old-fashioned conservative soup think.
지금이겠죠. 아, 푸시 라인이 둘.
트레이드가 안 났어요.
푸시 라인. 오늘 폼이 절정입니다.
기 때문에 상대방의 궁극기를 읽었을 때 수싸움하기 편합니다.
야.
아니 근데 저는 이게 트레이드가 날 줄 알았거든요.
저도요. 피해 망상이 뭐 닿기도 전에 그냥
Is wearing soup allowed by Riot on official broadcasts? I would say it's a little bit like
타이밍이 완벽했습니다.
I would say it's a little bit like wearing makeup. It's something where it shouldn't distract from the entire rest of the show, but I think it would be acceptable. Yeah. Like, could I wear makeup on the show? Yeah, but if I wore like a full face of drag makeup or something, that would be a bit weird because it's not my brand. It would be very distracting the first time that I wore it on broadcast. It would take away from the attention being somewhere else. You know what I mean? Wearing soup would be a bit similar, I think.
You're gonna cast in drag?
No, I'm not planning to cast in drag. That was just one of the things that one of the examples. I mean, I could at some point cast in drag, but I think that would probably be... I think my version of drag would be so poor as to actually be offensive to the community.
Get somebody who knows what they're doing. You need a drag mom.
No, I'm not... No, sorry. I'm not saying that the look would be bad. I'm saying that the way that I would pull it off,
I've seen you in drag before. You did pull it off.
You've seen me in drag before? Oh, at the bar. For Bren's birthday, when I dressed up like a medieval wench. I had some tig old biddies, actually. I looked amazing. I looked amazing. I don't think I've ever told that story before.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
I got dressed in the middle of a K-barbecue joint. I was in the bathroom. I walked into the men's bathroom, and I walked out looking like a fucking fox. No? I was a fox. Not a literal... I mean, we weren't doing furry stuff, but like...
Sure.
I was looking lovely. I had a corset on, tight little waist, big old bust, lovely hair.
You did.
I had lovely blonde hair, I think.
I can't remember.
I didn't have the mustache at the time, no.
Speaking of looking lovely, I blow dried my hair and I feel like myself again.
Your hair looks lovely. Yeah, you look really nice.
Are you hungry at all?
Mildly. What are you planning to do?
I'm craving Italian food, so
Absolutely, yeah.
if we could get some cocoa mama.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Do you mind ordering it?
Yeah, what you want?
I don't know. Something cheesy and tomatoey. Some kind of cheesy tomatoey thing. I will trust your judgment. Yeah, I don't know whether we had pictures of that. I'd kind of forgotten that happened. That was I think in 2018, and I just thought it would be a funny bit for Bren's birthday. Like, you know the idea of hiring a stripper, like an incredibly bad, like, toxic male birthday party thing of like, hey, we hired you a stripper. I just thought it'd be really amusing for me to dress up as a medieval wench and not do any stripping stuff, but just attend his birthday as like a medieval wench I don't know why wench fits so well with the word medieval as well. I wasn't particularly wenchful. I was just a medieval woman. I was just a tiggle bitty medieval woman. Is the word wench derogatory? It feels derogatory, but in like a cute old-timey kind of way. It's like whore? Is it though? Does it have origins in the sex industry? I didn't even realize that. What time is Plat Chat? It's in 2 hours. Yeah, it's in 2 hours. It gets 2 while stunned again. Yeah, I mean, I've given up with this map because the Gen.G players are just getting so many like kind of bullshit kills while they're stunned up. I feel like what they're doing shouldn't work, and yet it is, and so there's no notes for me to make. It's just like, oh, well, they just outskilled him, I guess. Is the term serving wench historically inaccurate? I'm not the place to go for that kind of knowledge. I imagine that was, I mean, that does seem unusual, does it? It does seem like a historical inaccuracy. Have you guys seen one of my favorite bits that I've seen from like the last year in YouTube videos were the people that were doing the, you know when people were doing the vertical streams of like the, ice cream, so good, but they were doing like 13th century medieval knights doing that. And it was so good. The NPC streams, but a Medieval Knights version, was elite content. They did so many of them. Cedric, no, get back in the farm. Gort, yeah, Gort. That's what his name was, not Cedric. Gort the farmer. It's so good. If you can, see if you can find them. It's some of the best shorts content I've ever seen created. The graphics were all fantastic. The acting and the script was all really good as well, and it was all delivered in such a casual way. It's brilliant. He's still doing it. It's so good. I think it's some of the best content I've seen like on YouTube in the last year. Have you seen Medieval Mr. Beast? I might have done, but I don't remember. It's a great concept.
타이밍이 탈론에게 너무 좋았고요. 자, 세 명의 눈이 남아 있는 젠지입니다.
Pubs very often doubled up as whorehouses, so the women serving the drinks would also be on duty should they be required. I'm doing a PhD in early modern English. Trust me, bro. Huh. So it's not a historical inaccuracy. I mean, I know that that's common in like fantasy tropes, but I'm not really very knowledgeable on history in the sense of like what life was actually like for the average person during periods of history. I know about large events, but not much of the, you know, day-to-day kind of stuff. There's a new version now with alien videos. Oh, he started making them for alien stuff, has he? I feel like you need a different base to begin from, though, because people aren't really doing the NPC streams anymore, are they? Like the non-ironic actual NPC streaming, I've not seen at all. The Gen.G players are just destroying them this map. Absolutely destroying them. And I think we can skip the rest of this map, to be honest. You meant serving wench like an actual server? I thought you meant serving wench like a medieval way to say you were serving cunt. Yeah, you should have seen me dressed up. I look fantastic. I was serving wench. I mean, that is a phenomenal new thing that you've just added to the lexicon. I'm serving wench. That is really funny. Thine maiden doth serve wench. It's really good. Oh, unlucky timing again for Primmy. That stunned again for texture there, I think. And Primmy's late out through the wall. Gets destroyed. Oh, texture needs help. I mean, this game's just cooked. I assume they're going to win this round and finish here, 13-2. Yeah, that was honestly, that was not worth watching. Because unfortunately, it wasn't that Gen.G had like amazing ideas even. They were getting so many kills when Talon had used their utility properly. So many people were stunned and died. Okay, I feel like I've missed something. Was that the grand finals? Against Talon? I watched this tournament out of order, so now I don't even understand what I just watched. Oh, yeah, I watched this one off stream. I watched both of these off stream. And so I watched everything out of order for this tournament. Yeah. This was the quarterfinal. DRX just pounded FBX. And then Talon pounded DRX even harder. A lot of one-sided maps, actually, in this gauntlet bracket. Bit of an unfortunate anticlimax for what was otherwise a really fun tournament. But yeah, Gen.G are good. Okay, let's watch some of Yampi's team, I think. We have 2 hours, and we have 3 maps that we could potentially watch. So, yeah, let's have a look. Okay, first of all, I've not done my due diligence, really, of even knowing where these guys come from. So let's, first of all, I know Chua. Chihuahua. I'm going to find it very difficult to call him Chihuahua. It doesn't even roll off the tongue very easily. But I don't know very much about Sociable, Loon, or Profek. I feel like I've seen Loon around before. So Profek, Polish player who played for Go Next and Diamond. At some point I have watched a Diamond VOD, but I don't think I've watched any Go Next VOD ever. Did I watch them play in Ascension? I don't think so, because I only watched the end of Ascension in EMEA. So, yeah, I wouldn't have seen them, right? Because they got knocked out in the group stages. So I don't think I've ever watched a VOD of Profek. Or maybe I have, but it was like a year ago. So, no idea how good this guy is. Okay. Let's go back to his thing. So is he just going to be full-time Smokes player for the team? Yeah. Is he a full-time Smokes player in general? Would appear so. Profek. Yeah, Smokes player. Okay. All right. Okay. Sociable played for Fireflux. Right. Yeah. So I have watched some Fireflux, but not very much. When would I have watched them? Earlier this year at some point. But I don't remember much about Sociable. So, okay. Played for Parlor before Parlor kind of merged to become Fireflux, or the other way around. I can't remember what the hell they did with those teams. And then Loon was on Galatasaray. Okay. Again, when would I have watched his stuff? Probably not very much at all. Okay, so a lot of players here that I'm very unfamiliar with. Profek, Sociable, and Loon. Yampi, obviously, I know quite a lot of. And Chua, I've watched quite a bit of. Not as much as Yampi, of course, but... Alright, and Yampi's IGLing for them. Let's have a look at what they did on the other maps and just see if they swap roles around. Yeah, so they're swapping roles around a little bit. Sociable is playing like the flex role, and Yampi's playing more of like a hard initiator role for them. They played double duelist on bind, raise ISO. Okay. All right, let's have a look at this then. Haven. Let's have a look at Haven.
On va voir si Jazz aura autant de liberté.
Oh, we're getting a gorgeous French cast.
Autant d'espace sur la carte, ce qui est...
How can you... Dude, the French accent is just so lovely. Okay, so they're running very standard Haven comp.
Ce qui est sûr, c'est qu'on va pouvoir commencer ce pistol round entre ces deux équipes. On le rappelle, hein, ce n'est pas des éliminations directes, étant donné qu'il y a un lower bracket. Donc nous sommes bien toujours en BO1.
It's a BO1.
Il y a également encore une possibilité de continuer encore dans la course.
So let's see what they get up to.
Maintenant, à voir qui pourra accéder et continuer dans le lower à l'issue de ce match.
Can't improve this.
Tout à fait.
The quality here.
On rappelle également que des matchs sont en train de se jouer en simultané un peu partout en même temps. Donc on sera peut-être déjà...
Alright, so a bit of a strange pistol round setup here, just to begin with. They have Cypher Omen set up over towards A. Are they going to play on top of this box or just tuck in the corner? What are they up to? Very fast push down C long.
Prendre beaucoup d'espace à Jazz, qui va être repéré. Alors qu'on tente des travers.
Cage for Profek to play around?
Le stun qui est mis sur Profek qui ne pourra rien faire. Butcher, on avait vu tout à l'heure
Cage doing that?
Jazz.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. I thought this cage was literally there as like a one-way cylinder cage that Profek was somehow going to like hide in or something, but that's just seeing it through the... That's just a cage that goes for long. Which makes more sense.
Alors qu'on tente des travers pour l'instant qui vont pas connecter au niveau de cette hauteur. Le stun qui est mis sur Profek qui ne pourra rien
Profek
faire.
throws the standard smoke, but he throws it a bit late and he gets overwhelmed and he's not able to focus short. So a bit slow there from Profek.
Complètement négociable des deux côtés. On va voir si on peut choper une occasion.
They give UCAM sight. UCAM still have paranoia. It should be very difficult for BBL to retake. The UCAM players are not paying attention to break and recon and stuff. But that paranoia is good enough to keep back Loon when he tries to go for it, so should still be UCAMs. How many subscribers for you to get a BBL? BBLs are pretty dangerous. I wouldn't get a BBL. Also, I'm caked up as fuck. If I got a BBL, I wouldn't be able to fit through doors. I wouldn't be able to fit in chairs.
qui faut pas looker forcément. On va avoir pas grand chose entre les mains au niveau de ce round. Et attention à Jazz qui prend déjà beaucoup d'espace au niveau de ce main.
4 player stack this time over towards A,
En
mixing
matière,
things up.
Elle est plutôt complexe hein, du côté de BBL. Mais on s'est stacké cette fois-ci sur ce site A.
Map 2 of the final is Haven 2 against the same opponent if you'd rather watch that. I want to watch all of them.
De la part de UCAM, la paranoïa viendra complètement blind sociable.
Because if I only watch the second time they play Haven, I'm gonna not understand certain things that were specifically against UCAM. Do you know what I mean? Like, if UCAM play well against them here, then BBL are going to adjust some things for next time. And then I won't understand what they've adjusted because I don't understand what happened the first time around. Alright, so very standard stun, recon. Sociable's playing over towards A. They've smoked him, so he can't actually get good A lobby information. Loon is trying to be very active with where he's playing. He's pushed C, he's played A, now he's on top of B. They're trying to help Profek. Profek's missed the smoke here a little bit. I don't think that was deliberate, but he's making the best use out of it.
Maintenant, Profek, toujours pas repéré à l'arrière. On se doute qu'il est ici, mais on ne l'a toujours pas délogé.
Pretty nice anchoring from Profek. Apart from the slight miss on the smoke, but he played around that quite well. His team came and defended him well. 1 HP. This player should get cleaned up even by the flank. Alright. Pretty standard play here from BBL. Very fast to react on the defense side and very mobile with the defensive setups. Why is Yampi walking down C? Okay, Yampi on breach getting... Wow, for a sideways stun. Walking down C long so that they can get a stun headshot box for the peek out garage. That's really quite risky, but he does it after they go for a C hit round. So Yampi goes for this strat thinking they won't go C twice in a row. So he's like, they're probably not going to have people over towards C. I can probably get away with walking into cubby here, and that gives him an angle to be able to give Loon a really cool stun. I like that call from Yampi. It's risky. That's the kind of call I would expect from Yampi, though. I think he probably is going to be a bit of a risky IGL because he's a risky fucking player.
On l'a attrapé au vol, on n'a rien pu faire pour Jas. On prend du coup un avantage numérique. Plus besoin de jouer, maintenant juste de renforcer ses positions et prendre de l'information alors que pour l'instant le carrage va être a priori un petit peu tâté du côté de cette équipe de UCAM et Bûcher, qui est en train de faire tout simplement l'extrémité, d'essayer de prendre de l'espace. On a déposé un joueur au niveau de ce main qui peut faire énormément de mal. C'est Sociable, s'il n'est pas checké, ça peut être un carnage.
C'est dur de rentrer, c'est très très dur de se positionner. Sociable, il est checké mais pas assez rapidement. On
Very pushed up position from the Sova, but it gives them early information so that they can get 2 or maybe even 3 to defend on site.
On n'arrivera pas à prendre de kill pour le moment. Quick, toujours à l'intérieur.
I like that UCAM dominated the smoke early. Clean shooting from Loon. Very clean shooting from Loon.
Loon vient inscrire un quadruplé dans ce 4e round.
Ah mais Loon, là il est bien rentré dans son match hein, pour le coup. Et c'est ce qu'il fallait hein, parce que les UCAM sinon n'auraient fait que...
Okay, so they've been really mixing up their defensive setups so far. What do they go for now? So this is still not really standard, I would say. They've got Yampi playing A long. Probably just a farm ult up here. A lot of breach players are just going to want to... Yeah, okay. So he was trying to greed for the ult orb. Oh, that's really aggro from Loon on an anti-eco round. But he's... Look how quick they are to rotate into spots. Like, this player's just come all the way over super quickly. Chua. Oh. Owned. Unfortunately, owned. BBL are really fast around the map, though. I wonder if this is going to make them quite a chaotic team against people who are slower paced. But at the moment, both of these teams are playing fast paced, so it actually just feels like BBL are nicely reacting. That stun is perfect. What? Somehow missed. All good. I mean, I don't think it's winnable. Wait, it is winnable. It's so winnable.
Avec cette onde sismique. Et
That-
on
he can
tient-
stick
Oh,
that.
c'était Yampi,
He
on
can
croit
stick
jusqu'au bout,
that.
Il a eu raison. Là, il se rate net.
The ace loss.
Mais on n'y a pas
Tragic.
cru. On n'y a pas cru du tout pour Flickless. Yampi qui n'a pas fake du tout. Et j'ai envie de
Tragic.
te dire,
Ah bah, il savait enfin l'avantage
Okay, so now they 4-stack A again.
dans cette rencontre.
UCAM are not
ouais, BBL qui
really
fait ce
breaking
qu'il a dit.
utility for the Cypher, and so BBL can stack wherever the fuck they like. Because they're just getting full info that nobody's see at nobody's garage. And Chiwa's holding all of this side of the map on his own. So UCAM need to be doing a better job of disrupting that.
On est en réception là du côté des UCAM. Et on est prêt à venir répliquer si besoin. Sociable qui va bait pour Lyun. Essayer d'attirer un maximum.
Sociable needs to be using his drone to clear short, I
I
think. He's going for it.
Déjà énormément de dégâts, mais attention justement à la position avancée de Lyun qui va tomber nez à nez avec Flickless qui va dodge.
He tried to readjust his aim,
Première balle dans la
but
tête.
Flickless crouched
On va pouvoir
underneath
se
it.
remettre bien
Sociable's
pour
gonna
l'équipe de UCAM,
take a
se remettre en
forward
position,
position here.
sortir le stuff, Sociable.
They're trying to play so aggressive, this BBL team. I don't know about some of these like aggro decisions like that. Yampi just ults and flies himself through. That's a weird round. That is a weird round.
On n'a pas le choix, on est obligé de lâcher pour Chiwa. On peut pas la jouer. Malheureusement, là, les UCAM qui ont très bien manœuvré.
So, UCAM never broke a trip garage, never broke a trip C. BBL had a 4-stack on the A site, and then pushed up on A, left the A site with their stack, and lost on A. And then Yampi ults in the 2v4, throws himself out, Sociable's hiding inside a smoke. Like, that's a pretty bad round. Those are the kind of rounds that you need to get rid of as the team gets better and tighter together. They thought the Fnatic smoke was a bait, I guess? Yeah, definitely. And Loon did get a little bit unfortunate, but I think my qualm is with the way that Sociable and Yampi played that. I think they could have still played that as a 3v4 and had a chance to win with the breach ult. And instead, Sociable just made a complete hero play, and then Yampi made a second hero play.
De son côté, Chiwa qui aura pris des dégâts. On a loupé son atterrissage, on est déjà bien esquinté pour le cypher des BBL. Ouais, c'est un round d'écho. On n'en attend pas non plus énormément, mais il a une fantôme entre les mains. Donc attention justement à ne pas perdre un duel sur quelques HP qu'on aurait pu conserver.
Ouais, sachant qu'on a mis, voilà, on avait que 2 armes à investir là du côté de BBL.
Yeah, I thought she would just take full damage.
Et une autre sur le site C avec,
Can't lie, I do that frequently in my ranked games.
Très bien son skill.
They're still being very changeable with their
C'est bien amené là du côté
setups.
de cette équipe de BBL. On a combiné ensemble ligne de fracture, tout la décale et la fureur du chasseur qui va
Wow,
suivre Flickless
Sociable actually
jusqu'au bout,
catches one with
pour
that?
rien.
They thought it was a C
Deux
split.
trouvés dès les
So they
premiers
take the timing as if it was a C split to go for that stun.
Qui répond à l'assaut.
BBL are leaving gaps around the map though by trying to stack like this. Look at this kind of gap that they've created.
On arrive à planter le spike. Attention justement, Yampi. Il a décoché la tête de la néon, tandis que Profect prendra Butcher.
Never mind, it's not gonna be punished, but it could have been.
Pour tenter de faire un exploit, il trouvera le premier sur Chiwa. Pour l'instant, c'est un 3v1 à manœuvrer et les joueurs de BBL savent où se trouve le dernier joueur, complètement repéré, complètement vu par Profect. Et le round est scellé par BBL qui inscrivent cette belle économie.
Ah ouais, c'était une écho plutôt bien amenée, surtout accompagnée, hein, parce qu'on avait tout de même 2 armes à jouer là-dessus et on les a fait parler. On a eu un Yuno qui a voulu prendre.
So now Loon has an op.
Opérateur qui peut être déjà dangereux.
Just taking the op down A long. This is like their most standard setup they've run.
Au niveau de ce long A, on va envoyer une ligne de fracture en plus pour épauler justement la prise d'espace.
Are they stunning to get him back onto the line here?
Mais sans plus, on viendra quand même mettre une balle qui a touché. Attention, on n'est pas passé loin de la mort pour Jazz. Cette balle a traversé le mur.
I thought they were going to try to get Loon back on the line with Yampi's utility. That would be how you would normally play these kind of spots, but Loon's just backed up. See you, RJ.
Avec seulement 12 petits points de vie, Bucky entre les mains, alors qu'on va prendre de l'espace au niveau de ce sita. On a la cage pour venir pour l'instant contester cette zone. Sociable qui est en détravers, qui pour l'instant ne vont pas connecter. On ne trouve pas de tête et attention parce qu'on a pris cher là du côté de Sociable. Lyun qui a reculé mais qui a toujours son opérateur en main qui peut faire des dégâts.
Okay,
Trouver
sure.
Jazz au travers de smoke.
So they're playing retake when they have an op, which is a strange decision when I think they could have tried to fight for this site a little more. Loon's gonna have some angles on people.
On fera quand même beaucoup de dégâts à Flickless qui est juste derrière ses box. You know. Attends la réception, on peut pas drop.
Alright, flash, recon, they jump down. Yampi's the only person who jumps down.
Avec la cavalerie pour sécuriser le site, il ne reste maintenant plus que Quick.
I'm not huge there that Yampi's the only person that jumps into sight, because if it is nice that the recon dart lands here and he like it highlights somebody. Yampi's like taking a somewhat even fight when he jumps down. But if they did a double jump down with the flash recon and only left one person up top, I think I'd be better. I think I'd prefer that, because if Yampi dies there, they've still got two players stuck in heaven.
Le spike est déjà en train d'être diffuse.
Ouais, la fureur du chasseur qui a les duels de round. Et celui-ci, il peut permettre d'être quand même un petit peu game changer là.
But the coordination with their utility is fairly decent.
Tout à fait, et attention.
And I do like that they're mixing things up. I mean, again, they mix things up. Loon is finding so many opportunities to go for picks around the map, with rifle and with op.
Éclair, on trouve la solution pour Loon, on isole au moins un premier kill maintenant. On peut en prendre un deuxième pour Loon. C'est just
It's nice.
la poussière sur cette entry.
They're very, very
Il
active.
commence le round déjà en infériorité numérique.
Ah non mais Lune là il libère tellement d'opportunités pour son équipe là. Comme tu l'as dit, c'était pas la première fois qu'on le voyait pique au niveau de ce garage. Et à chaque fois le pire c'est que c'est des kills éclairs hein. Il arrive après à s'escape alors que Yuno qui a TP sur le site. Je sais pas si on a l'information que c'est passé, en tout cas on a une cage, ça peut surprendre la décale de Yuno, va falloir être ready. Du côté de Chiwa, j'ai pas l'impression, on a un petit peu spell en main. Si, mais derrière qui va là? C'est Lyun, encore une fois.
Okay, finally gets shut down, but too late at this point, right? 4v2, BBL should be able to close.
On tente de fake une première fois, de ce spike, la décale de Fisher qui vient attraper Profek. Attention à pas se donner un parrain et à bien trade du côté des BBL.
Attention en effet, il reste 3 joueurs.
Yampi has Aftershock
Il y a un
here.
du team déjà envoyé, le Rolling Thunder qui est envoyé très tôt.
Doesn't use it.
Avec Chiwa qui va passer par le mid pour rejoindre
I felt like that was a good opportunity, but he's going to use it to clear the corner instead. And both positions have been pretty much taken away. Yampi's going to swing that.
On sait qu'ils sont backside, on va pouvoir s'avancer. Premier duel remporté par
They know where the last player is. Impossible for Flickless to win that.
Par ce Shubble.
Validé, tu as l'opérateur. Du coup, c'est l'équipe de S2J s'inclinera, mais c'est vrai que le score est...
Another situation where Loon's going to rotate around. He's now playing his op down C long with the Cypher.
Se dirige vers cette reprise. Est-ce que ce timeout aura eu l'effet escompté?
C split. They've broken both.
Cette shock dart, mais il viendra réceptionner Jazz qui était sous ultime.
Brutal.
Et on est déjà
Neon just dies immediately.
Numérique pour Yukam, BBL se repositionne bien autour du site. On sait par contre que Chiwa est pas dans le coin. Yoon viendra prendre un nouveau kill.
I mean, it was an eco round. As soon as the Neon dies, it's just done.
Et il sera balayé par Chiwa.
Well, I thought maybe there was a chance in this round if the Neon had been able to get up quickly on top of the Opper. But Loon hit the one shot he needed to hit, which was onto the Neon.
Parce que nous, à l'open, avec son opérateur et très bien accompagné avec ses teammates, on a été tout simplement
So now we're seeing this is another strange setup, but again, look at how Yampi's thinking about the game here. He's gone to do something aggressive on C after a C hit again. So last time, remember like round 3, round 4? Round 3, they did a big C exec, and then Yampi was like, okay, they're not going C twice in a row, I'm going to tuck into cubby. This time they do a C exec in round 9, and now round 10, he goes... Sorry, that was round 10, wasn't it? Round 11, he's doing the same thing again, basically.
Écart, et on le voit un 17-6 pour Lyun qui, pour l'instant, est inarrêtable dans cette game.
Except as soon as he hears something, he backs off. So he was thinking about trying to go and tuck himself into cubby. Oh, he's still going for it, actually. No, he's not tucking into cubby. What's he doing then? Why are you walking your breach down? Why not do this with the Omen? Why are we walking our breach to flank them? Just because it's Yampi and he thought about it?
Yampi a pris les devants au niveau du C.
I mean, he got the kill, he got out, he now has his ultimate.
C'est le Omen en moins, ce sera sans smoke. qu'on devra rentrer sur un site.
And he
Ouais, alors que
repeaks.
Quick arrive à recompenser.
Motherfucker, you just got your ult online. You're in a 5v4. Why would you repeak?
Attention à l'infiltration là dans ce garage. Je crois avoir vu Jas prendre pas mal d'espace. Yoon qui va devoir réceptionner à lui tout seul avec son opérateur. Premier kill qui a été effectué. Il décide de ne pas accélérer sur lui et Jas qui arrive à récupérer Profek qui était en train de rota et qui s'est fait avoir par cette coupe. On a réussi à prendre de l'espace pour l'instant sur ce site, mais il y a toujours Yoon. Étant donné qu'on n'a plus les smokes, forcément au niveau de ce spawn on va être à découvert. Mais pour l'instant on va quand même... Ouais, ça a touché, mais on va pouvoir prendre de l'espace et forcer Yoon à reculer. On a pu planter ce spike.
If they lose this round,
Une retake
entirely
qui est aussi
on
défendable
Yampy
pour
repeak,
Yukam.
in my opinion.
On va commencer, envoyer une cage, on a pu changer d'arme, prendre une vandale à la place. Il y a beaucoup de monde qui fait
That's
cette direction, mais
nice.
ce sera fait.
That's really
BBL
nice from Loon
qui
and
a
Chua.
très bien joué cette reprise.
Tué par Yamp.
Très bien joué.
Pour l'instant qui semble inarrêtable. Et j'ai l'impression que Yampy qui a sorti
Yeah,
également
Loon was a
l'opérateur,
tier
il est sur
2
un petit
player.
setup double opérateur.
Loon, Sociable, and Profek all came from tier 2.
Effectivement, ouais. Double opérateur, c'est le dernier round de toute façon de cette half. Donc,
Profek came
on
from
va
East
tenter
Surge,
sécuriser les angles,
and
longue
Sociable and Loon
distance
came
avec,
from the
l'économie
Turkish tier 2 scene, but
qui est
played for
royale,
different
pour le
teams.
coup, pour BBL, là, on n'a pas vraiment de quoi s'en faire. Donc,
Yeah,
on va
Loon
rester
is
sur des gros guns. Maintenant,
mixing stuff up
ce qu'ils vont faire,
enormously
nous,
on
c'est la
defense.
question. On va se diriger lentement mais sûrement vers le setup
This is one of the first times where we see
qui est
Chua's
en attente de
setups
contact.
getting
Pour l'instant,
hit.
personne n'arrive depuis la longue, il sera laissé tranquille. On viendra récupérer Jazz qui
Gets
aura
one
sur
inside a
un petit,
cage, gets
tripwire.
an
On va
ult out
envoyer
for
le
free.
vulnéral pour révéler la
Swings?
formation. Trop tard.
Instead of going backwards, Sociable runs into the smoke instead of just trying to hold and let other people through.
Là, qui a pas été bonne.
Oh
C'est
no!
le dernier round.
Oh,
Alors,
our
side.
A defenses
On a
look
encore
bad.
cette à faire valoir Yoon dans le bac.
Why is the whole team trying to play inside smokes?
Et justement, Yampy qui est prêt à l'enclencher, il va falloir rentrer.
Oh, Yampy.
Ouais, Yampy, comme tu l'as dit, Profek au niveau de cette hauteur qui fait du 1
Oh no,
qui est tombé. On n'est plus qu'en 2v3 pour jouer cette retake. On a un joueur under et on doit s'en douter.
So
avec le
3 on
champion,
short
on
and
va
1
pas faire de
long.
dégâts,
So
Yuno.
obviously the pick is 1v1. Okay, so let's look at what you should have done in that situation, in my opinion.
On va envoyer le vulnéral pour révéler la formation.
Right, so when he gets that first ping of the ult, remember that he has Sociable on site right now, right?
Un petit tripwire, on va envoyer.
So he gets the ping. He sees that there's 2 players here, right? 2 players there. 1 player on site and 1 player here. This cage is up for a while still. If he turns around and tries to get this player here, then they can try to live long enough for the rest of the team to come through, especially with this smoke now being thrown from Profek on the site. If he swings through and gets his 1, that's fine. He's in a great position because he controls A long. But Sociable is almost certainly just going to die. And then they have to play the retake from there. So Chiwa's basically saying in this situation, if I lose this 1v1, we lose the round. If I win the 1v1, we might win the round. And I think that that's just... It's exactly what Sociable did last time that they were defending the A site as well, was try to force the... Like when Sociable runs forward here as well, he's like, okay, if I can win this duel and somehow stay alive, maybe we have a chance of winning the round. Just back up and play the retake in a 3v4. I think the quantity of high risk, high reward decisions is the problem.
Et on va aller tomber également pour Sociable.
Ouais, la crosse de smoke là qui a pas été bonne. On va pouvoir amorcer, c'est le dernier round avant le changement de side.
You can't count on that when he has a split second to make a decision. The entire game is about making split second decisions correctly. The entire game is about that. That's every decision.
Dans le bac, qui va se faire repérer par la caméra. Et justement, Yampy.
I don't mind what Chiwa's doing necessarily. I think it's fine for Chiwa to try to go for that play. I think it's bad for Sociable, and he's done it twice. And I think it's risky for Chiwa.
On a un joueur under et on doit s'en douter. Avec le shorty, on ne pourra pas faire de dégâts. Yuno, il fera le kill. On drop du côté de Profek.
Would you have fucked with Sociable swinging long with him on the cage drop? I think that's too late. I think if you wait for the cage to drop there, the 3 players from short have just run him over.
Ça s'est pas joué à beaucoup. Ça s'est pas joué à beaucoup ce coup de shorty de Yuno. Il est quand même
I suspect that Chua had already kind of made his mind up of what he was going to do before he even got the info from the Cypher ult, frankly, because of the way that he was positioning. Because he was already starting to run towards long as soon as he'd thrown his ult. He wasn't trying to like play with his Sova on site to hold the players coming out of short.
rejoint assez rapidement par un de ses
I
coéquipiers.
suspect he'd already
Pour
visualized the
l'instant,
play.
on joue en slow et on fait pas de bruit pour les BBL.
Attention, jeu en slow qui peut très bien passer, mais attention justement à Quick qui n'est pas check. On se doute par contre qu'il y a quelqu'un au niveau de cette short. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir un premier contact? Youn qui prélèvera Yuno, Quick qui fera un doublé à l'arrière. On n'est pas encore.
That's a
noté.
crazy timing that Quick's found through all of that.
Viendra choper Sociable. Il ne reste maintenant plus que Shiwa pour tenter prendre son sandwich. Avec des joueurs.
Ouais, de pouvoir répliquer en défense. Ce qui est sûr, c'est que sur ce round, on va avoir l'avantage des armes. Et Jas qui va s'échapper in extremis là-dessus. Youn en prise d'espace au niveau de ce garage avec.
Bon, la ligne de fracture qui va toucher Yuno, qui va devoir se repositionner. Le spike va être enclenché. On va pouvoir le jouer. Ce round, attention justement. Jas viendra récupérer ce showball. On viendra prendre Yampi au dépourvu pour Yuno, mais on viendra se faire tomber quand même. Youn qui est au dépourvu également pour Yukam.
J'ai l'impression.
De Yukam.
Okay. What are BBL up to on their attack side then? I think this is going to showcase more of Yampi's agiling as well. Although I feel like his defense side was unusual enough that we've already seen some style, some flair. Okay, so you can tell by that smoke over towards Garden that there's a decent chance you've lost A lobby control completely.
Prends son temps pour les BBL.
I mean, you have lost control, but the fact that there's like 4 players over there.
Des Yukam qui se dessinent pour l'instant à Shiwa.
Okay. Now you know that there's going to be a push. The rest of BBL are coming back to hold it. That's nice. Controlling the map here rather than reacting on the other side of the map when you have the economy advantage. I like that. Whoa! Okay. Sick. Alright, easy stuff. But that was just a bonus round for Yukam. They've got Neon up. So Chiwa's defaulting over towards A, which is pretty standard. Oh, we're going for the Fnatic Durka engage. Oh, Loon just got spammed. Yampi gets the plant and gets out. And it's planted in a spot where Yampi can use Aftershock. He's going to tuck himself in this corner. The Aftershock's off first tap. He's weak. She was looking to see if he can go for that garage reflank. And Yampi is screwed. So overall in the 2v4, I don't think Sociable's got a great chance of making that one work. But maybe if his teammate had got a kill, maybe that was possible. Feels pretty unlikely. I mean, one of the problems was this trip stayed active, and you can see them pinging it now as well. If they had defaulted at the start of the round to go and take some garage control, break trip, then hit B and have this like late round insert, if they'd managed to insert somebody here or here before they'd exec into B, or if Loon had stayed alive as well, but that's not really Loon's fault, then that could have been a more successful round. BBL getting a force out of this because Loon has ult.
Tout à fait. Et en plus de ça, on n'a toujours pas rappelé de nouveau timeout. Les deux équipes qui se sentent encore bien dans cette situation. Cette fois-ci, Lyon va faire usage de sa Blade Storm dans ce round-ci. On n'a plus beaucoup d'économies.
I like this Cypher setup as well.
Au moins, on a des knives qu'on va pouvoir utiliser pour peut-être
trip the cam on grass.
Économique des Yukam, tandis que Jas.
I think this is a really nice default to open up the round.
On va se reculer un petit peu pour le néon.
Now that they know there's somebody garage, and aggressive garage as well, because that's the only way you can break that cam. They're gonna drone. If they drone, they'll see the trip very quickly, which they can break. Okay, they have found the trip. Alright, this looks like they're gonna try and go all the way back over towards A. I do like this. The thing that's ending up screwing them in the macro game here is that the Neon is just taking this line with the operator the whole time, so they know it's not a real C split. They've lost garage control, and it could end up being a B pop, but they did the B pop in the previous round, so UCAM are keeping 3 players A because they're pretty confident it's not a C hit, and these 3 players A are still going to be fine for the B retake afterwards. So I think this is good decision making from UCAM, but not bad macro calling from Yampi either.
Attention à Flickless qui est toujours à la réception. Le bridge belge. qui pourrait
Alright,
envoyer
now they're making noise.
une ligne de fracture
Backside
directement
dart?
dans la
No.
tête des
Where the
BBL, et on
fuck
y
did
va.
that dart
On
go?
se fera stun mid-air et on se fera terminer par Quick.
Wait, what?
Pourrait envoyer une ligne de fracture
They're
directement.
Darting in a corner? That's just got to be a missed dart.
Dans la tête des BBL,
But then Loon
et on
updraft
y
dashes
va.
in a really odd way as well. Does he just dash there in a weird place because he gets stunned?
On se
He's
fera
not
stun
expecting the
mid-air
breach
et
to
on
be
se
playing
fera
back A.
terminer par Quick. Pour l'instant,
I don't really understand that execute. I don't understand which parts of that were pre-planned and which parts of that were audibles. I think the recon dart must have been a missed one. Unless they expect them to be leaving the site? Maybe the idea is that the recon dart is supposed to land here and it lights up people playing in this area? Dude, I don't think that's the case though. I think that was just a straight up miss.
Que ce Shovel qui sera également fini par Bûcheur. Yukam réduit les
Socita et sur
pouvoir se remettre en selle.
They take a timeout after it as well, so probably just a fucking beef.
Du coup,
Yeah, the smoke is underneath it as well, so it would be a horrible dart even if it was deliberate.
qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire maintenant?
Ouais, alors que
Qui a pu du coup donner des bons conseils maintenant
Wait, that's actually a filthy trip.
à cette line-up turque. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire maintenant?
I need to
ouais,
yoink
alors
that.
que Bune
I'm so bad
prend
at
de l'espace,
taking
pouvoir bien
pro
en main au niveau de ce main-là, sachant que
setups.
économiquement, je sais pas
I never
pourquoi, mais
remember
il me
them.
semble qu'on n'est pas non plus dans les meilleures des positions pour les BBL. Alors que pour l'instant, on a Yuno qui vient juste prendre un premier temps dans ce middle.
Well, UCAM are not playing as aggressively at the start of the rounds as BBL were, so then it's, you know, we're getting a lot of 5v5 situations when there's a minute on the clock.
On est en train juste de travailler,
But I feel like BBL themselves are
notamment Profec,
struggling to
qui va
really
pouvoir venir épauler Alex
manipulate the
Franck
defender
au niveau
rotates.
du garage.
A lot of
Et on a laissé
UCAM
seulement
is
un
just,
seul joueur, hein, sur le
a lot of
CC,
UCAM rounds, they
Cypher.
just
Par
still
contre,
have 3
en
players
reprise
A.
d'information, pas personne au niveau de ce main. On peut essayer de punir une reprise d'information. tandis
Chua
que
was running a
Possible
pretty
avec,
interesting trip in
son
garage on
drone,
defense
prendre de
too.
l'espace et prendre de l'information.
Wait, which one? You mean the one where it's like close to the door, like here? Or the one behind the box? I thought he was just running the one behind the box.
Va falloir réussir à casser les trappes, alors que la fureur du chasseur qui vient d'être
What was he
employé
doing?
vient d'attraper un joueur.
He was running the one behind the box in most of the
Malheureusement,
rounds, I
on fera
think,
les frais,
because
c'est
he was
pas
just
pour
playing
ça
it for
qu'on
info.
même Yuno, on fait du 1 pour
He was on the floor behind the
En
box.
effet, pour l'instant ça se trade bien. Mais par contre c'est smoker contre dueliste. Donc on a perdu quand même les smokes du côté.
Was he
de
running
la
that in most of the
défense.
rounds? Because
On va
that's just
devoir
way
défendre
worse for info.
en drive pick, remporter tous ces duels.
Playing a kill trip when you're the only person covering
On va quand même
B
appeler
garage
le
and
de ce
C
jeu-là
is
avant de
terrible.
tomber. Mais maintenant,
He must have been doing that in
on
some
va
rounds when
avec un
the
Rolling
rest of his team
Thunder,
was
il va
not,
envoyer
was like with him.
directement Chihuahua qui subit. Enfin, qui chope le bon timing pour upgrade sur une arme, envoie son vol neural et on va repérer complètement les deux.
Sorry, let me go back. I was talking to the chat. I've missed what was happening in this round. So,
Tandis que, ouais, Sociable avec,
they drone into
son
garage,
drone,
take
va
some
prendre de
garage
l'espace et
control.
prendre de l'information. Va falloir réussir à casser les trappes, alors que la
There's a
fureur du
nice
chasseur qui
angle
vient
for
d'être
that
employé
silver
vient
ult,
d'attraper un
catches
joueur,
Loon.
c'est Yoon. Malheureusement,
But
qui en fera les
Sociable
frais,
manages to look up and
Yoon,
kill the
fait du
Omen.
1 pour 1.
En effet.
So now it's a 4v4 where BBL have full garage
Mais par
control.
contre, c'est smoker contre dueliste.
UCAM still keep 2 players A.
Du côté de la défense, on va devoir défendre en drive pick, remporter tous ces duels d'aim. Bûcheur
And
qui repéré,
Bûcheur
il arrivera quand même à prélever la tête de ce
doesn't
jeu-là.
really pop his cage early enough there.
3v3 à manœuvrer avec un Rolling Thunder.
BBL make it very
Envoyé
difficult for him to
directement
find the right
Chihuahua
timing.
qui chope le bon timing pour upgrade
And now
sur
they
une
have really good
arme.
info from the Cypher
Vol
ult.
neural et on va repérer complètement les deux derniers
Where is
joueurs.
Chua going?
Et son duo qui
Chihuahua's
sera
going around the world here because it's
complètement
planted for garage.
repéré.
Ouais, on a Chihuahua en coupe, hein, qui peut arriver dans le dos au moindre moment. Alors qu'on va essayer de temporiser un maximum au niveau de cette longue C. Et après, ça sera Chihuahua
Nice one way on the
dans le dos.
spike.
Jas, hein.
Should be very
Il va prendre un
difficult for
premier kill
UCAM to win
complètement
this.
blind, il va essayer d'esquiver.
Chua's not even going for the garage reflank, he's going
Mais Jas qui ne se fera pas
all
du
the
tout.
way to backside.
Stun, on en profite, Jas qui va continuer son avance au niveau de cette longue et Chihuahua dans le dos qui arrive. Ça y est, plus que
Yeah, and
1v1
it's
maintenant.
over, it's too late
Chihuahua sur
anyway.
ce site, face à Jas, il essaye de fake une première fois et Jas qui...
En effet,
Là, finalement, on en profite, on arrive déjà sur ce 10e.
Quite a lot of
BBL.
damage done to BBL's economy.
Ah, Yuno, cette fois-ci, ah, j'ai mal lu. J'ai cru que Yuno avait pris le sniper. Non, c'est
They
bien
will be
Jas.
broken if they lose this
Il l'a
round.
toujours en main, mais cette fois-ci, en prise d'information au niveau
fast
cellulaire.
flash
Enfin,
recon into garage this
ils
time.
décident de prendre,
They haven't taken
vraiment
fast
des
garage
espaces.
control
Ensuite,
so
il
far
avance
yet.
rapidement, ligne de fracture.
Alright,
Bien
so
empêché. Alors que les travers
oh,
pour l'instant, qui vont connecter pour
Loon
Yuna
got
sur
body
Yuna
blocked
pour
by
arriver.
Yampy.
Tu n'auras vu
Incroyable.
personne
Loon was trying to
se
get out of the
rendre
angle and
sous
Yampy
les
was
balles.
just stood in his way.
Effectivement, ce spray qui a été
Tragic.
très bien manœuvré pour Yuno, qui a finalement récupéré le kill qu'il fallait en plus. C'est encore Lyun qui tombe.
So
en
now,
premier.
I feel like Yampy's not really reacting to the fact, though, that the breach is now on this side of the map. Almost all the rest of the half, the breach has been on over towards A. And they've known that a little bit because when they've hit A, the breach has been like hard anchoring quite a couple, like 2 times at least. So now the breach is on this side. So you know the breach is here. One of the players is here as well that was spamming you. It feels like they're playing heavy for garage control. It feels like there's somebody pushed up on A.
Dans ce round, la menace de BBL qui est maîtrisée. Yampy.
Oh, they're playing A for
vraiment réduit
retake.
à 7 HP. On est moins en confiance maintenant pour BBL.
And so that's the gamble you got to take. Are they,
Cet opérateur qui va faire mal.
have they got somebody pushed up? Yes, and they just go for the wide swing.
Yampy qui en profite.
They've already used their drone,
Qui
so they
aura
just decide to
effectivement
fucking
loupé
send
sa
it.
balle, alors que Shiwa en coupe.
Chua gets a
La
look,
réussite
kill,
à
threatens that he's going for a big look as well.
Flickless. On tente des travers qui vont connecter pour Flickless. Pouvoir récompenser, c'est du 3v3 maintenant. Est-ce qu'on a vu Sociable se cacher dans le coin?
I think if they kept it simple there and just gone into A,
La première décade de Flickless qui enchaîne.
they probably would have found a lot of success.
Petite flash pour venir au décalé sur
The problem is, when Chua gets that kill on B, they have to go and fill that hole, because you have to deal with the lurker before you go for the retake. So I think, in my opinion, that's a bad call from Yampy there, because when you're execing here and your lurker is here, if your lurker gets a kill and you go back to your lurker, the defenders are all going to be looking towards your lurker. They're not going to be looking towards the site they're about to retake, because they have to play offside for the retake probably anyway. And you think about it from the defender's point of view, if they just focus on A, Chua's going to be stabbing them in the back. So they've got to go and deal with Chua first before they retake. So if you end up going back to Chua, you're just going back to where the defenders are looking.
Du côté du Cam qui consolide ce 9e round et qui se rapproche petit à petit.
Couple of exceptions to that rule, I suppose.
Ouais, effectivement.
If like
Ce round très bien manœuvré encore une fois par le breach.
if the defenders could beat you on the rotate, maybe they would try to get there before you, but in that kind of situation, I think just commit to the A hit there. Yeah, I think it was just a bit of an overcook.
BBL maintenant forcé complètement à l'écho avec uniquement des shérifs et un classique pour ce Shable.
Ouais, tu l'as dit, hein. Là, c'est économie, donc normalement, sans caster curse, normalement, l'équipe de UCAM devrait pouvoir égaliser à 10 partout. Après, attention, on a déjà vu des rounds au shérif.
It feels like Yampy or the team as a whole have some garage C exec they've been trying to do almost this whole half. I don't think so, really. I think the garage control was because at the start of the half, they did that B exec and they realized there was a trip here. So I think they've been trying to really focus on defaulting for garage control so that this trip gets broken if it exists. I don't think it's because they want to exec from garage. To me, it looks like they're trying to get A execs working more, but they keep getting stopped.
Le trap qui a été repéré. On est prêt à accélérer sur ce B ou en tout cas de feinter. Il y aura Jas à la réception. Va falloir ajuster du côté de Lyun avec son shérif et ça sera Jas qui prendra le dessus.
Ça passera pas.
Ouais, on va pouvoir repartir sur ce hein, pour les BBL. Maintenant, il faut réussir à faire l'ouverture et à trouver surtout le joueur qui se cache au niveau de ce corner. La paranoïa est bonne. On va pouvoir rentrer. On tente des fous. Jas et Kui qui tiennent bon. La ligne de fracture qui va complètement empêcher cette équipe de BBL.
Ce match sera Eintracht Frankfurt.
Ouais, effectivement. Qui a remporté son match face à Apex and Friends 13-8 alors que Lyun qui accélère sur ce site, Bûcher à la réception.
Let's go back and have a look at that again. So normally the way that this exec is supposed to work is that there's a second flash for Lyun to come out of his smoke. Hey, No Man's Wolf. So Lyun throws double cloud burst, so in theory he could be updraft dashing into either of them. But then lands inside the smoke and there's supposed to be another breach flash here to swing. And instead, Lyun just kind of like walks through it. You know, in a really weird way, it kind of looked like he was going to float down into the cage or something like that. And I don't think... I mean, we can't see the HUD, but I don't think there was another flash here.
Qui accélère sur ce site, Butcher à la réception, qui est très difficile
Did they get
d'aller
the spam
chercher.
kill on
Il reste
Butcher?
encore en vie avec 16
No.
PV. Yampi qui essaie de prendre de l'espace, mais on se fait complètement...
Yeah, it's hard to see without the HUD, but I think they must have wasted a breach flash somewhere along the route.
Qui cherche désespérément un cadavre.
Oh, Yampi still just has one in the barrel. Okay, I think that's just... I mean, I don't know where he used the first one, but I imagine he used the first one to push people off the first angle. Normally, teams will use one like here, for example, and then they'll put another one through here if they're going to do this kind of exec. Or they'll do like one here and then one through here, something like that. I think that's just a Yampi individual problem coordinating with Loon. I mean, it also looks like it was Loon's... Loon being like over aggro without waiting for the util as well. It's actually kind of hard for the Omen ult to be earlier because you have to throw the smokes, and the smokes take a while to throw. So like start of the round you have to throw the smoke and then you have to ult. You are going to be a little bit slow.
À négocier un premier angle, ça fonce sur lui, on recule, on détruit sa recon.
Yeah, it did. I think Loon missed the smoke. I think he just kind of like floated in a weird way, kind of through it. Good trade from Chua. Can they salvage this? Good kill from Sociable. Okay, couple kills there from Sociable.
2v3 négocié, le SPA qui est en train d'être amorcé. Les foules qui connecteront pas du côté de Yuno au travers de cette cage et on va être reveal. 2v3 avec un joueur très très low. Ça risque d'être compliqué. Butcher, seulement 16 points de vie. Il va devoir, en plus on revient avec plus grand chose entre les mains. On a encore une smoke pour pouvoir tenter de prendre de l'information. Cette caméra qui va être détruite instantanément. La DK, le cross, et forcément c'est trop compliqué. On n'a pas de flash. On n'a rien pour venir sortir et pas se faire réceptionner. Et donc forcément...
Nice recovery of the round there. Mostly due to Sociable being able to pick up 2 in backside. Shuts down the Neon ult. Able to get another kill off the back of it as well. Alright, now let's see this C exec again. So they drone. Stun. Now where's the flash for Loon? There's one flash into backside, but Loon wasn't ready for it. Yampi leaps in with a shorty. I quite like that. I don't think these... I think there's a lot of tightening up they could do with this C exec. I'm not really sure why Loon didn't dash into a smoke. And I'm also not sure why there's like this disconnect, it feels, between Yampi and Loon on the second wave of util to push into backside. Yeah, and Yampi is pretty far ahead of everybody else. I think Yampi's actually about in the right spot there. If they're going to send it, I think that's more on like Profec and Chua to catch up.
BBL qui va avoir 2 balles de match en poche. Yoon qui va laisser Sociable avoir cet opérateur entre les mains, sachant que du côté de la défense, on n'en a plus un. On va devoir se contenter de jouer uniquement avec des rifles.
Tout à fait. Attention.
They have breach ult. They wasted jet dash.
Très dangereux, on va s'échanger.
That's very, very early to be burning jet dash. Or did I just imagine that?
On va essayer peut-être de trouver une opportunité dans ce mid. On sait qu'il a souvent été mère de succès pour BBL. Cette fois-ci, l'équipe s'avance. Le duo Jazz Flickless est à l'entrée. Se montre pas encore, mais on va rentrer dans le viseur.
No, he has. He's burnt his dash. That's really strange.
Pour la jet des BBL. Le mal est fait.
Alright, who wins the Cypher duel here? Should be Chua. It's just harder for Butcher to be clearing all of those angles at once. And now this is a nice time for Yampi to slow things down, stabilize, and then get set up. So they group? They breach ult? No? Okay, but they slowly clear forwards. I feel like it's worth just sending the breach ult there, frankly, but whatever, doesn't matter too much. It's the final round if you win. Yampi's just saving it for
pour tenter de faire un exploit.
The next time they play
Il est
Haven
déjà
against
vu,
UCAM.
Il est déjà pris dans le dos. Quick, très peu d'HP.
I was once the first one in a Sova from a fast C hit call after going backwards to shoot a dart, and I will never forgive my team for it. It feels so bad in those spots, doesn't it? Okay, so that's Haven. So now we've got Bind and Haven again. The Bind was a fucking roll, so let's have a look at that.
Joue énormément sur l'individualité. On a perdu le gecko pour remplacer par un ISO, donc une safe plante qui n'existe pas côté BBL, donc d'où l'intérêt de prendre le côté défense pour UCAM. Je pense qu'on peut s'attendre à une domination de BBL tout au long de ce BO. Et j'ai envie de voir des UCAM qui tentent des choses et pas qui se laissent engouffrer par le skill indiv.
Ouais.
C'est vraiment le point clé pour moi de ce match, quoi. Parce que ça jouera pas aussi lent, aussi rapide, aussi... Enfin, ça jouera pas comme des VM, quoi. Ça sera un peu plus dynamique, quoi.
C'est sûr que le côté un petit peu en deux temps, on va le mettre de côté. BBL qui risque de taper un petit peu plus dans le...
Sorry, I should have been looking at the comps and stuff like that, but I was talking to Kurt because he was talking about Plat Chat stuff. Okay, so this is where BBL are playing the double duelist comp. So double duelist, double smokes, including the Astra and a Sky, and it's Yampy playing the Sky. All right, now that we got that sorted in our heads, okay, Sociable's going to take some sand control, but the main force is going towards showers.
le sujet directement, voilà. Et
Sociable and Profec just destroy UCAM trying to push out of sand. Do they realize though that the fade is all the way behind them?
Quick qui a pu venir un petit peu s'immiscer là dans l'arrière de ces joueurs. Faudra faire attention puisqu'en parallèle, on devrait pouvoir rentrer sur le site, alors notamment avec cette raise et son stuff, là où il y a tout le peloton d'exécution là qui est prêt à réceptionner Quick éventuellement. Le tir couplé de Yoon qui lui permettra tout de même d'aller faire tomber cette dernière. Attention.
Chat, what does Furia's roster look like for next year? I can't remember who they kept and who they didn't.
Qui vont devoir maintenant composer en 2v3 avec cette rota notamment en A.
TP sur l'extrémité de la Viper, 3v2.
If MIBR end up getting Aspas and maybe even Nozra,
d'isoler ce duel au niveau de la short, mais
is Furia going to be able to compete at all?
qui se fait quand même éteindre par Butcher. Butcher se retrouve en 1v2 sur ce BP.
There was a report that they've got a verbal agreement to sign Heat,
Ça semble impossible.
but I don't know who else is on the
Pour
roster.
le coup, 39 HP au compteur.
I can't
Et
remember.
là, justement, cette ligne croisée entre les deux joueurs BBL, encore une fois, va être compliquée à venir contester, puisqu'on a un joueur positionné au niveau des lampes pour Profec.
Shandy and Nozra are gone.
Yeah,
I mean, if they don't have Nozra, even with Heat, it feels like a little bit of a lost cause, especially considering people would want to join MIBR to play with
Mais voilà, on en a pas besoin,
Aspas.
clairement, on vient d'île, c'est du gère.
Ouais. Est-ce qu'on allait concéder
Avant de
I'm going to skip most of the eco rounds in this game because it was just a roll.
Et on va la jouer sur un deuxième.
Effectivement, là c'était du côté. Quoi faire là du côté de BBL?
Alright, let's have a look at what they do on the bonus.
Toujours le même,
They have deep smoke.
En fait, la prise longue.
Deep smoke and a pullback that they could turn into a stun or a pull or something like that if they go for fast B long control. You can do a lot with the Astra on this map actually.
Pour cette fois, on voit les deux joueurs en crossfire. On va vouloir
5 stars and no mid to worry about. You can put your stars all over the place.
On sait que la short est faible. Et on a déjà pris.
Why are we French? Because now we're watching the APAC qualifiers from EU. Sorry, the Red Bull qualifiers from EU. APAC qualifiers from EU? What am I talking about?
Pour lancer l'exec au niveau de cette short du A, le contact de Quick qui pourrait encore payer, à moins qu'on soit détecté effectivement, notamment par ce boombot, la décale qui sera interceptée, Yampy qui tombera.
UCAM have just kind of let them walk down.
Le contact de Quick qui pourrait encore payer, à moins qu'on soit détecté effectivement.
They've just completely let them walk down short. They don't have anybody playing over towards triple.
Encore une fois.
BBL didn't have showers control at any point in this round, but they just walked down short, fully thinking that they were both playing in lamps. That's weird. If they did that against most teams, I would expect them to get shot from like bench or somebody playing from showers. Or even maybe from pocket, although there was somebody watching pocket as they scaled.
Ouais, maintenant il faut trouver une réaction. Il faut trouver une réaction en A sur cette.
Yampy taking first contact with 2 duelists on his team. I think we're going to see a lot of that from Yampy IGL. I think the Yampy IGL is going to be quite similar to like the Angel IGL.
J'imagine peut-être reprendre l'info un peu plus haute sur cette short ou prendre cette shower. C'est ce qui était laissé enfermé.
On envoie le boombot. on décale à 2. Il y a toujours franchement ce côté très technique du Valo qui est maîtrisé de leur côté. Et là,
Who does
Yukam,
Loud even have?
on se fait un petit peu endormir,
Oh, well,
surtout avec
Loud
ce-
have Kawanzin and Tui's, but then they also have Vinny and Dejazine, allegedly.
ce bonus round de rentrée, ça met un petit peu la couleur. sur cette
Vinny's
carte de
played for some
malheureusement,
good tier
alors qu'il
2 teams
le
that
pic
have made
des
it to
joueurs
Ascension
GBL.
before. I can't remember the name of them, but I've watched him play in
Là, on change de tempo et on punit
like
l'erreur.
Ascension and Ascension qualifiers,
C'est
and he's
prélevé
pretty good.
directement au niveau de cette short.
Dejazine, obviously, we've seen play before.
Euh,
Whether or not they are able to create a functional
on voit
team with
deux joueurs au
him
niveau de ça.
because
Deux
of
mini
his
A,
like
deux unknown.
attitude is more
On a pris cette
relevant
longue avec
than
cette
his skill
smoke.
level, I
Je
think.
pense qu'on va finish,
And- Oh, Pancada! I forgot about Pancada.
Effectivement. Ah, c'est vrai qu'on travaille la longue B pour l'instant, il y a un petit peu de présence. Spike est entre les deux au niveau du link. Ah, ça pourrait laisser songer à une
Vinny
rotation.
wasn't IGLing at Red
Côté
Cannons.
Lucam,
Is
on est
he
un peu en
planning to be
anticipation
IGLing for this
justement
team?
par rapport à
I
ça.
didn't actually know
Déjà
that.
le début de cette rota en B. Peut-être là,
He had
notamment
attitude
avec la
issues. I
présence
don't know
qui va
about
donner
attitude
à
issues,
Lorenzo.
but
Ouais, le retour tout à fait. il est
had
vraiment,
some kind of like
surtout
wasn't
avec
getting
beaucoup de
along
stuff.
with the team
Ça
or
reste,
made the
une
atmosphere
présence
worse or
assez,
something
assez
like
cohérente
that.
au niveau de ce site B.
I'm not really
Avant
sure
d'aller
about it, but
enclencher
there
au
was
niveau de
some
ce site
kind of
vraiment pour lancer
interpersonal
les exec.
dynamic issue.
Ouais, la petite smoke,
Vinny is the
comment
IGL for
dire,
Loud.
pour créer un peu de chaos.
So what kind of experience does Vinny have IGLing
Pas de
then?
safe plant, les BBL. Après là c'est de l'écho, ça reste compliqué. Sociablé qui n'est pas anticipé un peu de chaos. On peut
Why are UCAM
Avant
giving
d'aller
them
encore
so
sur
much
Lucam,
space on
il est
A?
un peu en anti- tout à fait, il est
I mean, I guess they get the.
un peu de près.
Let me go back all the way to when they got the pick.
Passif, là, on change de tempo et on punit l'erreur.
They get the pick,
Et il y a ce qui s'est prélevé directement au niveau de cette short.
and then they just keep
Smoke,
holding,
je pense
peu de présence
holding,
de cette rota
holding.
en B.
That's quite nice.
Peut-être là de ce site B avant d'aller
And then they
enclencher
eventually,
au niveau de
after
ce
making
site
a lot of
vraiment
B
pour lancer
pressure,
les
go into A. That's quite a nice call from Yampi.
Ouais, la petite smoke qu'on met au niveau de ce
It is a anti-eco round.
Pour trouver un plan.
De A, on s'est fait assez
Alright,
vite
let's see
punir,
what he
du
does
côté
on the
des
rifle
joueurs de
round.
chez UCAM.
They have
C'était
ISO
Gas,
ult.
il me
Can
semble.
Loon do
Il s'est
something
fait
crazy with
un
that?
petit peu embroché malheureusement. On commet quelques erreurs. Mais
Oh, are they
BBL
gonna
qui, même,
flash
en ralentissant
showers, and
le
if there's
rythme,
someone showers, they
arrive
ISO
à
ult them?
saisir de belles
Oh, I kinda like that
opportunités sur
idea.
cette carte. Social
They're
Blade qui va
dogging for the
désormais
ISO
s'en
ult.
reste exec au niveau de ce BP avec la satchel.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's
nice.
nice. That's nice. I like that. So they dog through showers. If they see somebody, Loon pops his shield and then grabs them with the ISO ult. So wherever the dog sees somebody, they're gonna get ISO ulted.
Et du côté du cam,
And that way you know that showers is clear,
via cet ultimate, le 1v1 là effectivement.
and
bah,
you're
voilà.
presumably getting the
Franchement,
kill
le
because
win
you're an
rate,
ISO with a
c'est
shield.
Sociable qui récupère même le deuxième. C'est
That's
parfait.
a nice idea.
Avec le bouquet final qui
And now
part,
after
on a
Sociable
un
gets a
décisif
kill,
dans le
he
côté
gets his
BBL,
ult
mais
online
aucune
as well, and they're in
chance,
a
ce qui veut
5v3.
totalement
That's a
bien,
cool
même
round.
si
I like
le
that.
pente, c'est dommage.
Ouais, 5v3. Et là, le geste qu'il faudrait faire, ça serait de save. Mais je crois qu'on veut prélever un, voir un peu s'il y a une petite erreur. Regarde Léon. Léon, est-ce qu'il va encore arracher là?
How's the BBL roster looking?
Ouais, on le respecte pas,
I think
hein.
it's
On va
going to be a
quand
very
même-
entertaining roster to watch.
Yas,
I think
Yas là-dessus qui essaie
the
un petit
way
peu de
that
montrer.
Sociable is
Pour
playing,
l'instant, on arrive à avancer,
which
sauf que
is
la double
quite
ligne,
high risk, high
on peut
reward,
contester,
and the way
on
that
se fera
Yampi always
déchiqueter,
plays, which is high risk, high reward, and the way that Yampi's calling the team, which is sometimes really nice ideas and sometimes a bit crazy, I think they're going to be very entertaining.
Éventuellement là-dessus, on va se faire chercher par la Viper Chihuahua qui se fera
The
arracher.
overall skill on the roster seems pretty good,
Pour la- tu te
but
fais toucher, c'est fini.
can't really tell
Bien
until they
maintenu.
play against some tier 1
Défense là,
teams,
vraiment
really.
pour des
J'imagine que le timeout en écho, c'est pas vraiment un timeout pour ce round-ci, c'est plutôt pour le round prochain. Parce que là, ça joue vraiment défaut. Je crois qu'il n'y a pas trop
Don't worry, I'll remember the character. Swap.
qui a été décelé. Sociable qui joue au contact avec cet AWAP. Il va prélever les kills en jump pick. Regarde là, son cross est un peu plus haut.
I can't be late, can I? I'm streaming.
Ouais.
Or maybe I'll have to be late because I'm in the VOD dungeon. Let's skip this round, it's an
Écoute,
eco.
que ça avant. Il y a peut-être imagine très bien. Et BBL totalement raté.
Tandis que les BBL vont faire une fake pre shower.
Okay, so this is the round where UCAM have to get a round win. They break dog immediately. Sociable dies, trying to contest B long. You have Gecko ult, you have Brim ult. This round should be pretty unlosable. You have both ults on the A site, 3 players on the B site.
La WAP aussi, Léon a activé son shield, Brock Butcher qui se donne.
Oh, but now the ISO is just running through you. Why are you?
Quand même, la WAP aussi, Lewen a activé son shield. Brock, Butcher qui se donne, on enchaîne, Lewen qui
The Raise Nade did chip damage.
n'a plus beaucoup de...
I was about to say, why the fuck are you ulting an ISO? But the Raise Nade broke the shield. Now, there's no reason why Loon needed to stand in the Raise Nade. But I think he just thought he was immortal. That's a bad play from UCAM that happens to be rewarded because Loon walks into the nade. He was seized? I don't think the seize matters.
Ouais. Bah, le tir couplé, hein, ça aide bien quand même dans ce genre de...
Oh, you mean in terms of walking into the nade? Yeah. I think it's only the tiniest bit of the nade, though, that does damage. Like, look, the seize is here. Oh, yeah, no, the nade does land, like, right on top of the seize. It is a nice nade. That's a crazy, strange situation. You see where the op drops as well.
Ouais. Bah, le tir couplé, hein, ça aide bien quand même dans ce genre de move. Là, du côté du...
The op just dropped on top of the door frame.
Quand même, hein. 2v2, néanmoins, maintenant, il va falloir chercher la fin de cette manche. Il reste un Mordicus, voilà, qui est directement lâché. Yampi qui viendra aussi un petit peu contrer tout ça avec les trackers. Ça va toucher. Et maintenant, pour ces duels, tu vois qu'il va être un petit peu plus là en contestation au niveau de ce coude.
Sky doit bait en premier et Shiwa joue en deuxième.
Oh no. They thought they were double long.
C'est parfait.
Oh, Flickless can't trade out his wingman. This is so tragic. Because now BBL's ults are going to start coming back online as well.
Ouais, on va pas trop chercher. On va dire midi à 14h pour ces joueurs de chez BBL. Qui a tenté l'exec au niveau de ce site, quoique.
Et on a l'avantage.
Profec qui viendra arrêter le gecko. Et là, ben, en vrai, on a bien repris le site hein, du côté des joueurs de chez BBL.
Je suis vraiment pas fan.
ISO's shield seems like such hot ass every time I use it in ranked.
La division cosmique qui est lâchée.
It's so thin.
C'est un call intéressant hein, pour ces BBL.
Real Valorant agents have curves.
Pour pouvoir ensuite décaler Jumpy.
It needs to be a bit wider to cover.
Côté BBL, franchement, on s'est emparé du site. You
as you're like taking angles.
Ce ISO. Mais là, même cross, hein, cette division cosmique, c'est horrible. La ligne croisée avec Profec, elle est fatale. Vraiment.
You think it's ISO's shield or you that's hot ass? Both, I would say.
Mais malheureusement, bah, on s'effondre.
On peut se dire, hein, ils se font déchirer là. Là, c'est. C'est terrible. Hein. Même en 5v3, ils n'arrivent pas à concrétiser.
Alright, you know that he's shielded. Yampi's taken so much damage. Yampi is like tight with both of his duelists. Like a little trio queue of... It's like having 3 duelists together.
On a lancé le pogo, plutôt bien senti à ce niveau-là, même si en vrai on veut juste...
I wonder if Chua was supposed to ult there. Liquid used to do a strat where... Liquid used to do a strat where when the defenders ulted here, they would take shower control and ult like this. And then they would try to get a plant down here inside their own ult and just play post in showers. I wonder if Yampi had called for Chua to try to ult showers as a bait. Not that he could.
Oh là là, ah oui là ça part.
Et là du coup, c'est eux qui se font crunch.
Oh.
Passe à Quick, Chua sur le deuxième.
Ouais. Là c'est... Problème de macro là. Ah, c'est terrible.
This is sad to watch.
J'ai entendu un
ultime. Même là, hein.
Ouais, ils sont déchirés. Hein.
Ouais.
Regarde. Voilà. Ça nous va gros comme ça, c'est très calme.
J'ai peur.
This is... I'm not getting anything from this.
On se fait totalement déchiqueter par cette équipe.
Voilà, au fake.
I think that had to be a headshot, aren't they, on a buy round? Oh no, they're not. They're on an eco.
Un outlaw
oh, this is tragic.
Et je crois qu'ils ont une venda.
I actually played some ranked off stream. I got to Immortal. My rank up game, I had 3 kills.
Pour chain des petits shields H24.
On va venir s'infiltrer.
And then I played some more and D-ranked back down to Ascendant 3.
Sky avait déjà fait son bout de chemin. Butcher n'aura pas la possibilité de faire tomber un joueur là-dessus. Et Yampi qui tient déjà cette ligne d'opérateur pour aller punir Yas. Là-dessus,
But like it was a miracle that I ranked up to Immortal 1. Because, you know, rank up the game, you should never be going like 3 and 14.
se retrouver un petit peu piégé, bah oui. Alouane, là-dessus,
Il rate rien, Léon. Hein.
c'est infernal. Franchement, je te jure,
Il est
les
trop
autres, cette
fort,
team,
Léon.
4 kills, don't sell yourself short. Wait,
c'est impressionnant.
Je veux voir son
I think I only had 3, but maybe I had 4.
S'il te plaît, Lops.
Ça arrive.
You've been checking my
Ouais,
tracker?
clairement, hein. Quand tu vois qu'on n'arrive même pas à accéder au site,
Yampy's trying to do a 360
Ça y est,
peak.
ça y est.
la DD,
Oh, I
c'est
don't
une
think this is a
dinguerie.
serious game
Il
anymore.
y a un peu de chance.
I'm gonna watch some of their defense side just to see what the defensive setups look like, or like their pistol round strat. Actually, let's watch this round. This is a
Pour aller
rifle
faire tomber
round.
le gecko.
What are they doing here on their
Très grosse
long
stack
exec?
Ces joueurs. En plus, on a le nid Viper. Si jamais on veut venir un petit peu
Voilà,
encadrer
tu peux
le
pas
le
They
site.
descendre
just
comme ça,
dog,
c'est trop compliqué.
Flash,
Je vois pas
pop
un
ISO
move
shield,
descendre
blast
le
back on top of the hut, that kind of thing.
Orbital Strike, peut-être, je ne sais pas. Ouais, qui est envoyé.
Oh, well,
Que la Raze a pu s'infiltrer. Hein.
they.
Juno qui frappe.
This is the kind of thing I think Sociable is going to be a feeder this year. Just from, okay, I have no basis really to say that because I've only watched him play like 2 maps. But oh my god, I'm watching some crazy high risk, high reward gameplay going on. This is a B exec, right? I know they're 11-0 up, so like, why am I talking about it even? But look at this.
Orbital Strike, peut-être.
Is he stuck here?
Je ne sais pas. Ouais.
To be honest, he's probably stuck there, isn't he? Because I think he's already pathed into this little cubby. Fair enough. It's 11-0. I'm nitpicking. Never mind.
Envoyé.
But he's fucking
Ah, que la Raze a pu
jumping into
s'infiltrer.
elbow as the only
Ah,
player
c'est
on his
Chevrolet.
team.
C'est déjà un bon point quand même.
If he ends up getting stuck in situations like that or running into smokes like he was on Haven, he's going to be so fun to watch.
Cette prise du TP qui a été quand même assez récurrente tout le long de la game. Bon là c'est
Ah
fini.
voilà, j'ai envie de voir ça.
Can Profec make something happen from hookah?
Oh quick.
C'est un exploit.
Ouais, ah ouais clairement.
They're going to win
Là,
a
faut le dire.
round. They're winning a round.
Dynamique. Ah ouais là, clairement non c'est un
Yampy
bon
just
lot
got a kill with the
pour ce
shorty.
joueur. Et là maintenant une fois qu'on s'est emparé du site, ok on a utilisé cette flash, on va pouvoir planter désormais le spike, on tente le travers, ça marche bien. Et là franchement encore une fois le bouquet final, il devrait faire mouche hein, je pense. On sort du site. Oh c'est smart.
Yeah, you're never winning that.
L'attaque, chercher cette...
Alright, what's the pistol round strat then? So they have
Ouais. Ah, on va
one way short, Yampy holding B long,
Ok. On va
Viper set up on B.
Ouais.
Tu paries, tu mets ta pièce sur qui là?
Hmm.
That's the Viper orb I
Ouais, je dirais
assume
la
that I'm
raise,
looking at.
Même si on est en train
Rather
de
than an
off.
Astra smoke?
Ouais voilà. Voilà on s'infiltre, on est même pas vu quoi. On a
In
totalement
hookah.
off la ligne.
I mean,
Et
this
quand
is
il va
tragic.
faire Shellblur, il en profite pour faire un peu le tour.
And
si jamais
not
on
at
détecte un
any
autre
point
joueur.
did Quick think about
Et
looking
quand tu
towards
rentres
short
ça,
there.
mais au secours.
Not
Ok,
at
non,
any
c'est
point.
une erreur de quick, je suis désolé.
Mais
Quand
ouais,
t'es en
mais bien
contrôle
sûr.
basse et que ton gars short il met son wall up. Qui a le
This
petit
is,
timing, il
this
lise
is a
la
drubbing.
zone, il doit
Mais oui,
dire,
c'est ça.
ok, oh t'as 2 zones à regarder, t'en as pas qu'une. Là tu vois il y a une désynchronisation terrible. Proféticien, Yuno pour la trade, 4v3. Il y a ce niveau de contact CT, peut-être qu'il veut push pour
Son coude.
compenser.
Oh, Yampi.
How did Yampy get
Qui est le
that?
3v2 qui est maintenu du côté de ces joueurs BBL encore une
3v2
fois.
retake.
Avec cette Viper au contact.
She was
on va
out on
prendre la
site.
hauteur, la ligne cassée.
On a
Ah,
fait
ça
le
marchera
final.
pas.
Wins the duel against
Ces joueurs, ces
Pusher.
joueurs.
Now they have a high low.
Yes.
They know where Jas is. Should be simple for them
Shellblur qui va
to
venir
convert
rechercher au
this.
contact. Ouais,
Attends,
en
les
double
deux
ligne.
chefs.
On décale à
Yeah,
2.
they get
Ça veut
it.
dire qu'on a tout le temps mettre plus
Okay,
diagonale.
well, we'll skip it. Oh, they're gonna force
Ah,
this
on
round,
prend
aren't
un
they?
bon push, le joueur qui se fait TP, enfin qui se fait récupérer dans la TP. Siwa face à Witcher sur la outlaw. Là côté BBL on sait
On a
peut-être à faire.
This is... These kind of games are so silly.
quand même, je pense.
C'était donc pas obligé de remettre tête.
Alright, let's watch the only rifle round on the defense side.
Petite pression shower. On voit que la reveal est détruite. Quel est le choix des UCAM derrière? Est-ce qu'on va recontacter?
Either we're being attacked or some plane just flew overhead way lower than it should be.
La zone, je crois que c'est le cas. Et ça va partir sur un speedage, j'imagine. Hein.
Maybe it's a military
On va
flyover
remettre
or
une
something.
pression longue. On va reprendre l'info. Par contre, côté BBL au niveau de cette longue avec ce dogo. Ce qui veut dire.
So There's so much of it. It's so fucking noisy. I have no idea what that was. I felt like that was about to become a live leaks video.
Que on reste à 3 en A.
Only a plane crash can top a car crash. We just begin Plat Chat and a fucking 737 sends itself into my residential property.
Fake. On va spam sur cette short. Ça ne permettra pas encore d'aller faire tomber les joueurs de chez UCAM. On envoie le wingman.
There's another one. What the fuck is going on? What the heck is the noise? That is so strange. It's a very loud, maybe low-flying.
Et là, ok, on arrive quand même à
I don't
planter là-dessus. Yas, avec Yampi.
Big ass,
C'est
slow
un
ass
petit peu profilé,
airplane.
Sur cette TP, il va falloir faire
Taking
attention.
forever to go
Back.
past, but then
On
there's like
profite
3 of
également
them.
de Shiwa pour aller faire le tour. Puis classe qui rentre sur cette sur ses lampes. Avec ce kill passe à Proflec. Yampi,
Hello.
attention au contact.
Danke. Is some of that for you?
Some of it's downstairs.
Ah, right, I see. I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's just a lot.
Yeah, they do the like 3-course meal specials
Oh,
there. So
okay.
I got you some dessert and cheesy bread.
Cool. Thank you. Okay.
Je pense qu'on devrait avoir l'avantage sur la raise. Après on check bien l'angle.
Super made a joke like this once and nearly got kicked out of Blizzard. Well, that was because he made the thumbnail to his YouTube video. Or rather, he didn't even do that. His editor did it. His editor made the made the thumbnail to his YouTube video, him going like...
Solo lamp.
And then behind him was a plane hitting the Twin Towers, and his elo was going down in Overwatch. Now, me personally, I think absolutely cooking with that thumbnail. I can see why people would not like it though. I can definitely see why people would not like it. He had to write to a Blizzard rep, just to be clear, I do not condone the attacks. It's just such a funny thing to have to clarify. If you ever find yourself in the position of having to clarify whether or not you condone 9/11, you've either gone off the deep end of a political argument, like way off the deep end, or you need to have a heavy reevaluation of what other topic brought you there.
T'es obligé de prendre des pics un peu à l'euro quand t'as double dueliste. Ou au moins tenter quelque chose, un plan derrière avec un flood ou quoi. Mais on peut pas jouer les pauses de base.
I think it's just the nature of terrorism, honestly, Nick Salek too, that something like that is very startling and disruptive. When you have a terrorist incident that like takes a normal day and suddenly plunges you into chaos, and it feels like another one could happen at any time, I think it's a lot more traumatic for people than something like war that happens to other people elsewhere. I think it's the fear that it could happen again at any time in future days that ends up having a large psychological impact on the population and makes it seem like a bigger tragedy than other things that took more lives.
On a ce wall qui est claqué. Et derrière, le travers qui sera très bénéfique hein, pour ces BBL. On fait tomber 2 armes, on prend là justement un peu plus d'espace. Bon, malheureusement, face à Uno, on se fera charcuter. Shiwa qui récupère un frag. Oh non, oh non, BBL le fait.
A lot of how people react to things is based on how humans are able to process things. Like if there's a single event, it feels more important than if it gets dragged out over a larger period of time. If it's a person that did it, it feels much worse than if it's a
Même le deuxième, hein.
corporation or a
Voilà.
virus or something else that you can't attach blame to as easily.
Il meurt quand même, hein.
A lot of these things are just to do with how humans interpret their surroundings rather than the actual, like, how much damage it ended up doing. All right, we've got Haven. Should we watch Haven again? Yeah, let's watch Haven again. But I might end up cutting Haven short because we might end up cutting Haven short because we've already watched them play a game of Haven, and Plat Chat is in 45 minutes. But I think we should have enough time. Thoughts on Pacific? I thought they looked really good when I was watching them play in Ascension. I thought their 3 players that were underage were actually all incredible. From watching them play in the finals against Foot, I only watched the middle 2 maps properly, but I had Minnie's co-stream on my 3rd monitor while I was doing other stuff, so I was somewhat paying attention. It seemed like Comeback was carrying them like crazy during that game. But also, even the maps that they won, Foot could have beaten them if a couple of moments had gone differently. So it seems like on balance for the... like, it seems like the best case scenario to some degree of, like, the up-and-coming Turkish team of Pacific with young talent is not actually the best Turkish team, and they just can't play because they're too young. Like, that, to me, would be the worst outcome. But they're incredibly, incredibly talented, and I think as soon as they do turn 18, assuming that they continue playing Valorant, they're going to be amazing pickups, and they're going to be, like, right in there at the mid to top tier 1 level. So... yeah, Foot were playing with a sub as well, but I'm not sure how much difference that... I think it'll make a bit of a difference, but I don't think it was like... It's not a terrible sub, and it's also not their most impactful player. It would be better if they were playing without a captain, but I don't think it would be like 3-0 easily destroy Pacific difference. I mean, maybe it would, depending on the maps, actually, because they did kind of smoke them on some of the later maps. But yeah, I think Foot are better, and that's a good thing. BBL has first chance on the Pacific players. One would assume that based on the relationship that they have with Pacific, yes. Depends, I suppose, how the contracts are drawn up, but yeah, in theory, they should. Alright, sorry. Let me wind this back to the beginning. BBL are on defense. Okay, we saw their defense be extremely creative before. They can't sign Pacific players, those are imports. I'm dying of cringe pun. That's a -2. Got a good laugh out of me? No. No.
Permettre de construire la fin du run sur ce site C, justement. Après, on a le fixe BP.
So this time it looks like UCAM are trying to bait out that early round aggression. They're trying to find out where Loon and Yampi are playing and then go in the opposite direction. So that seems like a nice adjustment from UCAM on this pistol at least. So now we're going to see a full 5v5 retake. We didn't see very many full 5v5 retakes when BBL were on defense. They normally got the opening pick. So they're going to send double flank here. Sociable and Yampi on the flank. Quick's just taking like 5 damage every time from that. Okay. Profec out through garage. Oh, sorry. Profec out through CT, but played somebody else in from garage. Who was the person that came in from garage? Oh, Chiwa. Chiwa came in. Yeah, Chiwa and Profec. Nice timing. I like the timing of everything that they did there. But I think that you can played a bit too heavy for backside and trying to, instead of trying to stop. Like, nobody really contested Chiwa. I mean, I guess they tried to contest the people coming on the flank, but they lost the duel. What happened to the Pacific players? Nothing. They're just too young to play. 3 of them are under 18. Where's Sigma-Ned going? Don't know for sure. Maybe to Gentlemates?
On va venir un petit peu tétaniser cette attaque. Là où le Cypher reste sur la short.
But I think Gen.Mates have settled mostly on their roster. Like, most of the roster for Gen.Mates has been reported on already, and they're mostly going for like tier 2 players from across a range of different leagues. Yeah, Gen.Mates are going international.
Fallait faire l'inverse, hein. Fallait pas mettre la smoke.
Yeah, they've got like, I can't even remember who's on the Gen.Mates roster, but it's like Robbie BK, Mini, who the fuck else is on that team? Click, Cadavra, and Zipan. I forgot about Zipan. Yeah, Zipan. Yeah, so I've no idea where Cned is.
Après, si tu veux mettre une pression longue, tu remets une smoke. Mais là, il y a s'il devait quelque chose pour le cover, soit une reveal, soit un stun. Mais
Pontus Eek, the man with the greatest government name in the entirety of Valorant.
Ouais, le travers smoke.
Straight up sounds like somebody from
au niveau de la short et on va
a Roman fantasy. Who? Zipan. Zipan's real name is Pontus Eek, which I just think is an absolutely goated name.
On aura des gros shields. On s'est peut-être adapté à la auto. Attention.
He might pronounce it differently because he's Swedish, but
on va rester
that's how it's spelled.
Au contact du côté du joueur, chercher cette longue et du côté des UCAM. Ah, pour l'instant, on a ce stack, on essaye de
Yampy walking down C again. They're doing a lot of this stuff. This seems like they need to cut this out as soon as they play against tier 1 teams that have VODs of them playing Haven. And maybe only do it like once every 2 or 3 games.
De toute façon, le A, ils ont pas besoin de prendre de l'info. Hein. Ils ont le Cypher, on met la smoke Fnatic.
Eek means oak tree in Swedish. That's great. It already sounded cool, and now it's got a cool meaning behind it as well.
C'est un tel comme quoi le A il est joué par le Cypher. Ah, bah le tel il va être donné. Ok. Ça c'est bien. Ce setup de BBL est très sympa. En tout cas pour un bonus, j'aime beaucoup.
It's a weird defensive setup. These defensive setups are so strange. It's working though. They're keeping info from the Sova towards B, info garage, info C.
Qui va se repositionner, la paranoïa qui va toucher au niveau de ses rampes. Chiwa qui va rendre un frag. Profek repositionné, c'est excellent.
Their defense of the A site is so based on hero plays. I just don't understand, man. It's like, it doesn't matter who on BBL is playing defensive A. They all want to make the hero play. You have a trip here, guys. You have a player playing for kill trips in heaven. Just, how about playing backside? How about throwing the default smoke and trying to play some of the rest of your teammates in instead of going to win the round in one go?
Juste derrière, il fera tomber.
Relax. Play as a team.
Les 3 toujours. Cypher à l'OHP. Et connaît ce qui va partir. On va aller s'avancer et jouer la shock dart sur ses joueurs au niveau de cette box. Très bonne décale. Et Chiwa également pour aller récupérer le triplé.
Everybody on UCAM though got stuck default there. They had 2 default and 1 short. So they couldn't stop BBL getting into the site. The recon and then the shock dart and the running crab spray with a Spectre is a very funny way of finishing that round out.
Ça fait un default que j'aime beaucoup. J'avais analysé BBL un peu sur Haven, il faisait un peu la même chose avant. C'est-à-dire que tu contestes le A au début dans les 2 prochains rounds, tu mets reveal, tu mets un petit stun, tu mets une petite smoke, et puis après tu mets la même chose, c'est-à-dire que tu mets juste la reveal, et tu fais jouer ton Cypher en A, donc ça masque totalement la position du Cypher, et derrière ton A est beaucoup plus fort, tu joues bunker, t'as des trappes à péter, et comme s'ils doivent jouer en deuxième temps, bah, il se retrouve avec la bonne surprise de se retrouver avec des trappes sur la map un peu partout.
Profek. Oh, la paranoïa est bonne, hein. Elle est bonne. Pour l'instant, on se cache un petit peu dans la smoke du côté de la néon pour pouvoir ressortir là-dessus. Profek, bien positionné au niveau du plat. Faudra tomber le bas. Il y a un steering.
Okay, Loon is using the outlaw.
Middle tout de suite. Il y a pas mal de possibilités quand même avec cette onde sismique, que ce soit pour le post plant de pouvoir entrer sur
Oh,
un
they're
sur
doing
un
their
site.
alt into spawn play.
Ah, ça marche,
Oh
ça.
no.
Oh, je l'ai senti. Ça, c'est un.
Yampy was all over that
Apex
immediately.
round. Et
Yampy's just
je crois que
running
c'est
at
la part
them.
de BBL. Enfin,
This is
ça a l'air, quoi.
disrespectful what Yampy is doing. Absolutely disrespectful.
Butcher.
Has Plat Chat done its annual way too early player or team rankings? No, because some of the teams we don't even know what rosters they're
On prend
running.
Lune.
Or at least they're like
2v2.
announced. No, they're
Ces
reported
joueurs
on but
vont
not
récupérer le
announced
spike.
yet.
Attention,
When all of the
attention,
teams' rosters have been
directement contesté.
properly announced,
Butcher.
we'll probably do it.
Butcher trop fort. Hein.
Ouais, oh le quadruplé. il est
This
excellent.
round fell
Même
to
la
pieces
décale,
a
hein.
little bit because
La
of Butcher.
décale pixel perfect dans ce garage. Franchement, elle est Gucci hein, cette
Oui.
dernière.
On pique sur le contact, regarde.
Tac.
Et
Directement
là,
pris.
il se Butcher,
Oh là là.
incroyable,
Yeah.
c'est
Yeah,
individuellement.
they let that
Sur
one
l'extrémité de la
slip
cage.
pretty heavily. 2v4.
Butcher. Butcher pour cette décale. On en
It's a really nice play, though. I'm not really mad at. I mean, if you wanted to nitpick, you could say it's the same kind of thing again, where BBL are trying to play aggressive angles instead of just backing off and playing their player advantage. But in this situation, I think that cage is just super nice at stopping the crossfire that Loon and Yampy would have had.
Oh, Butcher.
And then in the 2v2, he kind of
Le
cooks them.
joueur.
So
Contester,
Fair enough.
contester le duel de cette manière.
great round from Butcher.
Avec ce Link. Côté Yukam, c'est le premier qui est rentré. De leur côté.
Voilà, tu vois, Sociablé, cette position, il adore. S'ils ont vu un peu la game qu'ils ont fait contre DVM, Sociablé a souvent cette position quand même.
All right, they break the B trip. So last time, Shiwa was putting the trips towards C and garage a lot.
Dans ce
Now
garage,
Yampy is-
Shock Darts. Pour le
Tu vois,
moment.
Why
qu'il
is-
fait Champi,
So Yampy's holding here for the drone to
ah,
cancel
il veut
drone.
éteindre le...
But why not hold with your gun out and then do
Sova
it?
l'a vu.
What-
Forcément.
I guess he's got
Non,
a
on va
one way
tenter
on
le
the door the
travers.
whole
Forcément,
time.
on sait
They're not
que
going to walk through
Le
that.
breach était dans ce corner.
But he's just given away that he's holding in the corner. That's the only place you could aftershock from, and he's staying in the corner instead of
C'est pour ça que tu vois les
repositioning.
trois joueurs regroupés au niveau de ce garage.
That seems pretty bold.
Oh, la
Yas.
perspective avantage pour Yas.
Loon's also on a bad angle there. He's closer to the corner than anybody would be in mid.
Sociable.
Il y a eu
But
ce round
maybe he
d'un
thought there was
DVM,
nobody
le même
pushed up.
round, Le même, exactement le même.
Sociable. We've seen Sociable in this corner before.
Oh, so cher.
Ouais.
Qui va lui arracher la tête. Jumpy qui
Oh,
finira
they
par
don't
payer
even
dans le
clear the
garage.
left side, even though
Attention,
that's where
ça paye.
Yampy
Attention,
aftershocked
également,
from.
Sociable.
UCAM are not good
Bien
enough
fait,
to exploit the holes in BBL, I think. Unfortunately,
Clairement, si on lâche
we need to
comme
see
ça,
BBL playing
on
against
attend du
better
Quick qui fera le tour
teams.
pour aller récupérer
Because,
son
like,
vis-à-vis.
again, Sociable's positioning here, tucking a player into this spot when there's this, like, Fnatic smoke here, and they can just walk down short. This seems like a really bad way, again, of holding the A site. And Sociable's been doing that repeatedly. I
3v3.
think there's a lot of...
Il reste des ults pour aller
Holes
jouer
here that
une
are-
retake. Je pense à Yampy notamment.
I think BBL are going to look
Attention,
like a
passe
different
décrocher
team
la
when you
tête,
put
ouais.
them against better
Face à Yuno.
competition. I think they're going to look a
2v3.
lot sloppier.
Les BBL là qui perdent un peu le contrôle hein, sur.
We need BBL
sur
Sliggy to
round.
team up with BBL
Bon,
Yampy.
Lucas,
I would
une belle
love
action
it,
au bout de ce
love it,
Tu vois, sur le duel,
if
là.
Sliggy
Ouais, on va prendre le
coached
premier. Oh,
BBL.
Ouais,
Tout de
très
suite.
bon.
That would make my year.
Le kill il est parfait. Hein.
Très très bien joué de la part de
C'est ça côté.
Ok, donc on va jouer en 1-2-2 avec un push tiles. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ils veulent déposer quelqu'un under window, j'ai l'impression. Ça va. Quel plan de jeu là?
Wen va chercher ce middle. On va quand même pousser très deep. Hein. Butcher qui devrait l'attendre là-dessus.
Ah, bien
Well,
joué.
Loon was definitely trying to mix it up.
La longue
He hadn't gone for that
également
before.
poussé par Sociable et-
Dude, what? I don't understand what Sociable is doing. What am I missing
Quelqu'un under
here?
window, j'ai l'impression. Ça va. Quel plan de jeu là?
Recon, Dart, make it feel like from the attacker's point of view that you're fighting over A
On va
lobby.
quand même pousser très deep. Hein.
No
Butcher qui
utility
devrait l'attendre
used,
là-dessus.
and
Ah, bien
so
joué, Butcher.
they kill Loon. Now Sociable starts to walk
La longue
forwards, and he just dies. Maybe that's because Butcher kills Loon, so he's thinking it's only the Cypher on that side of the map. Especially with this being smoked off. I could see Sociable having the read that they're playing like only one person here and the others are in like grass or C-long.
Qui est également poussé par Sociable et on se fait punir quand même. Hein.
But Sociable's really getting no value out of pushing up like this on A. I'd like to see him stop doing that. Even if he doesn't die, he's just getting himself into positions where against UCAM smokes, he's getting no info.
Et je veux dire quand même avec des joueurs assez imposants. Hein. On a fait tomber la Jet, on a fait tomber également ce Sova en faveur des UCAM.
I don't think he's really helping his team the way that he's holding A long in these situations.
La paranoïa fera son effet. Yuno en parallèle, ce serait dommage de pas en profiter. Après il y a Yampi. Yampi qui a pu se repositionner là-dessus sur la flash. C'est très bien joué. Du côté du breach, la paranoïa ça par Yuno. A chassé le
Technical pause.
On perd 2 joueurs là.
Okay. So breach ult for the defenders. Neon Sova ult for the attackers.
Et là, tu vois, ça, c'est parfaitement.
Really early position from Profec.
Ok, drone into long, into ulti.
Oh, and they clear his position.
Ils ont touché quand même 2 personnes.
That's nice from Quick.
2 joueurs low, déjà.
I really just don't. I don't understand Sociable being super committed to pushing up into this area. Because as soon as they throw this smoke that they're defaulting, you have no way of knowing if they walk short. And last time they just walked down short and then killed you from behind. Why not have the Omen jiggle peek here and you hold from short? And then you can re-drone like this if they use this smoke. Sociable's never going to be able to use his drone from this kind of position because he's got to keep his gun out. I mean, if the Omen ever leaves. Which at some point the Omen's going to leave if they pressure elsewhere.
Avec Profec qui va bait.
Ouais, c'est ça, t'as Profec aussi sur la longue. On l'a identifié. Fluckless heureusement.
I thought Profec had played him in really nicely there though. The Profec bait was nice. And it still doesn't work. Even with the absolute best case scenario, it didn't work.
Sur des erreurs très bêtes, c'est dommage. Sur cette short, est-ce qu'on va venir même s'avancer là-dessus parce que en vrai, on a ouvert un peu la marche sur le.
I don't mind doing that either because I don't think the positioning is terrible to have a bait setup like this, but I would much prefer this was your Jet and this was your Sova, and you had the Jet Sova in these kind of positions. Instead of having Sova pushed up here. No cloudburst to escape if they do try to catch you, if they drone you, recon you, flash you or anything.
Malgré les différents temps morts qu'on a, qui est lâché du côté d'Ias pour aller électrifier ses opposants, tu vois.
And yeah, you're right, it's super readable because they're doing it over and over and over again. This is a much better attack half by UCAM. Because BBL are doing the same shit over and over. They're still mixing up where Loon and Yampi are playing. It's just that the A-long sociable stuff is too readable.
Il a fait le nettoyage. Il a fait le nettoyage 1v4. Je crois qu'on va venir plus contester que ça malheureusement du côté du Omen. Et ouais, là c'est... Je sais pas, c'est un petit peu l'état d'urgence, j'ai l'impression. Les joueurs de chez UCAM qui... Ils sont clairement en train de masteriser là, leur sujet sur cette map. Et ouais, des erreurs. Le timer dans la balance pour le coup. Ouais, sur ce
There's that trip I was talking about. Where? Oh, this one.
Et les différents temps
Can I see it from Chiwa's point of view?
Qui est lâché du côté.
Oh, right, this one. I suppose the thing is, if Chiwa is playing around his trip, he's going to hear a jump noise. So you're still going to get some info if someone tries to lurk past it. But if you're playing info trips, which they are mostly playing info trips with Chiwa, it doesn't seem as great. It is cool though. I could see people running into that a lot. Harder to hear. When you scale towards C, you're going to run into it as well. I could see that getting massive value in ranked. Alright, so this time it's just Profec tucking himself into the corner. He doesn't smoke for himself to run into the corner, so it's not like he's
Alors cet angle,
hiding
il peut
inside.
être,
Wait, what did he do with his
Je trouve
smoke,
pas
though?
qu'il
Where did he
est
smoke?
sociable.
He only has one smoke this round. He bought Vandal one smoke.
prise de la longue avec Deep Smoke pour empêcher la jet de
Okay.
prendre peut-être ses kunai. Je pense que c'est le plan.
I always find it really, really weird when people do this, because you have to buy the smoke next round, because you're on a full buy. He's saving 1,000, so if he loses, he has 3,900, which is enough to full buy armor Vandal. But he's not gonna full buy armor because he's only got one smoke. So you know you're gonna light buy armor next round anyway. So why not buy the smoke this round, just in case it's useful? It never makes sense to me that people do this.
Non. Ok, juste une reveal short.
You know you're going to buy the smoke next round, for sure. Maybe not the TP. I can understand not buying the TP this round.
Alors cet angle, il peut
But the
être,
smoke?
Il peut
Don't get
gagner
it.
le duel, Profek, hein, sur cette prise d'espace.
On prend l'info mid.
But okay, there's a hero rifle over towards A.
Pour l'instant, la cage déployée sur le...
Qui ont pas vraiment de plan de jeu, on veut juste
It's an eco round, so
détourner
tucking
les-
himself in that
Voilà.
position.
Ça, c'est
Yeah, he
super
can
de
still
la
get
part
flanked
des
down short.
Gamma, mettre
Ah.
cette smoke,
So as soon as this smoke gets deployed,
pour couper la vision au niveau de ce A.
they're calling for somebody to come and pick up short in case they walk like this. So I like that. I like that they're helping Profek.
Ouais, ouais. Reveal.
Darts.
Exexé.
They're gonna ult on this round. Wow, that caught
Ça,
so
c'est
many
bien vu.
people.
Sauva en réaction, c'était bien fait. Il en a touché qu'un, c'est ça, ou deux.
Woman ulted into backside. They can now smoke CT and re-hit onto C.
Ça va être compliqué quand même
Do
pour,
BBL have already
CBL.
invested a Sovereign. Do they also invest
Alors, à moins que il y a un peu de grid là.
a breach
mon
ult?
cher Over.
I think Yuno was trying to get close there in
On
case they
peut
breach
céder,
ulted,
on peut
and he
pas
would be
concéder
in
l'espace niveau
theory
CT,
in
on
front
joue
of
dans
it.
ces smokes, on est pré-fire, Flick
Here we go.
a
You're in a
ultimate
5v3. You might as well breach ult now.
Des BBL, il y a un bon trap.
Counter
Le sorcier
breach
là, qui va
ult.
faire la diff.
Not enough to keep
Il y a
back the
un
garage
Butcher
player.
qui va reprendre le B, ça reprend le BP. Tout doucement, 2v4, la reveal qui est détruite, le stun est
Nice stun
parfait,
from Yampi.
et ça va être très compliqué pour Butcher.
Un pick a pris le doublé.
She was trying to pick
Là,
up
pour le
weaponry.
coup, on avance bien la reprise.
Nice.
Lucha. Le triplé qui sera tout de même acté.
Un peu troll là. Je vais pas te
Yeah,
mentir.
I mean 6 overall. If you buy the smoke, it gets used up the first smoke you do, and you have to rebuy next round. You can smoke and save 150. If you don't buy it, you can use the free smoke. Yeah. So you can full buy armor next
Il fallait
round.
qu'il fasse sur une flash ou quelque chose comme ça, mais même ce move là, je suis pas giga fan.
Is that better? I don't think it's worth it to save 150 credits so that you can... Because what you're saying is you guarantee that you can get full armor next round. But... I mean, there has been somebody using an outlaw in this game, but it was mostly Loon. Maybe they picked up the outlaw on the attack side and I wasn't keeping track.
En tout cas, on s'en sort plutôt bien.
Unless there's an outlaw in
On
the
bien.
game, I don't
bien
really
vis-à-vis de
care if
cette
you're
carte.
using light armor or full armor. I'd rather have a smoke on the
le
eco.
lead. Yas pour
But
le leader. On va proposer quelques échanges là.
yeah, that's a good
Première
point.
smoke.
I hadn't thought about that.
Kindo P.
So yeah, that is a
Duel
good
qui va
point.
en profiter pour aller s'avancer. Sur cette dernière. Là, le Cypher est positionné sur la hauteur pour l'instant. Attention, puisqu'on risque d'avoir quelques échanges là, notamment avec Flickless. Au bord de la smoke, parfait. On va en profiter de l'averse. Double averse. Alors, on en finit malheureusement à 10 HP hein, pour la Jet. Voilà. Qui arrivera à se repositionner. Peut-être un dernier tir d'opérateur à tenter encore. Tant qu'on a été reveal, ça va être compliqué. Hein. Ouais.
I think this A defense, no matter how they're doing it, looks terrible from BBL. Because they're letting people... At this point, you can realize that they can just walk up short at the beginning of the round. And they're just up short immediately within the first 20 seconds of the round. And now Loon has no escape. They drone him. They kill him. There's not really anything that anyone can do to bail Loon out of that situation.
Pousse par la longue. Flickless qui viendra abattre.
Il faut un
Juno
excellent
également.
choix.
Ah, Shiwa, anti-flash, touchable. En renfort pour aller faire tomber Ucha.
Can they frag their way out of this?
3v2 pour les
No,
UCAM.
not
Quick
quite.
également qui
Not quite.
s'impose.
And Profec's too far away, so he couldn't even smoke for his team as that hit was coming through. I think so far in the game, it looks like UCAM have adapted better than BBL have after the previous time they played against each other. I mean, Loon was kind of farming on defense last time. He was all over the place. Operator in his hand, popping heads. He's 3 and 8. He hasn't been able to find that same value. Wait, people are going crazy in the Plat Chat Discord. What's going on here? Oh, nothing.
Bien vu les BBL avec un setup Cypher en A comme je t'avais dit plus tôt. Et ils l'ont pas refait une fois.
Luan fait directement tomber cette néon. Early côté BBL.
Yes, il a du mal. Ce BO.
Yeah, light armor is important because it stops
Ouais,
you
non,
from
c'est
dying
clair,
to
hein. Franchement,
120
c'est
from
en
Vandals.
tout cas, la deuxième fois d'affilée qu'on se fait directement sécher. Par la même, hein. C'est le duel de duellistes littéralement.
And phantom body shots as well, I
Non,
think.
non. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Non.
But I can't remember what that is. Is that like 118 that you end up doing with a phantom or something?
Normalement, s'ils sont smart, ça reste du C. Ouais. Et Butcher qui va créer une constante pressure maintenant.
Is that 124?
Est-ce que tu vas le flank fast? Parce que oui, on va te couper la route au niveau de ce mid. On va pouvoir isoler Butcher, ça va être un 3v3 à moins que... Ah non.
Yeah, light armor is crazy good. I'm really interested to see what they do with the... I'm really interested to see what they do with this like replenishing armor thing that they're teasing in the next patch. This feels like UCAM should end this half 7-5. Their economy's good. Their Neon has an outlaw, even though they've only got 2 kills. There's 4 players with light armor on the other side.
Au contact. Ah non, il a été détecté. Luan qui est condamné.
In ranked, I don't buy full armor unless I have over 5k. Yeah. Same.
Qui est déjà pris Chiwa.
The only reason I buy full armor is if there's an outlaw on the other side.
Niveau de ce garage.
Ça c'est peut-être trop là.
Ouais, un pic qui va reprendre.
Moi je pense que Yas s'il meurt là, ça va être compliqué. Y a pas l'intérêt de faire ça en fait. Go finish ensemble, go finish à 1 ensemble. Ah voilà, je crois que c'est ce qu'on lui colle d'ailleurs. Non, il veut couper quand même. Je sais pas, ça me reste... Pour moi, ça
Sorry,
reste quand même...
I realized that I was zoning out thinking about armor. I need to go back to the beginning of this round.
Du T-side, hein, pas le CT-side, ils sont connus pour leur agressivité en terreau.
Okay, so the Neon finds a kill with the outlaw down here. What's going on over here?
Quand même plus confiant pour BBL à ce swap side.
Dashing out of garage at the beginning of the round.
On sait qu'il y a des petits shields.
Au contact. Ah non,
For why?
Luan qui est condamné.
Ouais, ils sont arrachés hein. Tiens. Dash out. Ils l'ont prouvé. Donc ouais. Quand même plus confiant pour BBL
So they stun headshot box and flash, I think, as well, or flash then stun, something like that, for Loon to be able to get these kills. But unfortunately, there's no one there, and now Loon is just stuck. So unfortunately, you do be screwed in this spot. This kind of setup works a lot better if you have somebody garage that is able to like play off you, or you can double walk down mid or something so that you use Loon as bait. They just ran Loon in and sacrificed him.
Deuxième frappe qui est déjà pris Chiwa. C'est pas mal ça, le petit headshot face à Butcher. Au niveau de ce garage.
Ça c'est peut-être trop là.
Ouais, un pic qui va reprendre.
Moi je pense que Yas s'il meurt là, ça va être compliqué. Y a pas l'intérêt de faire ça en fait. Go finish ensemble, go finish à 1 ensemble. Ah voilà, je crois que c'est ce qu'on lui colle d'ailleurs. Non, il veut couper quand même. Je sais pas, ça me reste... Pour moi ça reste quand même dangereux.
Oui.
Ah bah voilà. Non, il y a Quick fait le kill.
People buying Sheriff instead of Stingers also don't know what's up. Disagree.
Souci pour
Disagree.
c'est nickel.
Ouais, c'est clair.
I love the sheriff.
Ils tentent tous leur duel, hein, un par un.
So many situations where you can one-tap people in order to win a duel, where the stinger would just not be able to close the distance. I agree if you have a strat built around the stinger, but if you're like playing ranked or something, there's going to be way more situations in terms of the versatility where the sheriff's going to work for you.
Récupérer le dernier pour les joueurs de CUCAM qui reprennent l'avantage avant le swap side. Désormais,
BBL n'a quand même un peu plus compliqué, étant donné qu'il s'agit d'une map à 3 BP.
Ouais.
Et on part directement sur une fake prise A. Je sais pas, cette smoke plus cette shock dart, c'est un peu faiblard. Hein. Là, ça va juste excel le A et bonne chance.
But the problem is, you can't play with a full team playing around a stinger. You can have a couple of people with stingers, but there are longer angles in the game that you need people to be taking for you. Either that or you have to play with like your smokes in really weird positions and that kind of thing. You can definitely cook strats up around it, but I'm saying in a ranked environment, for me, the stinger requires too much like team coordination to get into good positions to use. Whereas I can take a sheriff anywhere and be in an alright spot against most people.
Profec qui va continuer de pousser au travers de cette cage pour aller chercher un contact.
Bro, just run at them. I mean, if you're playing Neon, yeah, sure.
On va privilégier. Oh, attention, on la voit son bout de champ face à Profec. Lune dans le contact. Séché.
I completely disagree in every way. Maybe I'm not using the stinger enough in my ranked games, but I don't think in ranked it would do me any good.
Non, bah non, en fait. On ne retake pas par le CT. À 3 en tout cas.
Ah bah là on s'est totalement figé hein.
On fait des...
Ouais, t'es fliquant vraiment. Elle est à l'éport de la
Okay, what if they go for the bonus round?
On va directement chercher la longue en tout cas avec Yas. On s'en va sur le mid aussi hein. On a justement...
So they were trying to default over towards A at the beginning. They haven't done that, but they've grouped up over towards C. I'm worried about Sociable having the spike right now on grass.
Le contact est important sur Profec.
Ouais.
Butcher hasn't. Oh, and immediately you know that it's a CX8. There's 3 players so pushed up. I didn't realize that Loon had it. I didn't realize that Loon had an op.
Le trade kill est bon.
Accélération C oblige.
Loon dashes in, hits the shot. Where are the second and third people in? Loon's just doing everything. The rest of the players were in the choke point, kind of waiting to see who would try to kill Loon. They didn't play that badly.
Je pense que le bonus quand même il
dashing him in with the operator instead of swapping with somebody else is a bit unusual, but they did feel like they were kind of using Loon as bait there instead of as an entry. He was supposed to like dash in and then they were going to kill the people that ran to kill Loon.
Les joueurs de chez UCAM qui sont directement tapés sur les doigts, pareil pour le contact.
Plat Chat in 15 minutes.
Quoique.
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Ce qui rota quand même. Assez deep. Heureusement, Yampi avec la flash qui va partir, on va lui sauter dessus avec le shorty.
I do love the fact that Yampi's buying shorties a lot. I think that's just a really smart thing to do, especially on Haven where people play inside smokes all the time on CNA.
Pas mal de crosseurs. Et Breach.
Vraiment pas. Ouais, j'ai un doute aussi. Après, il y a un vrai repris, hein. Une vraie reprise notamment du côté de la Jet sur ce side.
That's a nice tone that he got there.
Sans qu'on arrive un petit peu mieux à coller, notamment au score. Ah, le Cypher là, il a un timing sur la décale, hein. Chihuahua, c'est parfait.
C'est nickel. On a l'info.
Only one player defending A.
Est-ce qu'on met pas une petite pressure A en premier temps?
But you know that the breach is going to be there to try to help them.
Ouais. Avec son OP. Avec son OP, on sait qu'il y a le breach.
Attention!
Feels like BBL have been a little indecisive here, wondering what to do off the back of that Cypher info that Chua got for them. They sent Chua to go for the lurk through mid as the rest of them grouped up A, but they didn't actually take space behind Loon very well. And now they've just reset into a player, like an equal player scenario, where they don't actually have an entry.
Après,
it's really odd.
Ils ont forcé l'utilisation de ces smokes en B.
Do you find it weird that Crashes or Victor haven't joined a VCT team like C9, Lev, or EG?
Il y aura pas de
I-
smoke bunker, mais il y a quand même Flickless qui est ready à stun.
I do think it's strange, but I do think it's a little difficult to find the right spot for someone like Victor, especially to join, because he always had such a unique role on teams. He would play some Sentinel, he'd play some Duelist. He was very much a fill player. And different teams are going to have different needs from their fill player. For Crashies, though, I think that's just a case of other people already having things locked up when it comes to initiator players. Yeah, I know Vic was injured as well. But even if he wasn't injured, I wouldn't be as surprised as Crashies, because I think he's, like I said, a little tougher to fit into some team systems. But in the past, they had tried to go as a package duo as well. Victor and Crashies together. Maybe that was the same case this year. I don't know. I'm not privy to that.
Bon, en tout cas, et Yuno qui fait le move que j'attends. J'ai une compensation. Et Yas, voilà. Yas,
I would imagine you're on the money there, Royal Gemini. I think there's probably up-and-coming talent that was able to be acquired for a little cheaper that people had preferences for.
Qui est pris, cette tempête de l'âme qui est toujours active. On va prendre de la hauteur.
Someone might end up picking them up in the mid-season, though, if they're looking for an upgrade or a change, or more experience.
Le lurk risque d'être intercepté.
Well, that's interesting.
Ils ont entendu.
The mega lurk past the trips on the B plant. Something they couldn't really get done last time they did a... Oh, Quick is absolutely cooked Sociable there. And they found the C lurk. Should be around for UCAM. They don't realize he's on the spike. Yeah, UCAM are playing well here. If it hadn't been for BBL winning pistol and bonus in both halves, and they played well on the pistol and bonuses, but they've really only had to put serious effort into 4 rounds right now to make the score 9-9. That's just how snowbally the beginning of halves are. It feels like UCAM should be winning right now. UCAM are definitely playing the better game currently.
Et c'est assez rare quand même, les retakes bien vécus Tisova. Donc, bien joué. On a l'info, on a contact 7 Kong, donc on va rester à 2. Normalement, le système est comme ça, le Cypher détruit la reveal. Et le Omen est ready à Paranoia. Oh.
Ah, mais là...
What? They whiff the cancel of the Omen ult, and Profet kills 2?
On a tellement
info, on a contact 7 Kong, donc on va rester à 2. Normalement, le système est comme ça, le Cypher détruit la reveal. Et le Omen est ready à Paranoia. Oh.
Ah mais là on a tellement hein. Ah ouais hein. L'anti-smic Profet qui rentre le triplé. L'accès au site qui est désormais acté pour les BBL. Oh la TP elle est parfaite hein. En vrai on arrive à des clics ensemble.
Mais comment c'est possible ça? Comment il cancelle pas? Il était confiant quoi.
C'est la confiance hein. Mais en vrai tu vois,
even Profect sticking it when he sees a player just looking at it.
Donc, je pense que ça lui a permis d'avoir quand même un timing assez précieux.
Why would Profect even stick?
À mon avis, on était totalement déboussolés hein, sur la défense des UCAM sur ce round, je pense.
Wild.
Et ouais, ça leur permet de rentrer un triplé. On n'ira même pas contester le site, hein, forcément. Côté UCAM, on sait que c'est des rounds qui sont quand même assez importants de leur, mission est réussie.
Well, that could be the turning point where UCAM lose the game.
Les deux joueurs s'en aperçoivent en plus. Enfin, je veux dire, est-ce que la pression
yeah, that is Giga Chat big balls behavior.
Je sais pas, déconnecté de la situation, je sais pas.
Wow, il se prend
massive women ult. That's really good. I don't know why I haven't heard that before.
La néon est côté B. Donc, ce qui veut dire que le A est faible.
Anytime. Dude, we definitely need that. We need a women emote, which you just spam it every time someone does something good on Omen.
Quelque chose de cette information, on veut juste finish C.
Is that already a bit in somebody's stream? That's such a good bit.
Petite destruction du trap pour weakness le C.
Is that a stun molly original? You need to be trademarking that.
Ah, faut être vite sur site. Hein.
Oh,
Pour
straight
Yuno.
into
Ah, il est
the
totalement,
blast.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
dos au mur là-dessus, on a
Oh,
pris de
yes.
gros dégâts.
The
Yuno mec,
TP.
totalement low. La paranoïa qui touche.
That
Yuno,
is a
et surtout Profek.
bold teleport as well from Profek. Profek TP'd up on top of back plat. In theory, if he dies though, Loon should be able to trade him out through the
Vraiment,
smoke.
le temps que le bridge arrive. Mais même pas, tu vois, le temps que le reste du collectif arrive pour assurer la retake. Mais on se fait totalement ouvrir en deux.
That sounds so misogynistic. It's not. You're just spamming women every time an Omen does
Tu
anything.
vois, sur ce round de là.
W Omen.
It's
It's a good bit.
C'est
Pas pareil.
qui prend un petit peu tout son
This is an eco round. Get me done with this.
Attention à la dégringolade. Ultimate qui touche.
Let's not be done with this round.
Oh là là.
What the fuck is going on?
Call of Duty. On court.
Écoute, on a utilisé cette ultimate qui touchera.
I mean, they just flood everybody into A and they just have a brawl on the A site. I mean, okay, that's some nonsense.
Il y a des fake TP. Garde, tu vois. Attention, duel.
Recon Dog gets broken. Loon doesn't swing fully.
Un peu pousser les ailes sur cette short.
Gets caught by the player top
On calme le tempo,
short.
on laisse directement le A en retake.
Middle qui va être un petit peu cherché là-dessus. Ouais, on a l'extrême- on peut toujours passer.
Par exemple, voir un Sova en B, ça devrait pousser Shiwa à off ce A1 de manière assez sécure et Quick qui se donne.
They're not going to expect the breach to be here, I don't think. Cam tags though. They should be able to.
On a ce
Oh.
voile sombre pour l'instant.
Okay, so now there's Neon Stun and Breach here.
Ouais.
This should be accelerating the A lurk.
Prise d'espace, on a détruit cette cam. On sait que le Cypher est en A. Et on se dit peut-être que le Cypher joue cette retake et non.
En butcher.
Dommage.
Très kill.
Almost a 2k because Profek was
Cette Fury
teleporting.
chasseur qui est déployé. On va réussir à récupérer un frag là-dessus. Ça permet de
Ah,
continuer cette
what
défense.
the fuck
Shiwa
is this
qui va au
game?
contact, récupéré, flickless.
Chua tries to
Derrière
push
pour le
even
trek, il
further,
devait
even though they've got the whole of the A
déplacer pour aller
site secured.
poster ce
Walks
spike
into his cage
ici,
and there's somebody in
désormais.
there.
Après c'est Profek hein. Profek pour moi il a les épaules là pour aller
Profek walks out into CT whilst throwing the one way and nearly dies to the enemy Omen.
Ouais Profek. Oh Profek. C'est parfait, le gigalpic derrière du côté. Oh, de la néon.
Sociable has recon for
Le
this.
event kill juste derrière.
Shouldn't really be winnable
La
here.
shot dart, hein. La shot dart qui part directement.
Recon?
Attention, c'est en train d'être diffuse, la moitié qui est donnée.
Au revoir.
Côté du no, ouais.
Oh, il est derrière.
Oh my god, he's won
Parfait,
it.
là c'est bon. Hein.
Ah, fucking hell. What? What am I watching?
Là c'est bon.
Oh. Wait, how does the recon not catch? It goes past the smoke. Dude. I'm not feeling the sociable Sova. Has anyone watched a lot of sociable on tier 2 in his tier 2 team?
Là c'est bon. Hein. Là c'est bon. You know.
Did he play a lot of Sova? I checked for Profek and Loon, but I didn't check for sociable. Is he playing a different role? Like when he played on Fireflags. Sociable, he played Fade, Sova, Yoru +4. What the fuck? He's played 38 games of Sova. Seems like he's playing like initiator flex kind of stuff.
You know.
Dommage, la retake était derrière la box en fait.
Ouais, ouais. C'est vrai que.
He's only played initiators this year.
Il aurait dû être sur le C.
Didn't we just see him playing this year playing Yoru? I swear I just pulled up stats of him playing Yoru.
En tout cas, Shiwa qui nous montre ses
Time. I got 3 minutes. I got 3 minutes. There's only 2 rounds left. I can finish
Au
this.
niveau de ce mid, pour l'instant on profite de ce voile sombre pour aller
1
chercher un
minute?
petit peu plus loin de son côté.
You're off the goop.
Ça
It's
pourrait peut-être
15:57
finir
by
par
my
les joueurs
clock.
chez BBL. Même si
Yuno, il
Yuno-
aime bien ce mid. Hein.
Okay, just turned
C'est
15:58.
vrai que ça peut coûter cher. Après, on arrive à s'en sortir pour l'instant, on s'en prend.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gifted sub to Late for Everything. Pitchy and Seller and Hilmi, thank you for the resubs as well. And Pioneer, thank you for the resub. I guess I've been missing these subs. Sorry, everybody. Sorry for the donut walls.
Oh la recon.
Okay, well, Sociable gets his revenge.
On met l'aftershock et là.
La réplique, ça va le forcer.
Dash
À
in.
sortir. Shiwa.
Clearing short.
You know, juste derrière, mais ça suffit pas à arrêter la frénésie des BBL sociable.
That was almost a really nice play. They've just seen Butcher. And they swing together to be able to close it out. Okay. Take a timeout. Final round. Bad economy for UCAM. They bait the Cypher into walking down C. This might just be a bit of an anticlimax.
Oh no!
Oh no, no, we're getting a climax. Big climax. I'm climaxing. Yeah. A bit of a silly game there. I'd like to see BBL play against some better competition. Who do they actually play against next? Like, what did they win for themselves by winning that LCQ? BBL won the EMEA LCQ Grand Final. So what does that take them to the international play-ins? Yeah. So they'll be playing against G2 Foot. I mean, there'll be like 2 good games there, I guess. All right. Okay, I'm gonna where am I gonna send you actually while I do Plat Chat? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's send you to Coach Mini maybe. Actually, no, fuck you. Watch Plat Chat.